Thank you so much, sir. So, a warm welcome and good morning, everybody, at the Icfarefcon 2025 Iron Ore, Coal, Ferroalloys and Refractory Congress 2025, organized by Steel and Metallurgy, a complete steel magazine. Can we all start with a big round of applause, everybody? The nation which has the steel will have the gold. The famous quote from 1867 by English author and philosopher Thomas Carlyle, we all know, underscores the critical role of steel in a nation's economic strength and industrial power. Today, as we gather here at the Iron Ore, Coal, Ferroalloys and Refractory Congress, Icfarefcon 2025, we recognize that steel is not just a commodity, but a cornerstone of development and progress. So once again, a warm welcome to all those beautiful ladies and gentlemen over here, to all our dignitaries, esteemed speakers, industry leaders, delegates in this very prestigious conference at the Bishwa Bangla Convention Center here in Kolkata. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in deep discussions about the opportunities, the challenges, the future of steelmaking, raw material and refractory industries in India and beyond. While refractories may not be a direct raw material in steel production, their role is indispensable. Not a single ton of steel can be produced without them. They serve as essential linings in furnaces, shielding equipment from extreme heat and corrosion, ensuring efficiency and prolonging the life of steel making infrastructure. This interconnectedness between refractories and raw materials is what makes their inclusion in our discussions vital. Refractories act as critical linings in steel production, withstanding extreme heat and corrosive molten metal. Without them, steel manufacturing would face immense technical challenges, leading to inefficiency and equipment failure. As we discuss the future of our industry, we must address the key challenges in all this discussion in coming 2 days. Dependence on Chinese raw materials, a significant portion of refractory manufacturing still relies on China, making supply chains vulnerable to geopolitical and economic shifts. Number two, iron ore and coking coal issues. While India has abundant iron ore reserves, coking coal, a key ingredient for steel production, is largely imported. High import dependency increases production cost and exposes us to global market fluctuations. And we can't forget the global trade politics. The steel industry has faced turbulent duty trade traffics, including the 25% tariff imposed by the US former President Trump, impacting global steel trade and pricing. Environmental regulations, the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism is said to change global trade dynamics. The mechanism ensures that imported carbon-intensive goods like steel face the same carbon cost as those produced within the EU, encouraging cleaner industrial production worldwide. Despite these challenges, India stands very strong. With vast iron ore reserves and a growing ferroalloy sector, we have the potential to be self-reliant and competitive on a global scale. Our push towards sustainable steel production, technological advancements, and strategic policymaking will ensure India remain a key player in international steel market. Once again, over this next 2 days, we will delve into all these various topics through insightful panel discussions. There will be technical sessions and expert presentations. We will be going with the inaugural session.
Thank you, Pochali, taking your kind permission because this is your show. I don't want to take it away from you, but the gentlemen who are sitting here, right in the front row, are the gentlemen I have revered right through the 31 years I have spent in this industry. I do not know any other industry. Ratsab knows. I have a love for the refractory industry. Mr. Sagar knows how much, let me tell you, the lady with whom I have been living for the last 31 years, when we talk, 90% of it is only about steel and 10% of what is going to be the chal dal tomorrow. So dal chawal is 10%, 90%, because that's what we live together. We live the steel industry together. Sushimda is here, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, who was earlier the Director General of INSDAG, Institute for Steel Development and Growth, which is jointly promoted by Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and the steel producers. So in INSDAG, there was a campaign, Steel is Life. Remember, Sushimda, though it was before you, RKP Singh, when RKP Singh was DG, there are a lot of things which I had personally to say that it was not effective, but all the same, I love the tagline, Steel is Life. So Mr. Sushim Banerjee right now is the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Development Skill Council, so which looks at skill enhancement of the steel industry. And I think the refractory industry more so realizes there's a lack of skilled manpower in the refractory industry. We need more of manpower. So I think Sushimda is the right person who will talk about that, because Sushimda told me that even in the refractory industry, they are now, you said you're now working with the refractory industry for skill enhancement. And my good friend Arindam Basu, who was with me in St. Xavier's, the gentleman on the dais this morning. And in fact, I'm sure you will have to share your thoughts about Kolkata, the city we love, we grew up, we were born. So now I'll take the responsibility of inviting our honorable dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Yogesh Mandani Kamalji has not come. Okay. So Yogesh ji की जगह कमल जी आपको बुला लेते हैं. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, a round of applause for him. He is the Secretary General of IFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association, which has 1,800 members. All the small players in this industry are represented by Kamal ji. Kamal ji, आप आइए. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Secretary General, IFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association, which broadly represents what we call, quote unquote, the secondary steel sector. And Mr. Sanjay Singh, who was earlier the Secretary Steel, knows very well the ministry gives a lot of importance to the secondary sector, or so-called secondary sector, because everywhere in the world we don't say secondary sector. It's only in India we say secondary. We call it the smaller players. So let's not use the term secondary and call them smaller players who occupy a big chunk in the production chain today. So a warm welcome to Sri Kamal Agarwal. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Abhijit Narendra is already with us. Mr. V.R. Sharma will join because he's in Poland right now. So it's too early for Mr. V.R. Sharma to join. He will be joining a little later. Then Mr. Pankaj Satija, Executive in charge of Ferroalloys and Minerals Division, Tata Steel. Pankaj ji, he was earlier Managing Director of Tata Steel Mining. Now, the entire mining portfolio has been integrated in within Tata Steel. So he heads the entire Ferroalloys and Minerals Division of Tata Steel. Thank you, Pankaj ji, a wonderful human being. And you should hear him speak. I just mentioned to Sanjay ji, he starts with a quote from the Bhagavad Gita. That's his, I would say, USP, so to say. May I call upon Mr. Sanjay Singh? Again, someone I revere a lot, a great human being. I have not seen an IAS officer who is so down to earth. during his tenure as secretary, I have had opportunities of meeting him regularly. Today, he's director, external relations and strategy in Jindal Steel and Power Limited. A great human being, has taken a lot of initiative when he was heading the ministry as a secretary. So Government of India initiative towards promotion of this industry, Mr. Sanjay Singh has contributed a lot. I would now like to call upon Mr. Shushim Banerjee, whom I know for more than 30 years now. He started, my relationship with him started some 30 years ago when he was executive director in SAIL. Thereafter, after his superannuation, he became the Director General of INSDAG, Institute for Steel Development and Growth. And now he is the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. May I now call upon Mr. Mayank Shekhar. Mr. Mayank Shekhar, has he reached? Okay. Mr. Mayank Shekhar is the Vice President Coal of JSW Steel Limited. He heads the coal, mining and the coal business of JSW. And one of our key topics is coal, because that's what makes India suffer a lot, because we are dependent on coking coal. We don't produce much of coking coal. We import from countries like South Africa, from China. Sanjay ji, मुझे एक बात याद आ रहा है. When R.S. Pandey was Secretary Steel, we traveled to World Steel Association AGM in Paris, and I told him, sir, ऐसा क्यों नहीं करते हैं? That we go for a barter with China. आप हमें coke दो, coking coal दो, हम आपको iron ore देंगे. So he told me our dependence on Chinese coking coal is 90%, and their dependence, China's dependence on our iron ore is not even 10%. So there is no equal barter when it comes to China. So that's a challenge. May I now call upon Mr. P.K. Rath, Executive Director, SAIL Refractory Unit, to come and take the dais. He is the Executive Director of SAIL Refractory Unit, who runs the refractory business of Steel Authority of India Limited. Now I would request Mr. S.K. Das, Executive Director, Logistics and Infrastructure, Steel Authority of India Limited. Oh, Saraugi ji is here. Saraugi ji, आइए, आप ही का इंतजार था. So, Mr. S.K. Das, ED, Logistics and Infrastructure, SAIL. Now, you know how important logistics is for the steel industry. To move 1 ton of steel, you need actually 5 tons of material to be moved. How? You need iron ore, 1.6. You need coal. You need fluxes. Everything put together is 4 tons. So for 1 ton of steel, you need 4 tons of material plus that 1 ton of finished product, which means 5 tons. So logistics plays a very critical role when it comes to the steel industry. And I'm sure Mr. Das would highlight how much logistics is important. Now, my mentor, my Guruji, someone I respect, as I said, he is a father figure for me. Mr. Parmod Sagar, Chairman and Managing Director, RHI Magnesita, India, and President of India, Asia, Africa. He's also the ex-president of World Refractories Association. Till recently, he was heading World Refractories Association, which is a matter of pride for all Indians, an Indian heading the World Refractory Association. And my real thanks to Parmodji, who's a very busy man. In spite of that, I just sent a WhatsApp message to him, your presence is a must, sir. And he immediately says, I will be there. So he has kept my request. I'm really grateful to him. Thank you so much. And there I see Indrajit also here. And ICDC team. Dr. Desarkar is also here. Dr. Desarkar and Indrajit Mukherjee both are here. Okay. So now I move on to Mr. Khedekar. Has he reached? No, I can't see him. Okay, let's wait for him. If he comes later, he will join. Mr. D.P. Chakravarti. Mr. D.P. Chakravarti is the Chief of Iron Making Technology, Tata Steel. Oh, there comes the big boss, Mr. Yogesh Mandani. A big round of applause for him. President, IFA Steel Manufacturing. Sir, आपका जगह डायस पे है. Please come. You are the leader of the industry. We need you. Mr. Yogesh Mandani. Mr. Khedekar has also come. Mr. Khedekar, please come and take the dais. Mr. Khedekar is the CEO of the alumina business of Hindalco, a key raw material supplier to the entire refractory industry, as you know. So, Mr. Who else is left? Mr. Deshpande. Deshpande ji, kahan hai aap? Acha, aaiye, sir. Mr. Deshpande was earlier the managing director of Tata Sponge. Now he is the director in charge for India of a Chinese company called Acre. So the more India and China fights, he gets to reap the benefit. So Acre India, they have built the coke oven plant for JSPL as well. He was earlier managing director of Tata Sponge. A wonderful human being again. And I'm sure, Mr. Chakravarti. Oh, we need one. Yeah. Project, can you just manage one more chair? Susanto, can you just manage one more chair? I think we need one chair. But how will you fit in? We'll fit in here. Okay. So who else is left? Anyone left? Okay. Dinesh has not come, no? Dinesh? Oh, great. Give me 2 minutes. I'll just get the chair for you. No, sir. My relationship with you goes back to the days when you had just joined FAMD. That it was even before you went to Sila Eastern. So that was before you went to Sila and then came back and became the EIC. So it was your early days when I was perhaps 22, 23 that time, very young, just started my profession, and you were the first one I used to interact with. And I remember just before that, gentlemen, Tata Steel had something called TOP and PEP. TOP was total operational performance and PEP was performance ethic program. So someone whom I knew was reporting to Dinesh because earlier, he was senior to Dinesh, but after the PEP and TOP and PEP, Dinesh became his boss. And he happens to be with my competitor now, so I won't comment. So with that, I think Mr. H.L. Rai has not come. So can anyone organize a chair? Yeah, just get that. We'll have to ask someone. Yeah, Susanto, can you get the chair? No. You have to be there because you are also, as I said, as Mr. Das, I mentioned about Mr. Das, TMILL is a Tata Group company which handles the logistics business. He is the managing director of TMILL. And as I said, more than 30 years we have been friends together. And I have seen him grow. I have seen him grow in the organization. He is the managing director of one of the biggest logistics companies. Mr. Dinesh Shastri. A big round of applause for Mr. Dinesh Shastri. Okay, so even if I wanted to invite Saraugi ji, I don't have space to invite him. So I'll request you to talk off the stage because wherever you are visible. So as you know, Mr. Saraugi was the CEO of Vulcan Steel in Oman. Before that, he was executive director in JSPL. He has spent almost his entire life with Naveen Jindal and the entire Jindal family. So now he's a consultant, independent consultant. So he has a few tips for the industry, which he's going to share with us. So now we have the welcoming of our delegates, dignitaries on the dais. May I request, Molly, Amanda, can we get the bouquets for, so the first bouquet goes to Mr. Deshpande, Director Acre India. Yeah, I would like to present the bouquet to Mr. Deshpande. Sir. Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Saurabh Khedekar. I saw him yesterday speaking in Bhubaneswar, and today he's here. So I know how much he is traveling. Thank you, Mr. Khedekar. Thanks for being there. So Mr. Khedekar, as I said, is the CEO of aluminum business of Hindalco. Next, again, my Guruji, sir, you have to allow me to touch your feet. मैं आपका पैर छू के बगैर जाऊंगा नहीं. आशीर्वाद आपके लेके, आशीर्वाद आप चाहे कंजूसी करें, मैं लेके जाऊंगा. Thank you, sir. So as I said, Mr. Sagar occupies a special space. I mean, there is nothing which can replace my regard and respect for him, not just as a professional, but as a great human being. My relationship with him is not professional. Wherever in the world he goes, I will keep following him. So that's Mr. Parmod Sagar, Chairman and Managing Director of the biggest refractory company in India, RHI. I think you occupy almost 40% of the market share? 32%, okay. Yeah, so say 1/3 of the, and it is a highly fragmented industry. So after Mr. Khedekar and Mr. Parmod Sagar, Mr. Rath. Mr. Rath, Mr. Sagar and myself, we were there last year in Frankfurt. Like last year, it was last year in Frankfurt together at the unit, sir. 3 of us together. So Mr. P.K. Rath, Executive Director, Cell Refractory Unit. And now we come to Mr. Dinesh Shastri. You know, as I kept saying, I invited him last, but he's the most important person. Nothing moves unless logistics is in place. So Mr. Dinesh Shastri, who is the Managing Director of TMIL, earlier, as I said, he was with FAMD, Tata Steel. Thank you so much, Dineshji. Really an honor to have you on board. Thank you so much in such a short notice. So a part of the credit goes to Mr. Satija, whom I had requested to share your contact because I did not have your contact, and he was the person kind enough to share your contact with me. So thank you so much. So now Mr. S.K. Das, Executive Director, TNS, Transport and Shipping, Steel Authority of India Limited. Thank you so much, Mr. Das. Again, a great human being, a wonderful person. Thank you, Mr. Das. So now we move on to, after Mr. Das, we move on to Mr. Mayank Shekhar, who's the head of coal in JSW Steel. Thank you, Mr. Shekhar. You know, I call a person my own dada, that is Mr. Jayant Acharya, who is the JMD and CEO of JSW Steel. I call him my dada because he's like a family member and a father figure to me too. So Mr. Jayant Acharya, the moment I wrote to him, dada, I want someone to talk about coal, he recommended your name. So I'm grateful to Mr. Jayant Acharya and JSW. I have a great regard for Mr. Sajan Jindal. What he has contributed towards his nation, no one can forget. Mr. Sajan Jindal is the person who needs to be revered by everyone in this country. Thank you so much. Now I'll come to Kamalji. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Secretary General of IFA Steel, Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. Thank you, Kamalji. आप बहुत लंबे समय तक आपका आशीर्वाद मिलता रहा है. आशा यही रखता हूं कि आप हमारे साथ, आपका आशीर्वाद हमेशा रहेगा और आप बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट कर चुके हैं इंडस्ट्री के प्रति. तो मेरा तहे दिल से आपका धन्यवाद. Mr. Sanjay Singh, what can I say about someone who has led this industry right from the front? As the Secretary Steel, he has been instrumental in moving this vision 2030. Then, you know, also our national NSP 2017, the National Steel Policy forward. He has been instrumental in moving steel a step ahead. Mr. Sanjay Singh, ex-Joint Secretary, ex-Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and right now, Director, Strategy and External Relations with JSPL, Jindal Steel and Power. May I request Mr. Sanjay Singh? By the way, Madam is also, I always keep saying, because the previous steel minister, Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste, at this same venue last year. आपको याद होगा आप जब आए थे last year you were here. So that time Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste, the ex-steel minister, was here, and he told me specifically not just about Singh Saab but also about Madam. Madam also belongs to the MP cadre. She was an IAS of MP cadre, and normally politicians do not use such phrases, but he told me specifically, Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste, that because of differences with the Congress party, Madam had to resign from IAS and move to United Nations. So that's what the politicians do to the bureaucrats to take their grudge when they are not happy. And Madam was doing very good work in social and education sectors. So, but there is no regret. Madam is doing very well now. She is with the United Nations, contributing well for the economy. And now, Shushimda, someone, as I said, I know for more than 30 years now. Let's say I grew up with him when he was in SAIL as executive director in SAIL. From those days, I have known him. And he used to write for Steel and Metallurgy those days. He used to write for us as ED in corporate office in Delhi. Then he went on to become the Director General of Institute for Steel Development and Growth, INSDAG, which, as you know, is jointly promoted by Ministry of Steel and the steel producers together, the major steel producer. And now he is the CEO of Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council, which is also promoted by the government. So now Pankaj, Mr. Pankaj Sakdija, he has also, and as I said, if you want to hear the shlokas from the Bhagavad Gita, he is the person who keeps quoting it in every speech that I have heard. And I'm sure he'll enjoy. He was earlier the Tata Steel Mining Managing Director also. And now I come to my leader, Mr. Yogesh Mandani. By the way, let me tell you, Yogesh ji is hosting a wonderful dinner tonight on board River Hooghly in a vessel called MV Paramahansa, which can accommodate 200 people on board. So Mr. Yogesh Mandani invites all of you. I'm sure during his speech he's going to mention he is hosting a wonderful dinner tonight on the River Ganges, and the bus will leave from here. We have 3 buses which will leave from here and take you to the river front to take a stroll around the River Ganges. Mr. Yogesh Mandani, a big round of applause for the captain of the industry, Mr. Yogesh Mandani. You know, earlier it was only the big players that we used to find in platforms. Now, someone who represents 1,800 small producers is represented by IFA, Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association, and Mr. Yogesh Mandani and Kamalji together have taken the association to the next level. You know, today, Government of India, the industry respects the secondary producers more than, let's say, the primary producers, because the government believes that we need to give equal opportunities to the smaller players. So that's what Yogesh, a big round of applause for what you have done. You have met our finance minister, you have met Nitin Gadkari ji, you have met all our ministers to ensure that for every project, the smaller players get an equal opportunity. And now Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, Chief of Iron Making, Tata Steel. Why I invited him, there is a reason. Today, when we talk about, you know, those of you who are here are all from the industry. So, you know, we have the 2 basic steel making routes, the BF-BOF route and the DRI stroke scrap EAF route. Now, he is one person who has seen both the worlds. He has handled pelletization, he has handled beneficiation, so he can cover the entire iron making portfolio, so to say. So, Mr. D.P. Deshpande, can we have the bouquet from Mr. Deshpande? No, I'm sorry, Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, yeah. Yeah. So, anyone, did I miss out? By any chance, Yogesh ji, मैंने किसी को miss तो नहीं कर दिया? Okay, okay? Okay, so, now we'll have the lighting of the lamp. which is a very simple procedure because we are not allowed to light the candle here. So it is going to be an electronic lamp which will be lit, followed by the national anthem. So can we have the lamp ready? Yeah. And then we'll have the national anthem. Yeah. So I think Joydeep, you're ready. So Joydeep and troop will be leading us for the national anthem. Joydeep is again someone I have invited for all my conferences to sing. He is going to entertain us this evening as well with his beautiful ghazals. He has recently released a few new albums. So can we have the lamp ready, please? It's not working? Okay, we skip the lamp then. Okay. So there is a malfunction with the, so let's rise for the national anthem, gentlemen. Oh, okay. Saraswati Bandana, and then we'll have the national anthem. So Saraswati Bandana followed by the national anthem. Okay. Let everyone stand for 5 minutes. It is a good exercise. So we'll have the Saraswati Bandana followed by the national anthem.
And for our singing tonight is Nivedita Mukherjee. Nivedita Banerjee.
हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। तू स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरे शरण हम, हमें प्यार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। मन से हमारे मिटा दे अंधेरे, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। Thank you.
Yeah, please keep standing. We'll have the national anthem now. Yeah, can we have the national anthem?
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा, द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग शुभ नामे जागी तव शुभ आशीष मागी गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय जय हे
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. And now we come to the beginning of the first session. And who else to open the session than the great leader of this industry, Mr. Yogesh Mandhani, Chairman of Bharat Group, and also President of IFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. Sir, over to you. The floor is yours. Mr. Yogesh Mandhani.
So good morning to all. It's really very difficult to start the event. The person who comes to the downline has to perform, and then the entire team has to do the performance. So first of all, I would like to welcome one and all, and especially to the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, who are
Yogesh,
the stalwart.
Yogesh ji, just after you, Mr. Abhijit Narendra will speak. Abhijit ji, I hope you are still online. Ankit, can you check if Abhijit ji is still there? Oh, Abhijit ji is there.
Yeah,
Abhijit ji,
yeah.
5 मिनट और दे दीजिए योगेश जी जैसे ही खत्म करते हैं.
Sir, very good morning, sir.
So we got delayed. मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ के माफी मांग लेता हूं because of taking so much of time. लेकिन आप तो जानते ही मेरा आदत है. So आदत से मजबूर हूं. Over to you.
Nirmala ji, what we'll do is we will continue later. Let sir start the inaugural session, and it would be enlightening to all of us, since the steel ministry is involved in this event, and we would like to seek the guidance and the way ahead in this situation where the steel industry is today, and how the way ahead Sir, I think so we should continue after that.
ठीक है. Sir, नमस्कार once again. And आपको याद है मैं हर बार जब आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कुछ भी करता हूं, one thing I repeat after that, I keep on repeating, I have known you as an excellent human being. आप सरकारी दफ्तर में आप जाते हैं तो कोई पूछता है आपसे, except Mr. Abhijit Narendra who tells me, निर्मला जी क्या पीना है, लस्सी पीना है, कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीना है, क्या पीना है. So he makes you feel as if you have not entered a joint secretary's office, but the office of the residence of your neighbor who welcomes you, like a family member. So Abhijit Narendra ji, we are so proud of you. And as I said, you are the senior most joint secretary in the Ministry of Steel. And you have contributed a lot, as much as you have done for the railway ministry. So over to you, Abhijit ji. The floor is all yours. And, we are dealing with raw materials today. Over to you, Abhijit ji.
Sure, Nirmala ji. Thank you so much. One thing right in the beginning, what I heard about while introducing Mr. D.K. Agarwal said that secondary steel industry is not secondary. I just want to say that when I joined this ministry, Sanjay Singh sir was my secretary, and during his process of educating me for the steel sector, he explained that secondary steel is known as secondary not because there's secondary or any thought behind it, but the process which is adopted is different from initially. Steel was made from iron ore, or The other process was to make steel from steel only. So the process was secondary. That is how gradually we built DRIs and all for making steel through furnaces, induction or electric arc. So there is nothing like secondary or primary. It is only the process which is distinguishing or differentiating between them. I must congratulate Nirmalaji for organizing this conference concerning iron ore, coal, ferroalloys, refractories. They all concern steel making. And steel sector presently, we all are witnessing that it is going, that it is passing through the changing dynamics. Things as it is not going to exist. We have many parameters, many factors which are now relevant. Sustainability, decarbonization, green steel, they all have come in fray. We are actually, in order to exist, we have to consider reduction of carbon emission. We have to find a way for carbon capture, utilization, storage. We have to find ways to make green steel through hydrogen. We are working for in the direction of having a green steel mission. In addition, everyone, we are supposed to move ahead, and we have to get ourselves subjected to process efficiency, for which we need technological intervention for raising efficiency, productivity. We may need alternate process for steel making, and that requires innovation also, which comes in a way. Research and development is one area which so far has been concerned with the industry specific. Every industry is having R&D wing which works for their process research or the research for product development. We are working in the direction where we can think of larger technological intervention or the research which can benefit industry at large. We are working in that direction. We also need to have new specialized products which we need to get used in the country. Government's initiative of production link incentive scheme, we have already launched the second phase of PLI, and we are in the process of selection and entering an MOU with them. Then the one area which we have noticed is the quality of product. We find that there are a lot of products which are being consumed in the country. They are being imported. We are working with Bureau of Indian Standard for defining standard for everything, every steel product which is consumed in the country. And we are simultaneously also engaged with industries, our manufacturers, that whatever is being imported, if they can get indigenized, if the local capacity can be created in the country. For moving ourselves up, the consumption, as presently it is around per capita is 100 kg, that needs to be raised. We are second largest producer in the world, but our consumption level is lower, much lower than the world average. For that, the push in demand is required. Government is already working by way of moving the economy upwards, working towards creation of infrastructure. But in addition, the industries also will have to find a new way, new area for uses, some steel intensive applications, and that will raise the level of consumption in the country. As the topic of conference relates to iron ore, coal, they are a raw material for steel making. Certainly for steel making, raw material security is essential. We have abundance of iron ore in the country, but we have limitation of scrap, which is primarily used by secondary steel manufacturers. So even in iron ore, lean grade, since we have an abundance, we've been using high grade iron ore, and we have not considered appropriately to use lean grade iron ore. Beneficiation, pelletization, these are the area where we need to work a little more. And coking coal, which is primarily all the blast furnace users. And since we have a limitation of the composition of domestically available coking coal, we are largely dependent on imports, but we need to optimize our blend in a way that we are not dependent solely on a one source. We may diversify sourcing, and at the same time, through technological intervention, if we could use little more of domestically available coking coal, that will help us, because it's all these efforts we need to do it for raising productivity and at the same time cost competitiveness, where we can stand vis-a-vis other manufacturers in the world. In the area of trade, our existence is essential. Both industries and government, they are working in that direction. And the present level, I would only say that we all need to collaborate, the technology provider, industries, and policymakers. I wish all the best and a great success for the conference. Thank you so much.
I'm so happy that you mentioned about using our iron ore. I think look at highlight how we could use our low grade ores. For example, we hear of stories in US where they have used red soil also. So in terms of utilizing our national resources, the low grade ore beneficiation, I'm sure Mr. D.P. Chakravarti will highlight that as well, is of utmost importance for the nation. Abhijit ji, since you come from the logistics part of the industry as well, earlier you were with Ministry of Railways. So logistics poses a very important challenge in this industry. ED, transport and shipping, sale is also with us here. So I'm sure you will, Mr. Das, you will highlight how important logistics is. Abhijit ji, I wanted my son to study metallurgy. पढ़ाई नहीं, बोला मैं IT पढ़ूंगा. So that is no one wants to study metallurgy today because they feel it's not a well-paying job. He decided to study IT and he feels that he's done a great job. But we forget that a basic industry helps the IT industry survive. If there is no basic industry like the steel industry, how will IT survive? So that's another thing. Abhijit ji, I am really grateful that in spite of going through difficult times, your parents are not keeping well. In spite of that, the fact that you were here with us, addressed us, and gave us so much of time. Thank you so much. अगले बार आप last time cold drink पिलाए थे, इस बार मैं छाछ पी लें जरूर जाऊंगा आपके पास. I'll come to Udyog Bhavan to have a glass of छाछ with you next time I'm there. Thank you so much, Abhijit ji, and I will share the proceedings. That's what the Joint Secretary Ministry of Steel had to share with us today. Now without wasting any time, I'll go straight into the topic because I basically have roughly about 45 minutes. So I'll change the format a little bit this time. We'll go so that everyone gets to speak at least for 1 minute initially. We will start right with strategy and external relations, Jindal Steel and Power, Mr. Sanjay Singh, on his thought, how best pay them on time, because the refractory industry goes through a lot of bleeding because of the delayed payments. So I'm sure the steel industry takes note of it, and I'm happy to place that on record today. Sanjay Singh ji, you were there as a keynote speaker in the last Icfarefcon Refractory Congress in Goa. And I'm so happy that you took that interest. In fact, I told Sunandoda right at the beginning that the best person whom you can get as a keynote speaker. बैठ के आप इतना खड़ा रहते हैं तो थोड़ा बैठ के बोल लीजिए ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? You are a tall personality, you're visible anyway. वहाँ माइक है सर.
नमस्कार. Who are present with the dais and all the audience. I'm thankful to Nirmala ji Aifa for calling me to this conference, and Mr. Sagar. I have been a journalist. I'm not a technical guy. Incidentally, I happen to be Secretary Ministry of Steel. So in the capacity of Secretary of Steel, of Ministry of Steel, I learned a bit of, I'll say, metallurgy and science of steel making. But I'll speak about, against the backdrop we are in right now, geopolitical backdrop. We are going to become Viksit by 25 years. What does it entail? It entails that growth rate has to be between 7 to 8% over consistently over next 20 to 25 years, number one. And every sector of the economy has to deliver. We are the largest country in the world in terms of population. So what would Viksit Bharat, I mean, for us as an individual, as a nation, HDI would require to be of that level, which, I mean, there has to be, I'll say, level jump in Human Development Index, per capita income, and efficiency, productivity of individuals, which, as Nirmala ji mentioned, is a factor of skills, education. So overall, this kind of development is required, and we are 146 crores right now. So that's why increasing per capita income becomes very, very difficult.
মাল কোথায় গেল? এবার আসছে না না, এই জায়গাটা খোল, এই জায়গাটা খোল, যদি পুরোটা যেটা ছিল সেটাতে কি কি জিএমএটা আবার চেঞ্জ করছে, জিএমটা আবার চেঞ্জ করছে। আচ্ছা, অডিওর কোয়ালিটি খারাপ কিন্তু।
Private sector is contributing only 1/3 of the resources in research out of this 0.6%. World over, it is 80-20%. 80% is by private, 20% is by the government. So these are the kind of bottlenecks which are in the research sector.
Thank you, sir.
So on the same lines, what sir has said, that private players has to come. So we with our members have initiated and have contributed a corpus amount, and our members have come together to survive. Today it is a survival issue because or unable to stop the foreign elements or the who are trying to bring the material to our great nation. There are, so sir, just what you said, what is happening is the architecture or the way the schemes or the way of the R&D has to be done. And what we have seen is there are the corpus for government, and it remains unused because of the delays in the process and the way it should be taken. So how this can be addressed, sir? It would be great if this point can be taken towards the ministry with the help of sir itself.
Now government is in the process of, I know of, I have been part of the discussion, at SRTMI. I mean, that is being, entire, its format is being revised. I mean, now it is being revised, and lot is happening. A new version of SRTMI is going to be launched. So what I'll request that some strong contribution, the manner it needs to be, because the problem again, I have been highlighting that it's not about resources, it's about the manner in which the only body we go to is the CSIR or ICAR. I've seen the manner and also where the research failed, what needs to be done. In this, in government kind of a setup, that becomes a
Thank you. So I'll have to come. unit, they say the sulfur is coming primarily from where? From the coal. Because if you have, let's say, a scrap-based unit, there is no question of sulfur being there, because the sulfur comes mainly from the coal. So, to make clean steel, do we still go for the BF-BOF route, or do we, of course, I'm sure Tata Steel will add to it, but I think JSW and Tata Steel both need to, move in the direction, because JSW again has all the routes. You have the BF-BOF route, you have the DRIF route, you have the Corex, you have all the routes of steel making available. So what are your thoughts on making Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative forward, reducing our dependence on coking coal imports from Australia, South Africa, Mozambique, etc., etc.? What is the thought at JSW?
Thank you. So as you have aptly outlined my talk, which I want to talk, and taking cue from Sanjay Singh sir when he asked that what type of coal, and you correctly said that coal which is here is of high ash. So before I will start, I will just give you some stats currently. If you see, the Indian industry currently using around 400 kg per ton of steel making, around with 33, somebody using around 225. So roughly with the current production of 142 million ton, we will be requiring around 75 ton of clean coal. Means the problem here is currently India produces around 50 to 55 million ton of steel grade coal, out of which only 8 million ton is being used in our steel plant. Rest is being used in power plant. So the problem is the Indian coal is inherently high ash. So it is not a problem, but the advantage is as compared to Mozambique coal or any other coal, our coal is generally low sulfur. It's less than 0.7%. So sulfur is not majorly coming from coal, but yes, it is coming from coal. But coal sulfur is not still an issue. Desulfurization, because some of the coal currently available outside the world is much higher sulfur. So if you see this coal currently that we have our power need, which majority of the coal is being used in power sector. But the clean coal, the coal of which can be used in steel sector is also being majorly used in power sector. And the problem lies in their washing capacity. Means the coal which we have is not directly amenable to use in steel plant. So the way to do is to wash it. And the coking coal, the BF route that you have mentioned, the BF route is mainly that we use it where we use coking coal. But then there are other routes. So currently, as I said, currently coal requirement can be given in half. Means half is coking coal, rest half is non-coking coal sector. But all the coal which is required need to be high grade. And that is the reason, Sanjay sir, the majority of the coal we steel producers are going for Australia because of availability of high grade coal. And the way moving forward for any Indian coke industry is, in steel industry, is to reduce the ash which is currently in, and fortunately, as you mentioned, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Steel Ministry of Coal and BCCL, all companies are going big way in washeries capacity enhancement. And JSW is also currently started this journey. Currently, JSW using almost 100% imported coal. But we have committed that we will be using significant amount of domestic coal, and for which I have been, I am in JSW to increase that quality and the way to use it. So we are also planning to keep the washing capacity at least of 8 to 10 million ton. And this is the key to move forward. Since currently our ash of Indian coking coal is around 25 to 30%, which we need to reduce is less than 18% or less than 15%. So that we can compete with the international coal. But there is one major advantage. Despite having all technological issues, the major advantage of Indian coal is the money. And any industry will only invest in the coal which can earn them money. And fortunately, Indian coal has that capacity. And this is one of the lucrative thing about Indian coal to be used in India, that it will give us more money than any Australian coal. If you go by technological part, all technologists or all iron makers, they want a clean coal which has low ash. So their blast furnace productivity will be higher. But when they use Indian coal, their productivity reduces, but that gives him more money. That there's more value in his Indian coal than in coal which we come. And as per the Ministry of Coal report, also we have seen. I am reading that report that currently we can use at least 25 to 30% of Indian coal straight away up to, but ash need to be less than 18%. So washing capacity is the key for the future use of coking coal, and any route that you use, coal still is the cheapest energy available in the market. Till the time other energy competes with the coal in the per GCV value, it will be the coal which will be dominating in Indian scenario. So we were trying to use as much as possible Indian coal with increased capacity, washing capacity, so that this capacity will at least have, we will have in JSW also, we are trying to put the same washing capacity, at least 8 to 10 million ton, so that we will be using more and more Indian coal and having a significant impact. Any company which use more Indian coal still has more EBITDA per ton of steel than who is not using it. So just see the difference, as you can see with any steel reports. So this is just, since time is short, so I will not dwell more on that. So I will answer anything.
Thank you, Mayank Shekharji. Thank you so much. I think if Mr. V.R. Sharma hears you, he'll be more than happy, because he is the foremost driver of usage of coal. Ankit, is Mr. V.R. Sharma available right now?
No, he has not joined yet.
Okay. Amanda, can you just ask Pradeep to give a reminder to Mr. V.R. Sharma or his executive assistant Dimple to see that Mr. V.R. Sharma joins right now? He is in Poland right now. But just keep a watch. He said he'll be joining at 11:30. But before we get Mr. V.R. Sharma on board, as I said, I have two gurus, Mr. V.R. Sharma and Mr. Pramod Sagar. So my second guru is here with me. My mentor is here with me. And I would like to, the whole idea of joining raw materials with refractories. Technically, let's understand refractory is not a raw material per se, because it doesn't go into the ingredient of steel making. But not a ton of steel will be produced in this country if you do not have refractories. And Sagar Saab knows, I refer to the refractory industry as the mother of our industry. Just as mother protects the child, the refractory protects our furnaces. So though they say it is a very minuscule portion of steel industry's total expenditure of, maybe 3 to 4%. So it's that small. And the whole refractory industry is valued at $2 billion. Say 15 to 16,000 crore. That's minuscule for the steel industry. You know that. Even the smallest of steel plants would be, their turnover would be at least 50% of the entire refractory industry turnover, the smaller ones. So, but because it's such an important industry, and gradually the margins are getting thinner and thinner in this industry, Mr. Khedekar would highlight why, the raw material prices are still very high and what we can do. Because the refractory industry is losing money because today the payment is linked to the number of heats. You pay according to the number of heats, so it is performance linked. But when Mr. Khedekar goes on increases the price, he goes on increasing the price. The same goes for, let's say, the other raw materials. It becomes a problem for Mr. Sagar to handle. So over to you, Sagar Saab, to talk about. And another thing which we started this morning is our over dependence on China. Sir, how do you want to address these issues in refractory industry?
Thank you so much, Nirmalya ji. Half of my work is already done by you. So thanks a lot for pitching our refractory industry, which is, as you said, very small but very critical industry for steel, not only for steel, but whatever, wherever is the heat, there's a refractory, and without refractory, we can't make anything. as we talking about, growth and infrastructure, steel 300 million ton by 2030 or so. So I will not be talking about opportunity. Opportunities are enough. The opportunity will come for a refractory industry because if you are going to produce steel, you need refractory. So that is not an issue. The issue is raw material. We are talking about raw material. Refractory also need raw material, and unfortunately in India, we don't have a high quality raw materials, whether it is a high alumina base or magnesia base. We have, but the quality of those raw material is very low. And unfortunately, we as industry, the government body, the research centers, we have not come together to think of on serious note how to benefit, how we can increase the quality of those raw materials available in us. And we are almost 90% relying on Chinese raw materials. And, whenever there's something happen, like in last 6 months or so, high alumina rates gone through the roof. The feed alumina rates gone up. So all of a sudden, my dear friends sitting on my left, in the audience also, many raw material suppliers are there. So they, with the, quick of the minute, they will send a mail, raw material rate has gone up, and whatever order you have, even we are not going to fulfill that, you need to give a price increase. And when we reach out to the end users, our steel industry, cement industry, oh, आप प्राइस इंक्रीज की बात कर रहे हैं, हमें 15% रिडक्शन के लिए मैनेजमेंट ने बोला. So where we go. So eventually the margins goes down, and most of the industry, refractory industry, is having single digit EBITDA. And when you are working on a very thin margin and you are not getting support from the raw material suppliers or the end users, you then start feeling the pinch, and whatever innovation you want to do, the different type of product you want to bring to the industry, you start thinking, I don't have money to spend on R&D, on innovation and all those things. So we really look for support from user industry, from our raw materials partners to support, and it is an end-to-end value chain. If you're, and we are in this like a sandwich in between. So we really look into support from everyone. And at the same time, when we talk about circular economy, recycling of refractories, this is a very good concept. If we use, say, 15-20% recycled material, we are reducing our reliability of China by 20%. And at the same time, we are having steel industry, the end users of decarbonization of, which is a hot topic nowadays. But again, this is a small part, but every industry is, try to sell it the raw refractory, used refractory at a little higher price, selling to n number of, traders. And then traders are add value and giving to the refracting industry at a very high price. So wherever we can, really add value, we can create some, profitability, that also vanish. So on paper, we are trying to do circular economy, recycling of it, which is very essential for our planet, environment, for industry, for decarbonization. But still, we are not, working hand to hand. And my request to the steel industry is, if you can seriously think of, giving this used refractory to only the manufacturers and at a very reasonable price, it will help us to survive and help you to give a better product at competitive rate. Nirmalya ji also touched base in the beginning about payments. So this is always, okay, inko bhi de de. Though without refractory, you cannot run the plant, but still, when it comes to my dear friends, ferro-alloy people and all, everybody will get in advance, but refractory, okay, after 90 days or so. So there are many challenges. If I keep on talking, I can talk half an hour, but there are challenges, and we are really looking for a support from everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sagar Sahab. Really grateful. When it comes to the importance of refractory industry, Mr. Abhijit Narendra, who spoke today, Sagar Sahab, you were there when he had addressed our conference in Calcutta itself. A couple of years ago, Mr. Abhijit Narendra came down here and addressed. And that was the time when ministry was incorporating the PLI, Productivity Linked Incentive Scheme. And I'm very happy that ministry thought of the refractory industry to be included in the PLI. So that was a very positive step which ministry took to give importance to the refractory industry, which in size may be small, but in terms of importance, it's a huge significance. As I said, it protects our furnaces. So huge amount of savings is done to the steel industry by the contribution of the refractory industry. So with that, I'll just move on to Mr. Khedekar with the same line on what I started off with. Unless you put across, let's say, somewhere a full stop in your alumina prices, the refractory industry will go on losing their margins. And as it is, they have a hairline margin left. They don't have, as Sagar Sahab said, they do not have funds. The industry does not have funds to fund R&D projects, because R&D results you don't get in one day. You invest in R&D, you get the results after 5 years, 6 years. So to sustain that kind of an investment, you need margins. And this industry is surviving on hairline margins. So what do you think is the effective way forward for suppliers like Hindalco and alumina? Also, we have a big challenge from magnesite. Seawater magnesite, dead-bond magnesite. These are not available in this country. Many years ago, I remember there was a company called Birla Pericles. We tried to enter this segment, but miserably failed. They wanted to enter seawater magnesite extraction, which did not happen. So what is your suggestion as far as making the refractory industry Atmanirbhar is concerned, so that we don't have to depend on China anymore? We look for scout for alternate sources. We find out local alternatives. My father was a chemist and used to specialize on lubricants. So you would always tell me, I look for alternative additives. I look for alternate base oils. So similarly, can the refractory industry think on those lines? Over to you, Mr. Khedekar.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Nirmalji. I think I unfortunately cannot say that you have done half my job, like Pramodji said here, because you have actually doubled my job. So let me just zoom out a little. Okay, what are we in the business of? Okay, we are in the business of helping our customers and our customers' customer do what they want. I am relatively new to this sector, to steel as well as to refractories, to aluminas. And 3 years ago when we started, here this is what I heard. The steel producers were saying we want to make higher purity steel, ultra light gauge steel, better steel, and for that we need better refractories. We need better quality refractories. We want refractories that will last. We will want refractories which will have lowest level of impurities. And when we relayed that conversation to the refractory makers, they said, we want higher quality raw materials. This higher quality raw material that we are talking about was not available in the country. This was mostly imported. Most of the raw materials, that go into refractory, white fuse, tabular, on the aggregate side, low soda reactives, low soda calcined materials, on the calcined side, fines, which are also have to have a certain level of purity, high alumina cements. More than 90% of the refractory in most cases is actually alumina. So the quality of the refractory will be determined by the quality of the alumina. So the challenge that was thrown at us was build a supply chain which is local, because this is just after COVID. That is the time I got into the business, and supply chains were very, very disrupted. And we had experienced, the refractory industry and the steel industry had experienced a lot of disruption because of unavailability of raw materials at the right price. So the challenge was make material available, get higher quality material in. And the third imperative that was asked was sustainability, where they said that we are decisively moving towards green steel, we are decisively moving towards green refractories, and therefore we would be monitoring your sustainability credentials. Now, here is what we did in response. Okay, we had only one plant which was doing specialty aluminas in Belagavi. We said, let's convert the other. So in Muri, which is our second plant, we started converting that plant into a specialty alumina plant. And that plant is now, I'm happy to say, over in 3 years, almost 70% of the capacity of that plant is dedicated to specialty alumina. Thanks to this, our overall volumes of alumina that goes to the refractory industry has increased 3 times. So what have we effectively done? We have effectively created a domestic supply chain for something that was largely imported in the past. We've also announced projects for white fused aluminas. We'll go into other synthetic aggregates in due course. We have a pilot running already. We'll have a full-scale plant in, by next year. So a large part of the refractory value chain of materials will come from us. Second, on taking the quality up, on making sure that the refractory itself is high purity, good purity enough, so that the ultra light gauge steel, the high purity steels, etc., can be produced. We had to invest on getting our own product quality up, and this was not something that we knew. I mean, while we've been in this business for 20 years, and our refractory players have been in this business for more than 20 years, and steel has been in that business for more than 20 years, I think we are seeing a very steep curve on technology as far as improvements is concerned. So we actually built a strong team of researchers, professionals from the industry to make sure that these products are available. And our portfolio of products, which used to be about 60, 70 SKUs, is now gone to 180 SKUs with a lot of these high-end, high purity, reactive kind of materials that we've been able to create, high aluminas, for the industries, like refractories. So whether it is sub-micron grade aluminas, whether it is higher purity aluminas, all of these products are now available in the country from Hindalco for Third, on sustainability. Our carbon footprint used to be 1.3 kgs carbon dioxide per ton of alumina, just 3 years ago. From there, we've invested in a solar plant, we've invested in a biomass plant, we've invested in a wind plant. We have brought the carbon footprint from 1.3 kgs to 0.5 kgs, which means the alumina that you buy from us is the greenest alumina you get in the whole world. There is no one at 0.5 kgs carbon dioxide per ton. And this is coming from a company which also has zero liquid discharge, which does community management, which does biodiversity management, which does zero zero waste to landfill, because all of our red mud is sold to cement customers. So the greenest sustainability credentials available. Why we did all this? Because we thought the industry wanted it. Now, what I'm seeing is that neither the refractory industry nor the steel industry is able to premiumize all these offerings that we are making, and we are being pointed fingers at to say you are not controlling costs. I don't know how to control costs by doing all these expenses and doing exactly what you tell me, and still giving you a raw material at the lowest price possible or the worst price possible, which is competing with China. Steel is competing from China. Steel is not able to survive. Why do you want me to, also play the same rat race? Let's do this together. Let's get together and strategically play this game and create a fair market in India for ourselves and have a supply chain which will work for us and a market which will work for us. Because we have done exactly what you all wanted us to do, and we have done, we are really showing progress. And I'll really request your appreciation of all of the work that we are doing, all the costs that we are incurring, all the efforts that we are taking. And I'm sure our customers and the steel industry appreciate this, because if someone starts caring about the sustainability of the raw materials, if someone starts looking at valuing the supply chain, the reduction in volatility, the reduction in inventory levels, the ability to partner for product quality improvements, etc., it's all now available. We've really done this for you. I am also a receiver of these fundamentals that you're talking about, because when bauxite becomes unavailable in the world, it becomes unavailable for us. When power costs go up, when gas costs go up, they become as difficult for us as they become for all of you. So I am not, increasing costs by some, whim to, artificially increase the margins for Hindalco or Mr. Birla. That is not the way we work. We are, I think, working at the same levels of, that we were working at. And in the process, we are also trying to make sure that the strategic agenda that you have asked us to work on is being taken forward. So I just wanted to use this forum to, make sure that this is appreciated, that we are really working for making sure that the larger agenda of what our steel industry should look like, what our refractory industry should look like, and it should truly compete on the global scale. Our role in that, we are trying to make sure we are honest to that role, and we are playing that role, and we are doing whatever it takes to, deliver the goods from our side. Is there a better way to work with the industry? By all means, I have always offered. I am very happy for a longer term association with any, understanding that will last a good time and a bad time. What I have typically observed is after doing all of this, when times are bad, we have these very tactical conversations. When times are good, suddenly we are asked to participate in an auction, and then some lowest cost person will just get the order, and we have created this huge capacity, and I'm running it at 60%. I have had, just in 3 years, I have had, all of these experiences where, for example, in the last 6 months, we were running out of material. Just 6 months before that, my plants were running at 60%. So, please appreciate that we are also having our own challenges in how we can partner in a much better and in a much consistent manner with this industry. And I'll appreciate all ideas, and we are very, very open. I'm telling you, I'm not at all close to the idea of supporting and collaboration. I think we are all working for the same goal. Vikasit Bharat is our goal. Getting the highest quality and the best quality steel out of India, and India should stand for quality, consistency, finesse is what we want. We should stand for sustainability, and we should, of course, deliver the 7-8% growth that we are going to get every year by having a domestic supply chain. So if all of this is to be true, any model that will help us do this together, we are very happy to be a part of it. I hope, I've been able to explain our position on this. We are not, some greedy monsters who are, just making money at the cost of refractory or steel industries. We are very much your partners, and, we are here to do the right thing for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Khareka ji. Thank you so much. On a lighter vein, the difference between you and Mr. Sagar is that who has a better bargaining power. When it comes to the steel industry, if Mr. Sagar doesn't give an X price, there are 200 other players who will be willing to give that price. But if Hindalco says tomorrow I will not go below this price, there is very little Mr. Sagar can do. That's on a lighter vein. But, the world runs on whoever has the bargaining power wins the battle. Having said that, I'll move on to a public sector refractory producer, which is SAIL Refractory Unit. Now, one may easily question, a minuscule part of the expense is the refractory expense. It is what, 3%? So for that 3%, why doesn't SAIL want to leave that business? You are eating into Mr. Sagar's business by just to get that 3% share of your total cost element. Point one. Point number two, since you have an advantage of being a producer and a user too, because you are using your own product, your refractories goes into your own plants, I would say mostly captively consumed. Even if you don't sell outside, you survive. So in such a situation, what are the specific challenges which, let's say, SAIL Refractory Unit has to go through? Because your customer is internal. You're mostly catering to an internal customer, where you can get away with a lot of things. So what are the real challenges before a PSU refractory producer which caters to his own customers? What are the challenges?
A very good morning to all of you. Yes, Nirmala ji has put a very pertinent question to me, that being a 3%, what do you say, that our
expense,
it is our contribution. 3% is the contribution to per ton of crude steel making. Where in India, many refractory manufacturers and players are there. Then why should SAIL need a captive refractory unit. So now I'm coming to the point. If it will take, I will not take much time, because you will need a longer time, but I will try to make it short. Cell refractory unit, though it is now a captive unit, but a few years ago it was not a captive unit, but it was Bharat Refractories Limited, which was a public sector undertaking for sale only. So you can say Bharat Refractories Limited was a captive unit of sale. So since inception, we have captive plants, and before Bharat Refractories Limited, Bokaro Steel, Bhilai and all, we had our own units. In the year 72, we got it conglomerated to Bharat Refractories, and finally in the year 2009 as Cell Refractory Unit. That time it was a need, perhaps. Many players were not there, so they felt necessary to make captive units. But now I can say, okay, we can think of hiving it off, no problem. And we can have some kind of marketing arrangement with the private players or importers that, okay, you give me this refractory. So that can happen. That can happen. But strategically, we have kept this refractory unit like we have our own ferroalloy unit also in Chandrapur. It is a strategic decision. It is a management decision that, okay, we will have certain percentage of this, like we have got our indigenous coal, and mostly we depend around 10 to 15% indigenous coal we use, and 85 to 90% coal we import. For that matter, now we have also explored other areas like Mongolia and Russia also. And Russian shaft has got a very good market now in sale. I don't know about the private players. So strategically, we want that we should have it because for the marketing purpose. And also to know the pulse of refractory industry and the availability of the raw materials, because when a refractory manufacturers like Pramod Sagarji agar tells me that I am facing this problem, then I must have that similar realization. And I can also tell my management that yes, what he is saying is right. We are also facing the similar problem. So now I'm coming that why, though it is having a contribution of 3% to steel making, from price point of view, but why it is so important to discuss in this Biswa Bangla Center? Like a person, I have told it previously also, a person's weight may be 70 to 80 kg average, but the weight of the heart is hardly 200 grams. But you all know without that 200 grams, this 70 to 80 kg body weight is nothing. Similarly, this refractory plays a role in steel making. Without this, you cannot do anything. You do not have an alternative, like you do not have an alternative to the heart for a human body. And now the typical problem we are facing, the raw material for refractory, whether it is magnesia, whether it is alumina, silica part, I will keep it aside. Now the Hindalco chief has said that the problem with alumina. Recently, the alumina prices shut up because availability became a problem. Like if that Guyanese bauxite doesn't come, entire world is shaking up. If Chinese magnesia is not coming, entire world is shaking up. Like if Australian coal does not come, the world will shake up. Recently, I was just studying that the country is poised to make 300 million ton of steel by next 5, 6, 7 years. That means we have to double the capacity. For example, if you want to add 100 million ton crude steel in our country, the route is BFUF. Okay, we can think of DRI and all the things, but the time has not come now for us that we will leave this BFUF route and we can adapt that to make 100 million ton of, to add 100 million ton of crude steel to our country. So 100 million ton crude steel has to come through this BFUF route. Of course, there are challenges from sustainability front. But when 100 million ton comes through this route and 350 coke rate is a milestone to achieve. And if I consider 350 is the coke rate, then now our coke, from coal to coke conversion, the BF grade coke we get around 70%. So normally a coke oven battery is 1 million ton coal throughput, then it will be 0.7 million ton coke throughput. That means in a 350 coke rate, a 1 million ton coal throughput coke oven battery will produce 2 million ton hot metal. That way, to add 100 million ton hot metal, you need 50 such coke oven batteries. And one coke oven battery average needs 15,000 tons of silica refractories. So just imagine how many silica manufacturers are there, how many quartzite mines are there, and how we are going to get it. Market is the same. Okay, everybody is looking towards China. I don't know how many tons you can get from China at a time. This is one challenge. Another challenge is alumina front. And why I'm saying this, particularly these silica refractories are used in coke oven batteries, and the coke oven batteries once starts, at least it will run for 20 years for a next cold repair. And to build a coke oven battery right now, a stamp charge battery, we need around 2,500 to 3,000 crores of rupees.
Rasam, can I take a comment on that from Mr. Deshpande? Deshpande ji, if you could just highlight a little bit about the coke oven batteries and what kind of refractory consumption we are talking about in coke oven batteries.
No, I think the point that is being made is quite correct. If the coke oven's installation requirement comes in a span of 5 years, 10 years, and it requires a large amount of coke oven refractories, silica refractories, and thereafter for next 25 years or 30 years, there is not going to be a sustainable demand, then the investments which will go in to make this silica refractories will just live for 10 years. So it will not have a sustainability thereafter. So we, unfortunately, this cycle of manufacturing that we have gone into is like this only. It is not a steady cycle. We just have to ramp up our production capacity just now and thereafter stay quiet, which is not very healthy for the downstream or the supplying industries. But the picture is that I would just supplement to this particular issue saying that we can take advantage of the downward cycle in China. While there is an upward cycle of installation of capacities in India, the China wants to reduce capacities. So there is a surplus capacity, there's a surplus raw material availability available in China. Maybe they have a problem of its disposal. We just have to actually tie it up well. That talk to them, understand it, understand their point of view, understand our requirements, and talk to them well. Maybe the problem is resolvable in this particular fashion. This is the way I would sort of imagine a solution in this particular area.
Thank you, Deshpande ji. Rathab, I'll just come back to you, but before that, I want the overall outlook on the mining industry from Mr. Satija, who's being a specialist in the mining business of Tata Steel. And now, of course, he heads the Ferroalloys and Minerals Division of Tata Steel. So I would like to know your outlook on sustainability issues, on let's say how much Tata Steel is dependent on its captive sources, and in course of time, do you see a possibility of Tata Steel entering into merchant mining operations as well? Over to you, Satija ji. Then I'll go to Mr. Dinesh Shastri, followed by EDTNS sale. So over to you, Mr. Pankaj Satija, EIC, Ferroalloys and Minerals Division, Tata Steel.
Good everyone. So I always start my talk with one story. And this story is from Chandogya Upanishad. It talks about a caterpillar named Chitra. So once upon a time, in a thick forest, a caterpillar was thriving on leaves in the dark place at the bottom. And she always used to wonder about the birds which used to fly and at a very high distance. She was also thinking that how I can fly, but things were not working as per her plan. And slowly the weight of her body went up. The movement became very small. And after some time, there was a change in the body, and then the silk thread started coming out and he got into a cocoon. It was a total dark situation. She was not able to see what is outside. They stayed there in cocoon for 2-3 days, very quiet, not able to know what will happen next. After some time, there was sunshine, and she could come out of this cocoon with the wings, which different colors, blue, gold. And with that wings, she started flying and seeing the mountain below it. So if you look at the story of steel industry, it follows the same cycle almost every 10 years. It goes into the cocoon, not able to see what is happening outside, the totally dark period. And then again, it starts flying. So in 1990s, there were certain reports which told that the steel industry is a sunset industry. After a decade again, 2015-16, we saw the different import from China, and the steel industry was again seeing the rock bottom, again in the cocoon. And today also, we are in the same period where we are struggling with the Chinese import, and the Trump directions of 25% tariff again may force Japan and Korea to dump further. So again, we are in the same situation. We look at steel industry as Oliver Hood famous lullaby, that you are my sunshine, the only sunshine. You make me happy when the skies are gray. So we look at a steel industry that they will come for our survival. They will take some protection measures, and the steel industry will, or the mining industry will thrive. But this time the things are different in a way that earlier times the iron ore prices were not that high, but in today's time, iron ore prices are through auction regime are very high. And the data which are at the surface level are different than what it is at the deeper level. So in 2016-17, the production was 194 million ton iron ore. And today it is close to 280 million ton. But the number of mines were 318 in 2016-17, and now it has reduced to 276. So while at the surface you may see that iron ore production is going up, there is no change. We are getting iron ore, but the bottom line is that the number of mines are getting close, and the number of new mines are not coming. And if you see the trend of auctions, a few months back, the average auction bid premium for iron ore was 114%. And last 8 auction of iron ore in Karnataka, the bids were 150 to 200%. Now, a merchant miner, as Mr. Nirmalya was asking, that if it can work, it may not. Because after 54%, merchant mining is not viable. unless you subsume that cost into steel making. So the recent auctions, if you take it into account, the average auction price will be close to 120%. And when merchant mining is not viable after 54%, so the concept of merchant mining in today's time is not practical. And if you see the auctions also, most of the auctions had happened because of steel makers. So where government may come out that these are for the commercial blocks, but in the auction, it is the steel maker who takes it because they can subsume the high cost of iron ore. Coking coal also has been talked about that we are much dependent on Australia, more than 57 million ton we import. Though the government has taken different targets of de-risking the import from Australia to Russia and Mongolia, but there are certain other challenges related to logistics. So if you ask me how things are panning out and how it will move, I am little skeptical about the number of mines opening, and we are not going into the right directions. So if you ask me what are the suggestions we should have, first of all, there should be an action plan, a calendar plan for the auctions. A lessee should know that which are the auctions block, which may come in which quarter, so that the aggressive bidding will go down. We also need to see, and Rajasthan is coming with the calendar plan for the auction. We also need to see how the auction method should be. So there are two states, Chhattisgarh and MP. MP follows the forward auction. So they put the blocks on auction, and whosoever bids high, they get the block. Chhattisgarh, same state I would say, because once upon a time they were similar. They had a reverse auctions because the Chhattisgarh government believes that the prime duty of the government is to make raw material available at affordable price so that more and more industry can come. So in the same country, two states following two different auction mechanisms, one on the forward auction to get more and more revenue, and second on the reverse auction so that raw material is available at affordable prices so that other industry can also come up. And this is, I think, we need to have more deliberations on how the government should come out with the auction methodology, because when it was brought in, the prime purpose of auction was to remove the discretion or the discrimination. But what it has turned out to be a revenue maximization. So that's why if you see auction happens in 1 year and then 2 years there is no auction. And when the blocks are put for auction, people bid 150%, 160%, 200%, thinking that maybe no more auction will come and they may not have the raw material security. Ferroalloy industry, it's not going well because the prices are coming down. Last year, if you see Chinese prices, it was 8,900. Today it is 6,900. So 2,000 drop RMB in prices. There has not been respite in chrome ore prices is going up because again in the auction regime, when OMC puts the ore for auction, people bid very high. There is not much respite on the power cost. Some of the states have also thought of increasing the power tariff duty. Only solace is that the reductant prices have not gone up. But if you see the cost of production, it is much higher than the price which we are getting. And that requires a structural change by the government. So if I have to summarize how the ferroalloy industry are working and thriving, I would like to borrow words of Wasim Barelvi that शाम होने तक सुबह की नजरों में उतर जाते हैं, इतने समझौतों में जीते हैं कि मर जाते हैं. So we are making compromises throughout the day, throughout the months, thinking of which geography to look at to get little better NR, what are the levers we can further reduce the cost. But it requires a structural change, and only then probably the industry will thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satija ji. Mr. Pankaj Satija, it's always a pleasure to hear him speak. And I think, you take back a certain content whenever you hear him speak. And I get thoroughly impressed whenever I hear him. And it's been over the years that he has addressed so many of my conferences. Even during the peak of the pandemic, I think two gentlemen, one is Mr. Pramod Sagar and one is Mr. Pankaj Satija, who kept our webinars alive with their beautiful speeches. It was Mr. Pramod Sagar who started with the first webinar I did. So I'm really grateful to both of you for giving me the opportunity to host you in my webinars during the peak of the pandemic. So now we'll move to very important part, which is logistics. Without logistics, this industry will not survive. And every day we realize that logistics cost is becoming a challenge. And movement, as far as our iron ore is concerned, most of it is seaborne trade. And as they say, the world prices are at parity only because it is seaborne. Because once it is seaborne, the cost hardly varies. I mean, because of the cost advantage you get. But when it comes to inland cost, it becomes much, much higher. So I think Mr. Dinesh Shastri, again, someone I have known since he was a very young executive with Tata Steel. He was in FAMD. Later, he went on to become the CEO of the limestone unit of Tata Steel, which was Silla Eastern. He spent some time in Southeast Asia before coming back and becoming the EIC, which Mr. Pankaj Satija is now holding. The same position Mr. Dinesh Shastri was holding at that point of time. Now he's the managing director of TMILL. So I would like to know from you, Dineshi, how does logistics costs stand as of now? And what are the ways and means by which we can reduce the cost? Mr. Nitin Gadkari has done a lot for this country when it comes to improving the speed of logistics by having wonderful roads, which we could only compare with Europe. What Europe has done over the years, we are doing right now. So, Dineshi, what are your thoughts on when we talk of 500 million tons by 2047? What kind of infrastructure, what kind of logistics, what kind of support does the logistics industry require to make our costs feasible and sustainable? And do you foresee a certain amount of decarbonization initiatives to reduce our carbon footprint in the logistics sector as well, which is again dependent on energy cost? Over to you, Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TMILL.
Good morning. Thank you, Nirmalya, for inviting me. And also thank you for putting me on the spot, because I had come with some prepared speech and you have changed the subject altogether. So मैं कोशिश करता हूँ, and but ideally, before I would have started, I would have been very happy if my customer, Das Saab, from Steel Authority Logistics would have spoken before me. Then it would have been much better for me to, respond to as a logistics service provider. So if you talk about the challenges, you have rightly said that for moving producing 1 ton of steel and delivering 1 ton of steel, you have to move at least 4.5, depending on how it is, between 4 to 5 tons of material. And for moving the material, you are obviously dependent on only 3 ways of mechanics of movement. One, as you said, is ocean movement, which is relatively stable, but for people like us on the shipping background, we can say that it is also highly volatile, and the freight rates can make a huge difference to the steel cost. Luckily, right now, from a steel consuming point of view, the freight rates are low, but it has been times when this has become a critical issue. But when we talk about the Indian steel industry in general, if you take away the imported coal, we are essentially talking about inland raw material movement. And here the water is not an option, because inland water is only something which we talk about. The Indian river system is not something which is amenable as of now for water transportation. Road is, even if whatever improvements that are happening, and yes, I must commend the government that Indian road systems are improving fantastically over time. But a steel plant of any size cannot depend on road transportation for sustaining their operations for even a day, I would say. So essentially what remains is railway, which has always been the backbone of the steel industry, right from the times when I happened to be a steel industry second generation. I still remember as a kid growing up 70s and 80s, my dad used to keep checking the same thing on every, when he used to take the morning report or evening night report, kitna wagon load hua, kitna rake load hua, etc. So this problem, which has been there for 50, 60 years, is going to continue. I'll give you a small example of the problem that possibly is being faced by most of us in the industry. Is the number of indent pending, for example, if I have to take today. I'm quoting FOIS data. If it may be right, it may not be right, but directionally the size of the or the magnitude of the problem will be easily understood. Most of the steel industries are concentrated in two zones of Indian Railways. One is the East Coast Railway and the Southeastern Railway. If you take the East Coastern Railway, which is relatively the smaller and the younger division, today approximately 8,000 indents are pending. Okay, no big deal. But now if you take the timing of the indents, almost 30% of these indents are pending for more than 30 days. So if you are a customer waiting for a rake to be delivered, you'll be lucky if you get it. If you're not one of the bigger ones, you'll be very lucky if you get it, even after paying the premium. But now just move to the big brother, Southeastern Railway. The numbers are 3 times. 23,000 some odd rakes are pending, and 70% of them are more than 30 days. And this, my friends, despite people being ready to pay the premium, if India has to grow to the numbers that are being talked about, 100, we are today 125, 130, depending on which number we take, we go up to 300 million. It is not going to happen with the current infrastructure. Directionally, government has taken quite a few good decisions. One of the most important decisions was to primarily the government should focus on the infrastructure, rather the Indian Railway should focus on infrastructure, and the rolling stock should be gradually privatized. So this is good opportunity solution. Everything is great, but also like everything else, it's a one step up and maybe 2 steps back. Good schemes were introduced. We were very proud to be pioneers or members of the schemes, particularly for steel industry. We see there is a scheme called SFTO, a Special Freight Train Operator Scheme. TMIL and Tata Steel flagged off the first steel coil rake under this way back in 2017. This gives us an opportunity for private participation in which we can at least make our supply chain more reliable. Cost-wise, it is marginally, it doesn't make any difference. In fact, it's slightly expensive because it's an insurance product that comes at a premium. But what it does is gives us the reliability, it gives us the flexibility, and also ensures that we reduce our road quotient so that, it also gives us sustainability green points. But steel, as you said, is only 1 ton. For each ton of steel, we have got 3.5 to 4 tons of raw materials, which is iron ore, coal, limestone. And if you are talking ferroalloys, manganese ore also comes into it. Now, when we talk about that, this is an area which is going to see serious problem going forward. The current availability of rakes with the Indian Railways is not sufficient to meet all our demands. Here, there was a very good scheme, I would say, from a user perspective called GPWI scheme, General Purpose Investment, Wagon Investment Scheme, in which private people, a lot of us have also been a part of it, participated. And as of now, about 400 rakes have been or are being inducted under this scheme. But unfortunately, as these schemes, as these rakes came in, 90% of them have come in these 2 zones only. So railways are finding it very difficult to accommodate these rakes within their complex network. And therefore, there has been a moratorium on this new induction. Now, while many companies have taken this route to de-risk their supply chain, unfortunately, this option is more or less sealed now. In the near future, we do not expect any more rakes to be allocated under the GPWI scheme, which leaves. So what next? What is the problem? If we are talking problems, then obviously we have to look at some opportunities and solutions as well. So in the general purpose scheme, the opportunity therefore is basically to collaborate. You know, when we take material from point A to point B, there is always a segment for, if you talk only one customer and one logistics service provider, then there's a big chance that the rail will probably come back empty. Now, this is an opportunity where more than we, and TMIL is actually well placed to be a catalyst in that, is to, you know, we can collaborate and combine volumes. There's a scope for Uberization, overalization of even the railway business. And I hope that by the time we come back in the next 1 or 2 conferences, we might be in a position to offer such solutions. And the second is we have to look at new designs of wagons, which can be introduced under the what we call the SFTO schemes, which would be multi-purpose. On one hand, one side we can carry steel, and other side we can bring back raw materials. Obviously, this will not work for all routes. It was good for routes which are going to say towards the port, or they have got natural, you know, flows. But overall, this is going to be a huge, major bottleneck which will impact our growth aspirations. And we are making the right steps. Directionally, we are doing the right things, but our pace of, and also our, you know, our clarity of our thinking is still not there. We have the dedicated freight corridors, yes, very good. But again, how much of it is being directly contributing to today's steel movement? Hardly anything, because mostly the Western is more suitable than the East. Most of our steel actually travels almost 60-70% on the normal route and only about 30-40% on a DFC. So directionally improvements have happened. It is good where we are today, but definitely very short of where we need to be there tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dineshji. Again, very well thought suggestions and realization for us. With that, I'll move to your customer. That's up to Mr. Das is Executive Director, Transport and Shipping of Steel Authority of India Limited. SAIL, by virtue of having plants almost in every corner of the country, the logistic issues are huge, the challenges are huge. And I think SAIL must have, you know, when you talk of Vision 2047, when you talk of, you know, 50 million tons target by SAIL, production target, which you're going to achieve in the corporate plan, you need to enhance your infrastructure. You need to expand your logistics base. So what is the vision at SAIL to streamline your logistics and as well as reduce the cost effectively in the decade ahead, say between 2025 to 2035, 40? What is the thought at SAIL?
Namaskar. My distinguished co-panelists, esteemed delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I extend my sincere thanks to Steel and Metallurgists, particularly Nirmalaji, for choosing such an apt topic for discussion, which is of utmost importance for shaping the growth and development of the country, at the same time ensuring a sustainable future. You know, I recall year 2017, when this national steel policy was announced, there were whispers in the corridors, it's a utopian plan, it's not going to happen. But in 2025, we are standing here, our steel capacity is beyond 180 million ton, and we are having a very good growth projections. So national steel policy is a reality today. And that's the modern India, that's the strength in steel fraternity. Our steel industry, you know, as Nirmalaji was also telling, is a volume intensive industries. For each ton of steel making, you have to make 4 tons of this freight movement is associated with this. And steel and iron ore together, that constitute around 12% of the total freight movement in the country. But logistic cost here in steel industries India for the steel plants is around 16 to 18% of the total revenue. That is quite high compared to the best in class benchmark performances, that is 10 to 12% globally. As such, in India, this logistic cost is quite high, as a percentage of GDP compared to the developed economies. But silver lining here is government of India has proposed a budgetary allocation of around 11.21 lakh crores in this financial year, and year before it was 11.11 crores. 11.11 lakh crores. If this huge funding goes into this sector, this infrastructure sector, I am pretty sure that this logistic cost will definitely increase. But if you only talk about this logistic cost and the logistic efficiency, you are not doing justice. There are another very important aspect is there that is associated with logistics, that is the sustainability and the climate friendly transportation. Because transportation sector is a sector that is a one of the major contributor of emission, that is around 17% emission is coming from the transportation sector. In SAIL, this entire logistic is skewed towards railways. Our railway coefficient is more than 90%, but still we are trying to improve our modal mix so that we can have our even better this environmental footprint. One of the very beauteous expectation is Robertson, he once said, the greatest threat to our planet is our belief that someone else will save it. Because our still our these actions are not there. Whatever pledges are there, whatever ambitions are there, and the actions are not disproportionate. We are not taking the proportionate this action to come out of this. So time is ticking fast. Just we have to hasten our these actions so that the sustainability, that is the I think most threatening this thing today. We are come out of this thing. SAIL has crafted its logistic vision is a set of priorities like optimizing the logistic cost, improve the modal mix, optimization of this inventory level, ensuring immunity against geopolitical disturbances, customer orientation, and last but not the least, the sustainability. But we have got a lot of challenges here. And I think these challenges are common to all the integrated steel makers in India. First and foremost is uncertainty in the raw material sourcing, because most of our raw materials are coming from overseas sources. Major portion of our raw material, that is coal. Then bulk shipment freight is quite high, and thus market is highly volatile. Ports are not fully mechanized. Even still today, we are handling 50% of the cargo in the this manual berths. There is inadequacy in the Indian Railway rakes. What Mr. Dinesh ji was also talking about. Lines are excessively congested, mostly in the Chakradharpur division of the Southern Railway, where most of the steel makers and the pellet manufacturing units are there because of the nearness to the iron ore sources. Then this carrying capacity is low. Road network is not up to date and modernized. Then another very important aspect, that is the waterways, that is not fully developed. Though India is having a geographical advantage of having around 7,500 kilometers long coastal line. We have got around 14,500 kilometers long navigable waterways, but that has not translated into better share in the this water transportation system. It is only 6.4%. And most worrying fact is it is it's quite flat for last 4-5 years. That is 6.4%. So these are the challenges. Even with these challenges, SAIL has made its logistic vision, keeping in the mind its capacity expansion plan, because we have got a very ambitious expansion plan. So this logistic vision, they will meet our present need. At the same time, it will make it itself ready for the coming days, where our our requirement will be at least 2 to 3 folds from what it is today. So taking all these things consideration, there are certain initiatives taken by SAIL. I think that what mentioning here, first and foremost, is improve supplier relationship management, because we are importing most of the things from overseas suppliers. So better relationship always gives some dividend. Then we have gone for inking a long-term arrangements with ports and the stevedoring agents. so that there is seamless transportation of the cargoes from the ports to the plants. Introduction of the technologies like IoTs and RFIDs to improve visibility across the supply chain. AI-enabled logistic optimization model, warehouse management system. Then for immunity against the geopolitical disturbances, we have gone for multiple sourcing, multiple routing, flexibility in our operation, and moreover, we are looking for newer means and keeping the level of buffer stocks in the both in ports and plants, just to take care of these geopolitical political disturbances. Then we are talking about the lesser availability of IRX. For that, we have gone for introduction of the rakes under this GPWS scheme and LSFTO scheme, and TMIL, as Dinesh was talking about, we have taken rakes from the TMIL also. So with these things, somehow we are managing our logistic here. And there are such policy support also. Government of India, they have gone for different infrastructure development to bring down this logistic cost to the level of 8 to 9%, and which is quite high today. That is more than, it's hovering around 13 to 14% today. And Pradhan Mantri National Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti National Master Plan, under that different infrastructure and Sagarmala project is coming. Sagarmala project is basically, it has got 5 this legs, that is port modernization, port connectivity, port-based industrialization, then coastal area development and coastal movement and IWT. And lot of budgetary allocation is there, that is around 5.8 lakh crores, and 839 projects are coming under this scheme. SAIL has taken all these elements and strategically integrating all these elements in our logistic plan. We could make a very vibrating and resilient logistics system, and we are pretty sure that that will give dividend in the coming days. So once again, I thank Steel and Metallurgy and all the industry partners for arranging such a nice platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Das. And I've been sharing an excellent relationship with you, and I have known you as, again, a very nice person. You know, I really feel fortunate that this industry has such good people around. You know, the day Mr. Pankaj Satija shared Dinesh's number, my one-line answer was, I have known him as a wonderful human being. Remember, Pankaj ji, मैंने क्या लिखा था आपको? I have known him as a wonderful human being. So I feel so proud that this industry has such wonderful talent, wonderful souls, and that is why I feel so great about this industry, great about our nation. Mr. Sanjay Singh, I have never seen such a down-to-earth steel secretary. You know, the IAS officers are known to have an attitude of throwing their hair around, which I've never seen in Mr. Sanjay Singh. So that's the greatness. And now I come to the technology part. We were talking about the ingredients now. Now we come to the cooking. What cooks into iron making are the raw materials. So Mr. G.P. Chakravarti is Chief Iron Making in Tata Steel. And again, Tata Steel is known to have a legacy of its own on experimenting new routes, new technologies as the very first, which I think JSW has also started doing. JSW came much later, but I remember Sajanji told me once, I at Sushimda's office in INSDAC, when Sushimda was Director General of INSDAC, I remember Sajanji telling me that our DNA is very aggressive. And if it's a 5 million ton market, we will take that entire 5 million ton. That is the vision of Sajanji. And Sushimda was next to Sajanji as both of them were sitting together. This was the discussion I was having. So I think we need to experiment. We need to find out ways and means by which the best quote unquote steelmaking route becomes our dream. Because, generally when we talk of decarbonization, the general feeling in us is only the DRI route can be, decarbonized. In BAF, BOF, there is nothing much to be done. But, again, as Shashankji mentioned, that we have to use our resources. Coal is the best possible and the cheapest possible resource available to us. We must utilize that judicially. So, Mr. Chakravarti, if you would like to share with us, because one of the think tanks in Tata Steel is talking of DRI. I understand that. There is a big think tank at Tata Steel which is sincerely and seriously thinking of moving to the DRI route. What are your thoughts as the chief of iron making at Tata Steel?
Thank you, Nimalada, and thank you for inviting me. And good afternoon to all of you. So you know that I will just touch upon few important things. So you know that in India's perspectives, so there is a huge opportunity for steel to grow. But there are a lot of challenges while we say there is a huge opportunities for growth of steel, because the sustainable growth is important, because which we are not seeing as of today in India, but we can see that a lot of different scenarios is happening in Europe, which may happen in India in future. So one is the law and other one is the awareness of the people. So both are actually happening and both is very important for the sustainable growth of the steel. So you know that in India, so if you see that while there is a huge opportunity, because we know our national steel policy, and also we know that in India we have a very good deposit of iron ore. So we are the 4th largest producer of iron ore in the world, and from the deposit point of view, it is the 6th largest. Now, if you see that as to catch up the growth, so we are adopting the BF route, and we are actually going for a big to bigger to biggest blast furnaces. So when we are adopting to big to bigger and biggest blast furnaces, and to operate those furnace at a good efficiency and productivity, so we need, then there's a need of good raw materials there. So one side, so that is a need of good raw materials so that we can produce maximum from the assets which we have adopting. The other side, so there is an resource constraint in terms of good raw materials. So if you see in iron ore deposits which we have in India, so this good iron ore is depleting day by day. The reason being is that because of selective mining and other things, so we are actually consuming the good iron ore. So what we are leaving behind is the lean grade iron ore. So then one side, so to make the blast furnace sufficient, we need a good iron ore. The other side, to sustain business, we need to use the lean iron ore. And also it is needed for India to be independent of others. So I will not touch upon the coal because coal has been already covered. So now if you see that the iron ore is there in the 4 different areas in India. So one is that in Borbil area, the other one is the Dali area, Dali Rajara area, the other one is in Bellary area, and other one is the 4th one is in the Goa area. So you know that iron ore of different zones are different in terms of characteristics. So in Eastern India, where we are, because where the Tata Steel mines are there, and there are many mines are there, so there are lots of issues due to the alumina. Because while there's a good Fe is there, but along with the good Fe, there's a lot of alumina is there, because that the alumina is very, very detrimental to the blast furnace process. That more the alumina through this metallic burden, so there's a high slag volume will be there. Due to high slag volume, that will be a permeability issue in the blast furnace, and your productivity comes down. So so we need to think of that how to also innovate different ways by which we can actually use this type of lean grade ore. So there will be challenges to the beneficiation engineers, mineral engineers, mining engineers to adopt, the conventional and unconventional route of beneficiations. Why it is needed? Because if you see that in case of Burbil area, so whenever I am doing the mining and I am doing the beneficiation, so a lot of fine particles is getting generated. The reason is that to liberate the iron ore, so we need to go to as low as 45 micron or micron size. And even so, there is in -6 micron, the lot of Fe particles is there. Unless otherwise you recover that, so we will be sitting with a huge deposit of tailings and other things where the Fe will already there, which you can utilize. So now question is that, so if you want to utilize these fine particles of, and also if you want to do the beneficence, we have to naturally, we have to go for a periodizing route, because very fine particles, if you want to use in our iron making route, we need to agglomerate that. So if you want to agglomerate that, so such a fine particles you cannot use in sintering as such, but you have to naturally it is fitting to periodizing. So that again, the logistics part, again, the pipeline transportation could be a good thing. So if you see that it's a naturally it is fitting that that go for periodizing, go for conventional, unconventional beneficiation, go for periodizing, agglomerate it, and use in the BF route or the alternate routes. Now, a question which is becoming that in India, so there are different type of deposits are there, but most of the deposits are not suitable for high grade DRI productions. So because here the alumina and silica will be much higher than the normal which is available from the across the globe. So here that BF route will definitely sustain, but there are other alternate routes like that DRI and EF route, DRI Konark route, and that other scrap based route. So all are needed, because if you see the natural fitting, again, natural fitting with the CO2 reductions and the type of deposits what India has and type of energy what India has, if you want to be self-sustained, so we need to adopt all these three technologies in a very clever way. So as I said, see, even the blast furnace, also we can make it a clever blast furnace in terms of fuel. So, even Tata Steel has experimented different things like that, hydrogen injections and, that CBM injection. So a lot of things has been done. Even we have injecting charcoal also. So in the charcoal, in the bigger blast furnaces, we have replaced 10% of PCI. So now, in the different ways, so you can make the blast furnace more clever. And I can say that with the quite good balance between the ore and the demand and the CO2 footprint to come down and to make the process sustainable, you need to make a balance between all these routes and make the industry sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. Well, that is basically what the thought process in Tata Steel is. And I think maintaining a perfect balance, we cannot wish away the blast furnaces. After all, 70% of the global production still comes from there. We cannot forget that. And at the same time, DRI modules, which earlier used to be much smaller, today we are talking of 2.5 million ton modules for DRI as well. So technology keeps evolving, and whatever the market demands, we'll have to adopt that. Now, before I move on to skill, there are quite a few skill trainers around. One is Orgoda of course, he's from metallurgy. He teaches mining and metallurgy at Kaji Nazrul University in Asansol. Then I have Moa and Rajiv De, both from Jadavpur University Metallurgy Department. But my batchmate and my classmate, who teaches journalism and mass communications adjacent next door at Sister Nivedita University. If you just cross this university, Arindam, can you come up, please? So, my good friend Arindam from St. Xavier's College, we are both classmates in St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. And he has just released and published this book, The Calcutta Covenant. So, good friends are to be cherished forever. A friend for more than 30 years, 36, I'm sorry. 93 we passed, 88 is 88, 89. Yeah, we were in class 11 and 12 together. Right. So 88 to 2025 is 36 years that we have been together. So he's a professor of Sister Nivedita University next door of journalism and mass communications. Fortunately or unfortunately, my allegiance goes to both the verticals, both to the steel industry as well as to the journalist fraternity. So that's a common knot between both of us. We belong to the same fraternity. And as a small gesture, sir, not just to promote my old college mate, but to promote knowledge, to promote skill. So we started with the Saraswati Bandhana this morning, which is to worship knowledge. I would like to present Arindam's authored book, The Calcutta Covenants. Are we ready? Okay. So may I request Arindam to present the books to our dignitaries on the dais? And yeah, of course. Can we have the mic? Yes, Arindam, go ahead.
Thank you, Nirmalya, for he called me up a couple of days back and he said that, Arindam, I would like to procure your book because I would like to share it with my delegates who come. This is my 5th book that I'm writing. I've been a journalist for over 20 years who just got tired of running around the country and decided to take up academics. So I'm very new to academics. And I've been an agency guy. I've worked with UNI for the longest period of my time. And during that time, I have covered a little bit of business journalism, though my beat was mostly political journalism. So, but I can tell you safely that there is very solid still in my life because I still use a fountain pen, which has a very solid still nib. That's number one. And a steely resolve that makes me write, get up at 3 o'clock at night and write every day for the next 2 hours before I go out with my dogs for a walk. So those are the 2 very important parts that steel play in my life. My wife is far more equipped with steel because she comes from a PR background and she has worked with Perfect Relations and other agencies. She's worked with Jindal Steel and other steel companies. So she's much more closer to the fraternity than I am. But why I wanted the microphone was I was hearing all of you speak. And I can assure you something, it has given me a nucleus of an idea. I usually write fast-paced thrillers. I will very surely and write a thriller which is based on the steel industry because I see so much of commotion. I learned a lot today, actually. There was such in-depth understanding of the industry. Even while you were talking, you were scraping on the top of the iceberg, I think. So there is so much below it. But I'm thankful to Nirmalya for calling me for the inaugural session. He told me that since you write, you never know who becomes your character. So, it was an enlightening session, and it would be an honor for me to present my book to you. If you spare some time and read it, and let me know or let Nirmalya know how you like the book, it would be an even bigger privilege for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Arindam. Really grateful. So, may I request, you want to bring Dolon along with you? Okay. So Arindam will be presenting his authored book, The Calcutta Covenants, to all of you. First, Mr. Deshpande. Mr. Khedekar. Mr. Parmod Sagar, as I said, my guru. Mr. Sanjay Singh, former Secretary Steel, Mr. Shushim Banerjee, my dada, Mr. Pankaj Satija, Mr. Dinesh Shastri, and Mr. Chakravarti from Tata Steel. Thank you, Arindam. Thanks a million ton. You know, we don't deal in tons, we deal in million tons. So that's the greatness of this industry. Thank you so much, Arindam, for being with us. Okay, so now we move on to the last part. Sushimda, if you spend a few words on how do we skill India, this country need good metallurgists, we need good welders, we need good ceramists, we need to enhance the skill of the industries since we have a lot of brain drain happening. And as you have seen, Mr. Trump has been kind enough to send back all the brains which were up there with him. Now they are coming back to India. They left this country because we could not give them opportunities. But India is said to be a land of opportunities. How do we skill India? Mr. Shushim Banerjee, CEO, Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council.
Okay, my distinguished fellow panelists and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Since I am the last speaker, I have the advantage of taking few more minutes if permitted by Nirmal. I must say Nirmal is doing very a wonderful job of, collaborating and collecting people from different segments. And this is a seminar on iron ore, coal, ferroalloys, and refractories, which are normally a part and parcel of the production of steel, aluminium, even cement. So these collaborative effort of Nirmal, I must acknowledge, and all of you, if you can stand up and just give him a big clap, and that will be the, I think that will be a very good testimony to his contribution. Now, answering his question, so long we have discussed various issues of the production, manufacturing, raw material, and these are the raw materials which he has talked of, is all the backward linkages. Now I will request him, so far as the forward linkages are concerned, and normally the steel, both carbon steel, alloys and special steel, stainless steel, as well as aluminium and copper, they are going ahead with the downstream phases. For instance, since we have entered into the aluminium sector also, my good friend Bhaduri is here. He is doing a wonderful job in penetrating skill development in the aluminium sector. And so aluminium extrusion, this is a very good area which requires a lot of skill development. At the same time, metal fabrication and fabrication of with stainless steel, pre-engineered building, these are the new areas which have come up and which require a lot of new skilling endeavor. Now, why skill is important? The other day, if you hear the Prime Minister, who is taking the first review of the budget, and 3 issues he took up. One is the agriculture sector, food processing sector. The other one is the infrastructure, which a lot of things, Mr. Das, etc., they have a lot of said about the logistic and infrastructure. And third one, he said about the skill development. Today, if you are talking of, our higher education, the very fact is that 53% of our postgraduates, they are without any jobs. 35% of our graduates, they are looking for jobs. I'm talking of not only the, manufacturing sector, I'm talking of the whole gamut of, postgraduate and graduation. So there is a very much need of, investing or introducing skill-related activities in the BA Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Commerce, Bachelor of Science, BA, BA, BCom, BSc. The normal, if you do not become a graduate, your marriage prospects are very, very limited. That's a fact. And nobody, no parent of a daughter will marry his daughter to a undergraduate or a under postgraduate degree holder. So that is the value of this. But what after that? If you complete this education, and then what after that? So that is why it has been suggested, and the other day we attended at Delhi the National Skill Development Policy and Entrepreneurship. And that is a very, very new thing that is coming up. And therefore, the government is very keen that the rate at which unemployment is going up, unless there is a skilling effort to be attached with each of the educational courses or the semesters that you are doing, there will be very, very big problem. Because now India is the most populous city, and we have got that demographic dividend that we are all talking of. But if you want to take that advantage out of that, then it is not only the industry, the manufacturing sector, which we are very much trying to get them into our fold. And I am happy to announce today that, like Jindal Stainless or JSPL particularly, their chairman, because it is top driven now, I do not know how it has happened, that they have said that all their employees have to be skill certified within a year of 1.5 years or so. So there is a big amount of enthusiasm in JSPL plant at Angul and JSPL plant at Patratu and Raigarh, that you have to have a skill development training and assessment and certification. So talking of skill development, our council came into in 2013-14, because this was the first time when the government felt that skill development has to be sectoral. It cannot be just a open forum that you discuss and you develop some skill model and then you carry on. Each sector has got specific skill related issues. So what we have done, first of all, it was only iron and steel, and now aluminum, copper, zinc, everything has been assigned to us. So we are going ahead with different segments, how they plan their skill development. And skill development starts from, as Nirmala has very correctly said, from the typical occupation mapping of the steel plant, the process flow where the steel is produced. Iron ore, coking coal, these are taken by the mining sector. These are the mine products. And then once they reach the steel plant, it is the job of the steel plant people to take care of that. And each of the level, starting from the sintering plant, coke oven, everywhere there is a skill development. Skilling is required in everywhere. So we have developed a lot of courses, curricula, and regularly continuing the training programs for welders, masons, electrician, machinist, bearing maintenance, rigger, crane operator, everything. And since these process things are more or less common in steel plant as well as in aluminum and copper production units, Hindalco, I can name Nalco, they are going ahead with some of our common job roles. But for the aluminum, each sector requires some specific, quantum of contents and curriculum. So we have developed the pot, operator, pot driver. These are one or two very, very significant operations. For instance, in refractory, which is a very honored member in our board. So for refractory, we have earlier got the refractory bricklaying. As you know, refractory is one of the indispensable product for any pyro metallurgical segments. And that is why it is steel, aluminum, cement, everywhere it is being used. So the growth of steel, aluminum, and cement means the growth of refractories, growth of coking coal, iron ore, ferroalloys. So for refractory, we are now going ahead with the refractory technician. for ferroalloy stoking car operator or furnace operator. So these are the basic operations in these plants. So there will be a lot of skilling. And the courses are not theoretical courses, because what has been planned and what has been seen by our experts, that theory everybody knows, but actual implementation of that theory in operating a machine, that is not there. When you ask, many of the people have told me, like in Steel Authority, which my parent organization, they have told me the fresh BTech, when we ask them to operate a machine, they cannot, because they have never opened a machine. So these courses, these curricula are 70% on hands-on training and 30% only for the theory part. So that apart, there are now, I'll just request one segment of the industry, that is the MSME sector. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Mr. Mandana, they are there. The sponge iron sector, DRI plants, the ferroalloy plants, foundry units, there are a huge number of foundry units, the forging units, the induction furnace units, electric arc furnace units. These are manned by 95% by the SME sector. Now this SME sector, somehow or other, they are yet to be, following this skill development in a big way. So I'll request the All India Induction Furnace Association, since they are talking of sustainability and green production, so they have to have a skilled employee. And what are the benefits? This has also been proved by some impact analysis of the training that has been conducted, that the fellow that has been trained, he is a much better motivated, he gives more productive output, he is much more concerned about the safety part, and he is much more concerned about reduction of wastage. And now the new thing has come, that how to reduce the carbon footprint. As you very much know, National Green Hydrogen Mission has started operation, and under them, 3 pilot projects have been forwarded by the government. And one of them is that how to enhance the injection of hydrogen for steel making in the blast furnace. And SAIL, Bokaro Steel Plant, has got that pilot plant bidding. They have won that. And so, and the another one is that how to make 100% green hydrogen use for DRI in the vertical shaft. And this will be, once these projects are successful, then we will have a totally Indian-made, green steel operation. And for that, you need a lot of skilling. And the skill part we are taking care of. I am happy that National Green Hydrogen Mission has roped in our council, so that so far as use of hydrogen for making steel, for making green, use of green hydrogen for making steel. So they have asked us to develop the curriculum and what will be the content. And we are currently doing that, and we will need the industry support so that once it is ready, this will be done. By 27 December, I think all these plants will come in, so that we will have the, indigenously available hydrogen to be used for making steel, green steel in India. So these days are fast coming up. So what I am saying, that so the industry, as it grows from now to 2030, 2035, and then 2000, we are now talking of Vikshit Bharat of 2047. Now, India, already a second producer in both production and consumption of steel. India has to go forward both in aluminum, stainless steel, alloy steel, and also in some of the major raw material areas where a lot of very forward-looking entrepreneurs, producers have come up. I think skill development will have to be a part and parcel of that growth journey. And this is only my request. This is only my, urgent wishes, that Indian steel industry will be the front runner of, skill development. Already I can tell you, India has
Sushilda,
already
may I
become.
request you to kindly conclude, because we are
just
already too late.
Okay, just 1
People will
minute.
shoot me.
Just 1 minute. That Prime Minister has asked that India should be the skill hub, and that is how many of our people are being sent abroad because they are better skilled, so they are getting a lot of opportunities, job offers, etc. So with these words, I take leave of you with the once again request that make skill a part of the life of your journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sushimda. Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to just request you because we are 1.5 hours late. Now, so we are too late, and my wife always tells me that I keep delaying it. So that is why for once I have to be clear that I was not delaying it. It was the speakers who were doing it. Kamal ji, आप तो वैसे भी शॉर्ट रखते हैं. देखिए, हम लोग शुरुआत किए थे आईफा का प्रेसिडेंट से और कंक्लूड कर रहे हैं महासचिव से. तो आप ये बताइए, आप 1800 जो आपके मेंबर्स हैं उनका, एक तो सुशीमदा ने बताया कि उनका स्किलिंग कैसे इंप्रूव करना है. दूसरा, ये आपका नाम ही आपने बदल दिया आईफा से आईफा सस्टेनेबल स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एसोसिएशन इसलिए किया कि the smaller players are not lagging behind when it comes to decarbonization initiatives. इसमें हम किसी से कम नहीं. यही वाला मैसेज देने के लिए ये योगेश जी का बहुत बड़ा आई थिंक थॉट प्रोसेस था टू टेक दिस इनिशिएटिव फॉरवर्ड. आप ये बताइए आईफा का रोल क्या रहेगा और रॉ मटेरियल्स के मामले में आपका क्या क्या शिकायतें हैं और क्या क्या इश्यूज है जो हम संभाल सकते हैं.
जहाँ तक आईफा के रोल की बात है वो हमारे प्रधान जी योगेश जी ने बताया है कि कैसे वो इसको आगे ले जा रहे हैं मेंबर्स के फायदे के लिए, इंडस्ट्री के उसके लिए कर रहे हैं. जहाँ आज रिफैक्ट्री के ऊपर भी काफ़ी डिस्कशन हुई, तो जहाँ तक हमारे यहाँ रिफैक्ट्री जो रैमिंग मास यूज होता है उसकी एक प्रॉब्लम रहती थी कि रैमिंग मास के कारण हमारी इंडस्ट्री में, फर्निश इंडस्ट्री में एक्सीडेंट होते थे. और हमें आज तक BIS रैमिंग मास, BIS क्वालिटी उसके ऊपर है ही नहीं, कोई उसका स्टैंडर्ड ही नहीं बनाया गया. तो उसके लिए आईफा ने BIS को लिखा है और उसमें क्या कहते हैं आगे कार्रवाई हो रही है, मीटिंग हो रही है. उस बारे में आपको राघव प्रोडक्टिव जो आए हुए हैं वो आपको पूरा उस पर विस्तार से बताएंगे कि उस कमेटी में हमने उनको मेंबर बनाया है क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि रैमिंग मास BIS क्वालिटी का हमारी इंडस्ट्री को मिले. और दूसरा प्रश्न जो आपका है क्या प्रॉब्लम जो शिकायत हमारी सिर्फ यही है कि हम कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं जीने की, पर पीछे से हमारी ऑक्सीजन खींच रहा है GST. क्योंकि GST जो कहने को 16(2)CA जो कानून है, जो 16(2)CA जो कानून है सरकार का, उस कानून के अनुसार हमारे को GST डिपार्टमेंट एक अपना प्रतिनिधि रखेगा, जैसे बैंक कैशियर रखता है. वो उस प्रतिनिधि के द्वारा GST की कलेक्शन सेलर, मतलब सेलर जो है वो सरकार का प्रतिनिधि है. GST नंबर लेता है, अपना KYC चेक कराता है, आधार कार्ड लेता है, बैंक अकाउंट खोलता है, सब कुछ करता है. और उसको सरकार परमिशन देती है कि तुम कलेक्शन करके अपनी जो सेल करोगे उसमें GST से कलेक्शन करके हमारे को दोगे. अब वो आदमी सरकार को दे या ना दे, इससे हमारा कोई मतलब नहीं है. हम परचेजर हैं, हमने उसको टैक्स दे दिया, जमा करा दिया, उसके बाद हमारी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं बनती कि वो जमा करा रहा है या नहीं करा रहा. पर कर क्या रही है सरकार? तो हम 1A के अंदर डिक्लेयर करते हैं कि हमने ये परचेज कर ली, 2A के अंदर सेलर ये डिक्लेयर करता है कि हमने ये सेल की है. वो दोनों मैच होती है तभी हम मानते हैं कि हमने हमारा GST उस सेलर ने जमा करा दिया. उस सेलर ने 3A के अंदर जमा कराना होता है और वो 3A जो है उसको हम नहीं चेक कर सकते। पर 5-5 साल 10-10 साल बाद सरकार हमारे को नोटिस दे रही है कि अभी वो भाग गया या उसने टैक्स जमा नहीं कराया जिसका लाइसेंस सरकार ने दिया हुआ है, और वो टैक्स आप दीजिएगा, विद पेनल्टी दीजिएगा 100%, विद 100% इंटरेस्ट दीजिएगा। आईफा की ये बात कहने की है कि अभी हमने टैक्स उस सेलर को दिया जो आपने अपॉइंटेड किया हुआ है, और उसको जीएसटी नंबर जब मिलता है तो जीएसटी ऑफिसर सब चेक करता है, उसकी पर्सनल हेयरिंग भी करता है, विजिट भी करता है। तो उस जीएसटी ऑफिसर को क्यों नहीं पर पेनल्टी लगाते, उससे क्यों नहीं इंटरेस्ट लेते, ये हमारे ऊपर क्यों? और इसका कारण ये हो रहा है कि हम यहाँ बात तो कर रहे हैं स्टील इंडस्ट्री बढ़ रही है, प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रही है, हाँ बढ़ रही है, परंतु दूसरी तरफ जितनी प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रही है उतनी प्रोडक्शन स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री की, हमारी सेकेंडरी स्टील जिसको आप कहते हैं, अलग अलग सेक्टर में देखेंगे बंद भी हो रही है, वो जीएसटी के कारण। इस बात का भी सर्वे किया जाए कि अब वो कितनी इंडस्ट्री बंद हो चुकी हुई है पिछले 3 साल में, तो आप देखेंगे कि इंडस्ट्री का जो है स्टील की प्रोडक्शन जितनी बढ़ रही है उतनी कम भी हो रही, तो टोटल वो उसका इफेक्ट आ रहा है। और अगर हम चाहते हैं कि स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री चले, एमएसएमई चले, और जैसे आपने कहा जी स्किल हम बनाएं, पर हमारा मन ही नहीं कर रहा इंडस्ट्री चलाने का जीएसटी के कारण, तो कहाँ हम स्किल की तरफ सोचे, कहाँ हम नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ सोचे, हमारा कहना यही है।
धन्यवाद कमल जी। इस बारे में तो योगेश भाई और आप दोनों गए थे हमारे वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी से मिलने, आपने ये बात तो निर्मला जी से भी आपने जिक्र किया था। कमल योगेश भाई आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे इस बारे में?
So thank you, Nirmala ji. So Kamal ji was speaking about 16.2 CA. We have been continuously following the GST Council with the Finance Ministry that this 16.2 CA needs an amendment. He was perfectly right that once someone is appointed as a collector who collects the GST from any purchaser, he is responsible, and since he is given a permit to do so, he is responsible to collect and to pay it further to the department. But the thing is, there are some loopholes, and this seller, maybe some of the sellers, take the advantage of this as an input credit adjustment, and there is a problem which creates. But the problem, what happens is this problem is created after years, like 3 years, 5 years down the line. GST people send the notice, and they have the simple, as per the 16.2 CA, the beneficiary needs to be brought into the victim's this thing.
Exactly.
So yeah, definitely the steel, because end consumer are definitely steel, because we convert this steel to the finished product, or scrap to the finished product. So that is the issue where we are fighting with the department, and we are trying to convince them. We are getting success, but it's a delay success, but it will be done. So secondly, Banerjee साहब जो बात कर रहे थे, skilling and all that, but yeah, definitely we are way ahead. We are looking ahead because our industry needs the revolution. As far as the green steel is concerned, vertical shaft, our members are thinking for going to from rotary to vertical cleans, wherein the gas. One of the proposal what we had given to the government, Sanjay sir, was about use of syngas. The coal, with the coal gasification, we can produce a good quality of syngas, wherein the decarbonization can happen, and the capturing of the carbon is 100% done in this method of gasification. So this syngas has to be brought under the purview of the green or net zero. One more thing, what we observed, in making the green steel, the issue rises is the cost, the capex, and also the operational cost. But vice versa, in US and in the developed countries, they are thinking for going for a capturing of carbon. So carbon capture also has to be considered as one of the area where lot of activities work can be done, so that the process which we are being following for the production remains the same, and the carbon capture activities can be concentrated. So lot of R&D and lot of research has to be done in carbon capture as done by US. Even China is also following for the carbon capture. Yeah. Yeah, well said. In the morning session only, we were discussing about Nirmalaji's son doesn't wanted to go for the metallurgy part and he wanted to go for the IT part. Yeah, this is the fact wherein we are not getting a good brains. All the good brains are going into a very simpler way of sitting into the cabin and doing their activity of whatever they feel. But yeah, definitely we need to produce good metallurgists, wherein Banerjee Sahab, our steel industry and association has taken an initiative. We are in collaboration with IITs and many other institutes, wherein we are giving the course to them. We have developed a course. IFA has developed a course. I didn't want you to mention this because in the later days we need to have something in our kitty. So we have developed the course for metallurgy, for melting shops, and this we have introduced to IITs in Maharashtra. So the draft has been given to them and it is in the final stage, wherein there will be a course of say 180 hours. 180 hours course. It will be conducted maybe in the 3 months or the 4 months of the time. And with this, we are trying to develop the students before getting into the field of this thing, jobs, they be skilled with the usage of how the melting shop works and how these things are done. So there are a lot of activities. Yeah, definitely government सब कुछ नहीं कर सकती. प्राइवेट संजय सर ने बोला था कि प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए. Definitely we also feel and we are going ahead in this. So Sanjay sir, I would request you to कि one on one हम लोग इस पे discuss करेंगे. वो आपका 80-20 वाला जो है contribution and towards the R&D, I would rather seek the help from you in taking that ahead. So Nirmala ji, I think आज का session अभी break लेना चाहिए or still you want to continue?
No, sir. You know, there is always ऊपर वाला देख रहा है. So the lady back home is watching everything live and I'll be short by the time I go back. So I don't want to be short. I have a small duty to perform. Okay, there is Mr. H.L. Rai who has sent across a video. Mr. H.L. Rai is the managing director of Zircar Refractories, and he's also a ceramist, a scientist, and he was a gold medalist in ceramic technology. He has a short message. If we could play, Sushanto, can you play that video before we conclude and have the presentation of the mementos to our dignitaries on the dais? Gentlemen, we are, as of this morning, my registered figure of delegates was 238 plus. So I request at least 200 of us should be there for the dinner and cruise this evening on River Hooghly on board MV Paramhans, which is being hosted by Mr. Yogesh Mandani, chairman of Bharat Ferroalloys Group. So I request all of you to, wherever you go, to come back by 5:15 here at this venue so that the buses could take you to a Millennium Park jetty for boarding the vessel, which will take you around River Hooghly and see how clean the rivers have become today. So I expect all of you to be here, because otherwise Mr. Yogesh Mandani, who has traveled all the way from Jalna, will feel hurt if you do not join. So in Mr. Yogesh Mandani's honor, all of you must come and join us to take the bus this evening on board MV Paramhans. So before that, may we have the video, please?
Namaskar, and thanks to Mr. Nirmalaya Mukherjee for having organized this program and inviting me for this conference related to iron ore, coal, ferroalloys, and refractory. This industry is related to growth of the country, and I'm proud to be associated with the refractory industry. Since there is opportunity of growth for the refractory industry, we all are eager to participate actively in this one. Government of India has declared National Steel Policy 2017, wherein they have aimed 300 million tons of production, steel production by 2030, and 500 million tons by 2047. If the steel industry has to grow, refractory industry has to grow. So we have to ask certain pertinent questions. Are we geared up? I have questions, I have doubt. Probably not. We have to focus on quality of men available in the market, quality of machines, and quality of raw materials. I think we are lacking in all the three. If I say in terms of men, if I talk from my type of industry, in the crucible industry, or in slide gate refractory industry, or continuous casting refractory industry, if I see the heads, hardly few good quality people are available with the big companies like RHI, Vesuvius, IFGL, Tata, and few small companies. Actually, these people keep on moving from one plant to other plant. Can the country sustain with depending on these people? No. I think we have to think of going to IITs, give the confidence to IIT directors, IIT faculties, and students that, come on, let's talk to each other. Let's try to meet your expectation so that you fulfill our targets and we fulfill your targets. What do they expect? Primarily, they try to go to the IT industry, where maybe the initial salary packages are more. Why can't we pay them? We have to give the confidence, and they have to give the confidence to us that they will remain with us. So I think here, I request IRMA bosses to give the confidence to the IIT students or IIT faculty, IIT directors in this direction. Similarly, hardly few manufacturers are there who can really design good quality machines. We are depending mostly on imported items. So I think we have to have a dialogue with the machine manufacturers that there is a market. There is a refractory industry business is around 16,000 crores, which can grow to 30, 40, 50,000 crores, and you have a great future. Last but not the least, on the raw materials. The refractory industry is depending on totally on the imported raw materials. Hardly few items are being manufactured here. Now, we have to look at the possibility of producing all the materials here in our country. If we don't produce here so the material will not be available at the reasonable cost and reasonable time. Can we sustain the refractory industry in long term? Probably not. Even if few manufacturers are available, they do the costing, they do the pricing depending upon the prices of international manufacturers. Why IRMA cannot approach the government of India so that the costing mechanism could be decided at cost plus reasonable price profit? I think these are the few things, and my question is primarily to all the refractory manufacturers, all the refractory bosses, and particularly to IRMA, to focus on producing good quality engineers, maybe all IIT engineers, good quality machine manufacturers, sustainable, good quality refractory raw materials. If we focus on this, then the refractory industry can really sustain and grow in the long run, and we will be able to meet expectations, aspirations of the steel industry and all other industries. Thank you all. In case you have some questions, you can pass on your question through Mr. Nirmalaya Mukherjee, and I will try to answer that one. Sorry, I could not be present here due to my frequent travels, and I was tired and I was not able to come here. Thank you again. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. Thank you, refractory industry, for all the support which the refractory industry has extended. And in fact, we are partners in progress. The refractory industry grows, then only the steel industry can grow. So with that, we come to the fag end of the session with the presentation of the mementos. First memento to my Guruji, Mr. Pramod Sagar. May I request Mr. MC Das to kindly present the memento? Mr. MC Das, again, someone who has groomed me in this industry. During his tenure in Ministry of Steel, he comes from the Indian Statistical Service. He was the head of the MIS section of Ministry of Steel, and he groomed me. Even after his superannuation, he became the Deputy Director General of MCC Chamber of Commerce. And whenever I needed data for the steel industry, it was Mr. MC Das who helped me. So again, someone I cannot forget his contribution. First to Mr. Pramod Sagar, along with that, Metallian Holdings, Mr. Naveen Mishra is presenting a small token to all of you. Yeah, please go and. So Mr. MC Das will present. This is a small token from Metallian Holdings. Mr. Naveen Mishra, again, someone who is from my St. Xavier's College. The same alma mater. Next, Mr. P.K. Rath, Executive Director, SAIL Refractory Unit. Next, Mr. Khedekar, CEO Chemicals of Hindalco, Specialty Chemical CEO Hindalco. Mr. Khedekar. Thank you, Mr. Khedekar. Mr. Deshpande, Director Acre India and former Managing Director Tata Sponge. Mr. S.K. Das. After this, Mr. S.K. Das, Executive Director, Transport and Shipping, Steel Authority of India Limited. Mr. Mayank Shekhar, Senior Vice President, JSW Coal, Head of Coal of JSW Steel. Thank you, Mayank ji. Next is Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Secretary General, IFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturers Association. Next, Mr. Sanjay Singh, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and presently Director, Strategy and External Relations, JSPL. Next, Mr. Shushim Banerjee, CEO, RNN Steel Sector Skill Council, former DG, INSDAG, former ED, SAIL. Mr. Pankaj Sadija, former Managing Director, Tata Steel Mining, and presently Executive in Charge, Tata Steel Ferroalloys and Minerals Division. Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, PMILL. Next is Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, Chief Iron Making, Tata Steel. So gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of the session. We just break for, oh, Mr. Jogesh Mandani, I want to give myself. आप तो हमेशा वहां से भाग जाते हैं. आपके लिए मैं एकदम फिक्स कर दूंगा चेयर. आप, you are the permanent president of IFA. ये मत भूलिए. I will not let you go from IFA. You have to give the leadership permanently. हाँ, एकदम. ये मैं खुद दूंगा. It's a great honor to present the memento to our industry leader. Just as he has contributed towards the industry, do you know he has made a lot of contribution to the fertilizer industry. His background business is fertilizer. So from steel to agriculture, he is everywhere. Thank you so much, Mr. Bandhani. So with that, we break for a small cup of tea and we come back in 10 minutes because there are analyst presentations which we will finish off in 45 minutes. By 2:15, we'll again break for lunch. So just take 10 minutes, visit the exhibition. The tea and snacks are being served in the exhibition area. High tea and snacks. Please go and enjoy the tea and snacks. And we get back in 15 minutes. Where are my girls? আমাকে ফোন করবে.
The earth revolves around the sun, but our world revolves around its people. Every day, hour, and minute of our existence is spent on making this lovely planet a better place to live. We produce high-grade alumina and alumina hydrate, having Copper, steel, glass, cement. The building blocks of a modern born in fire, protected by stone. RHI Magnesita masters heat. We are a world champion from Austria. 120,000 products for 1200 degrees Celsius and beyond. Fireproof for extreme conditions. Wherever it gets hot, we are there. Innovation is our tradition. 200 years of experience have gone into our products, which are popular with customers all over the world. From an Austrian mining operation to a global technology leader, we keep an eye on every single stone, from mining to recycling, from the first idea to production, automated and digitized. By using artificial intelligence, we pave the way for sustainable processes, for the environment, for tomorrow. RHI Magnesita. We ignite the future.
Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited. NRHR Stamco Oven Design.
Hello. Hello.
Consultants Private Limited.
Hello.
NRHR
Hello.
Stamco Oven
Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 hello, 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 check, 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 hello, 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 check, hello, 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 check, hello, check, hello, 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 check, hello, hello, check, hello, check,
I'll join after that. So Aditi Tiwari is business reporter, steel and raw materials, Indian subcontinent in Kalanish. He will be the first presenter and Rito Broto will join. So we will combine the post-lunch session together with the technical session on iron ore, where Mr. S.K. Satpathy of Mekon, Mr. Debraj Mukherjee of Tata Steel FAMD, Mr. Navin Mishra of Metallian Holdings, Decarbonization Initiative on Raw Materials by by JSW Steel, Saikat Samanto, I don't know, I have not seen him since morning. Utilization of iron ore, in form of briquette for steel production, Malay Bhattacharjee, I don't know if he has found his car keys, then only he'll be back. And then the last paper by Devajyoti Muduli from JSW Steel. Okay, so Aditi, may I request Mr. MC Das and Mr. Gaurishankar Agarwal to kindly come and take the dais. And we'll get Aditi, would you like? Okay, is your presentation open? After this, yeah. But we'll continue. So once the others are there, I'll call you on the dais. Gaurishankarji, please come. Mr. Gaurishankar Agarwal is president of West Bengal Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association. And Mr. MC Das, he was earlier with the Office of Development Commissioner for Iron and Steel, MIS section in Ministry of Steel. And then he became the Deputy Director General of MCC Chamber of Commerce. And someone whom I have been with for the last, since 1993, that would be what, 32 years, yeah, 32 years. So it's been a very long association with him. May I now request the presentation by Aditi. Okay, Aditi, your presentation is ready. Mr. Chairman, sir, I hand over the session to you. So Aditi will be presenting a
Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Aditi, as sir has mentioned, and I come from Kalanish Commodities. So it's really an honor to stand and speak in front of you all, although the audience right now is very less, but hopefully they'll come up for sure. And thanks Nirmalya sir for giving me this opportunity to speak and represent my company. So today, I'm going to give you all a brief overview of what is happening in Indian steel and raw materials market. So you all must be knowing about it in bits and pieces, but I have made a small attempt to present everything in very short and simple manner, and which is backed by data. So as we all know that data is the new gold, or we can say new diamond these days. So everything that is backed by data creates a lot more credibility. Okay, and before I begin my presentation, it's very important to understand who I am and for which organization I work, because obviously all the kind of information that I'll be presenting, knowing my background and my company's background will create a kind of trust for you as well, right? So as mentioned, I represent Kalanish. It's a London headquarter research organization in steel and raw material sector. So I know it's very textbookish definition. If I have to tell you in very simple terms, we make your life easy in a way that we help you in buying and selling decision of steel and raw materials. And how we do it? So basically, we track daily prices, market sentiments, demand supply dynamics, imports, exports of various countries, and present our analysis in the form of articles, reports that are published daily, weekly, and monthly, and everything is presented on our website. So our USP stands over here is that we have a presence in almost 50 countries now. So we have a team of analysts sitting across the globe, and that is why we work 24/7. So when India team is sleeping, US team is working. When US is sleeping, UK is working. And when everyone is sleeping, then obviously MENA team is working. So in that way, we try to give our subscribers the information, all the real-time updates from that country. So basically, these are, we cover daily news, reports, prizes, and events. So Kalanish is very well known for hosting academically inclined events across the globe. Our events in Turkey and other European and Middle Eastern countries are very popular. Also, we have a few events in the Asian region, which I'll be telling you obviously later on. Also, we provide consulting services to our clients, those who have a specific requirement of understanding a particular steel industry of that country. We provide those consulting services as well. So talking about me, I take care of Indian subcontinent market. So I look after India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh steel and raw materials market. Talking about Pakistan, many congratulations that India has reached its finals in Champions Trophy. So we look forward to the match on Sunday. Okay, so in my brief presentation, I'll be talking about basically crude steel, followed by raw materials, and then the finished steel segment. So we all know that India is the second largest crude steel producer, followed by China. And obviously, India's steel demand has been growing. If we look at the chart over here, it is estimated that by 2030, as per the National Steel Policy, India's steel output is estimated to be around 255 million ton. Now, this is, and our capacity is expected to grow up to 300 million ton. However, being the researchers and the estimators, I can say, we estimate that these are very high targets, and in reality, we will be able to achieve somewhere around 210 to 220 million ton of crude steel by 2030. So definitely, it's still higher than what we are producing right now. And our per capita consumption as present stands around 100 kg, which is expected to grow up to 160 kg in next 5 years. And still, it's very less because South Korea, which has the highest per capita consumption, their consumption stands somewhere around 1100 kg per person. So it's still a long way that we have to go. Now, obviously, this crude steel production will be driven by various urban infrastructure development, various programs which government has been running. So we'll definitely see increase in crude steel production in coming years. Now coming up, talking about the route-wise crude steel production, we are very well known that these are the three routes by which steel is produced, and this stands to be the percentage. At present, blast furnace share is 43%, followed by induction and electric arc furnace. So by 2030, as our experts have mentioned previously, blast furnace share is definitely going to increase, whereas the share of induction and electric arc furnaces will come down. So this doesn't mean that the volume of production will come down from these units. Definitely the absolute volumes will go up, but their percentage in the entire chain will come down. And the simple fact is that all the integrated steel mills will be carrying out brownfield expansion and will be increasing their existing capacities. Now coming to the raw materials part, iron ore and coking coal are the two raw materials that are used in blast furnaces. And iron ore output has been increasing in case of India. Currently it stands around 284 million ton, and it is expected to jump by 50% in next 5 years. And these are very high estimates. we expect that it will stand somewhere around 380 to 400 million ton. Obviously, as mentioned, that we have huge reserves of low grade ore over the high grade, and which is why Indian government and companies have been making efforts to increase their beneficiation and palletization facilities so that the low grade ore can be used efficiently. I know there are many challenges. I will leave that part to the experts. But a notable fact is that 1% rise in the iron ore content improves blast furnace productivity by 2%. So now we can understand how important it is to have good quality ore to be used in blast furnaces. Now, India also happens to export low-grade iron ore, and 90% of exports are made to China. So in 2024, we saw a drop in India's iron ore export, and this was because we all know that China has been dealing with subdued steel demand. So basically, Chinese mills, what they do, they import low-grade fines from India, blend it with high-grade from Australia and Brazil, and use it in their furnaces. The blending ratio changes as per their demand, their steel demand, and the margins. Now, the chart beside shows the iron ore prices. So it's the price of low-grade iron ore that is imported by China. And in past 2 years, we can see that imported iron ore prices in China has come down substantially. Now, talking about pellets, India also happens to produce pellet and export it as well. However, the pellet exports in comparison to iron ore fines are much lesser. And these are the numbers. Pellet production has been growing for sure over the last 4 years. But pellet exports have come down because demand from obviously China was much lower. Now coming to another key ingredient, which is coking coal. So basically India consumes about 75 to 80 million ton of coking coal, and about 80 to 85% we have to rely upon imports. As it was discussed in the previous session, that we have got a huge reserves of coal, but the quality of coking coal available in India is not very good. It has got very high ash content. So the graph over here shows the production trend. By 2030, it is expected that we will be achieving 140 million ton of coking coal. And definitely, if we are able to achieve it, still we have to rely upon imports, and imports which still stand somewhere around 65 to 70 million ton. And this is mainly because despite the washing capacity which we have, if we increase that as well, the ash content is so high that the recovery rate of good coking coal will be lower, and majority of steel mills will have to rely upon imports to meet their requirement. As we have to rely upon imports, Australia, US are the key suppliers of coking coal to India. And we have been seeing increasing share of Russia and Ukraine in past 2 to 3 years. Now, this price graph shows the trend of Australian coking coal prices, and like iron ore, Australian coking coal prices have also come down substantially over the past 2 years. Now coming to metallics, pig iron, DRI, and scrap are the three metallics that are used in induction and electric arc furnaces. So this graph shows the this okay. So this graph shows the consumption pattern. Okay, I have missed one graph. So you at present the consumption of DRI stands to be the highest, followed by scrap and then the pig iron. And by 2030, as crude steel output is expected to go up, definitely we will be requiring more of DRI and scrap. So DRI production in India is expected to touch somewhere around 70 to 75 million ton, whereas scrap generation is also expected to go up to about 60 to 70 million ton. So as a part to cut carbon emissions, Indian government has been promoting use of ferrous scrap. And at present, Indian ferrous scrap sector is very unorganized. The entire ecosystem of scrap collection, processing, sorting, everything is very unorganized. And the quality of scrap available in India is also not very good. So we have to rely on imports for 8 to 10 million ton of scrap. So in 2024, India imported around 8 million ton of ferrous scrap, and majorly it imported from countries like US and Europe. Now, in last year, because of all the geopolitical tensions and developed countries restricting their ferrous scrap exports, India increased ferrous scrap imports from Australia, Brazil, and Far Eastern countries. If we look at the price trend, like coking coal and iron ore, ferrous scrap imported prices have also come down substantially over the past 2 years. Now coming to the last part of my presentation, which is finished steel consumption. So we can see the graph over here. It shows that India's finished steel consumption has been increasing steadily. However, by 2030, it is expected to stand somewhere around 235 million ton. So currently, it's 135 million ton in 2024, and it is expected to jump by 100 million ton in next 5 years and will stand around 235 million ton. Now talking about import export, safeguard duty has been the buzzword for the past few months in India. And the reason behind the same is that India has become a net importer of steel in 2024. Net importer means obviously India's steel imports increase over the exports. So imports increase because China, Vietnam, Japan, Korea were dumping their cheap steel into India. Whereas exports came down because India majorly exports finished steel, largely flat steel, to Europe, and China happened to dump their steel in Europe, and Indian mills were unable to compete with them, and which is why they have to cut down on their exports, and it became a net importer of steel in 2024. So there are strong rumors that safeguard duty will be announced very soon. Every day I get a lot of messages that either 12% will be announced, 15% or 25%, but rumors are very strong on that front. Now, the price chart over here shows the domestic HRC and rebar prices. So it's not that only raw material prices have come down. The finished steel prices have also come down over the last 2 years. So this shows that after COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, and all the instability in the market, the Indian steel market or other markets as well have adjusted to the new dynamics. So I have not compared it to the pre-COVID era, because obviously that was a different ball game. I have made it in last 2 years comparison. So what lies ahead? It's very so when we were just about to achieve the stability, Trump has come into power and he has been announcing various tariffs. And the times are very uncertain. 3 days back, he announced that he will be imposing 100% tariff on Indian auto sector. So we don't know the details yet, but the times are very uncertain at the moment for Indian and the global steel sector. How prices will move or how demand supply dynamics will move, it's very challenging to predict at this point of time. Also, he yesterday rolled back his tariffs on Mexico. So he has been very volatile. So we don't know what future holds for us. So this brings me to the end of my presentation, and we will be having one very interesting conference called as Asia Steel Markets next month on 9th and 10th of April. So we get participants including steel mills, traders, buyers, sellers, everyone from all the Asian countries. And as I have mentioned, USP of our conferences is that it's more academically inclined, and the participants are mostly from the senior management level. So the quality of discussions and the networking opportunity is also very good. Interestingly, we will also be hosting a CBAM workshop. So it will be a workshop where we'll be explaining what are the cost implications, process, and everything about CBAM. And if those who are like those who want to know how they can export their steel to Europe in the coming years, they can obviously attend this. So this was it from my side. If anyone is interested to get in touch with me for the conference or for the Kalanish or in general about the steel market, this is my contact details. One can get in touch with me. Also, if anyone is interested to attend the conference, Nirmalya sir, they can contact obviously Nirmalya sir, because steel and metallurgy is our media partner as well. So that was it for my side, and thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you, Aditi. Thank you so much. On our part, steel and metallurgy being chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I'm just taking 2 minutes because Mr. V.R. Sharma is online. Ankit, can we have you on screen? Ankit? Ankit on screen, please. Can we have Ankit on screen? Mr. V.R. Sharma is waiting, I understand. Can you, yeah, okay. Ankit, can you hear me? Am I audible? Ankit?
So thank you, Aditi, for giving a broad contours of the steel industry in India. You have given the details of the production year-wise and also the trends in the raw materials and price trends. But what is the impact of your price trend? There is a declining prices, no steep decline in the prices of the steel industry recently. How it is going to impact your production process, your production targets, your employment generation, and whatnot, if not exports also. How do you feel this in the Indian subcontinent?
Yeah, I think Mr. V.R. Sharma is online. So Aditi can answer after Sharma Saab speaks. Sharma Saab, namaskar.
Namaskar. Good morning. How are you? Good afternoon to you.
Fine, sir. The lady who just spoke right now, she is a great fan of yours, and she told me this morning.
I listened her. I listened. I listened her presentation, speech, everything. Aditi has given a very good insight about the current market scenario and what is going to happen. And she has also invited all of us to Vietnam. Hopefully, few of us will definitely visit over there. Aditi, thank you very much. Yes, over to Nirmala ji, please carry on.
Just to make a request to you on behalf of Aditi. Aditi, just before coming to Calcutta, she requested me to see if Mr. V.R. Sharma gives his consent to be there for their conference in Vietnam. So I said that I'll have, if Mr. V.R. Sharma comes to Calcutta, I'll request him to be there.
Thank you very much. I'll discuss and I will plan. Hopefully I will, and I'll reconfirm.
Yeah, Aditi, I want to just formally request you to request Mr. V.R. Sharma.
No, there's no formality at all. No formality. I already received their request. No problem. I'll just plan myself and then I'll reconfirm to you and also to Aditi.
Okay, so without further ado, all of you gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you have been waiting to hear the person whom I have referred to quite a few times this morning, because he is not just my guru, but he is a guru of the industry. He is a captain of India Steel INC. Not just vast experience. He is a man of metal, as you call it. A wonderful, wonderful technocrat, excellent human being, perfect person. You know, this morning, whoever I spoke to and mentioned about Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma, the name itself suggests Vidya Ratan Sharma. So I don't need to explain any further. So gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, your wait is finally over. Mr. V.R. Sharma is with you all the way in Poland. So he is right now in Poland and he is addressing you from Poland. He is the vice chairman of Vulcan, Green Steel, which is based in Oman. And it is very difficult to get Mr. V.R. Sharma's time. We are fortunate to have the great soul with us to address us this afternoon. Thank you, Sharma Saab. I'm really grateful. I've always been grateful. And as I said this morning, I have one guru in this industry, one mentor in this industry, and his name is Mr. V.R. Sharma. Over to you, Sharma Saab.
Thank you, Nirmala. You are a great friend. You are a brother like a brother. And thank you for your kind words. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My namaskar to everybody. I'll take the lead from Aditi's presentation because I was listening that. Yes, she has touched upon various factors like what will be our production by 2030, about 210 million or 220 million. I do agree with her. And yes, there are other issues which she raised, and we all should ponder upon whether the low-grade iron ore finds we can utilize here or we can't. Today, China is buying low-grade iron ore from India, and they are utilizing it. They are doing the beneficiation, blending, and then finally they are utilizing in the sinter plant. So we can also do in a similar way. India has a great, I would say, teacher in the form of steel and metallurgy, and that is China. China is the largest steel producer in the world. They do about 950, 980 million ton. This year, feel that China will come their production to a level of about 780 to 800 million ton. Already the measures are being taken because they do not want to be a dumper, basically to dump steel to the rest of the world because they are facing a lot of problems. But one is their plan is instead of selling equipments about 150 million ton worth of tonnage, they are now ramping up the equipment sales to 250 million ton. So this is called the capital industry and the capital goods industry, whether it is metal handling equipment or it is steel plant equipment or it is electric arc furnaces, blast furnaces, conveyors, tube mills, rolling mills, and many more. So this is their plan, and India must learn from China. We don't have to go to anybody else than China to understand that what Chinese have done in last 10 years. So this is our turn now to do it. The second point is Europe is struggling because of various reasons. The economy is in very, very difficult and challenging state because of this war. For the last 3 years, the Ukraine and Russians, they have sucked trillions of dollars of the world directly and indirectly, whether it is stock markets or it is physical money being given to Ukraine, or it is oil prices or anything together, going to cost the world not less than $30 trillion. So in the interest of the mankind and the interest of each and everybody, we must pray that this war should end as early as possible so that the world comes to the right levels. So in Europe, the most of the plants are very old. They were built post Second World War, and they are about 1960, 65, 1970. If that kind of units, they are already surrounded by the cities. They are within the cities. It's very difficult for Europe to continue these plants, and the decarbonization is taken place. So the decarbonization is good for everybody, whether you are in city or you are outside city. It is a social cause, and we should always try to minimize the CO2 generation. And the world is changing in a way. 3 years before, what we were talking, green steel, and only green steel. But now the world is talking on low emission steel. So there is a shift in last 2 to 3 years time that the world is now moving towards low emission steel. And when we speak low emission steel, that means a emission level of about 1 kg to 1.2 kg per ton of steel making. That is the best. Otherwise, 1.6 kg per ton, 1.6 ton per ton is also good. There is no problem. As against of today's in India, more than 2.5, 2.6 ton per ton of steel. And in Europe, some of the plants are already at a level of 1.8 ton per ton of steel. So how to bring them down to a level of 1.2 to 1.4 ton? And some of the most efficient plants, those who are having the HBI base or hot DRI base plants, basically, and the electric arc furnaces, they may touch down to a level of about 1 ton of CO2 per ton of steel. And this is what we should all aim, that how can we bring the CO2 footprint from 1 ton to 1.6 ton per ton of steel making. And for that, the solutions are already available. So the world was under pressure how to produce hydrogen at less than $1 per kg, and how to utilize this hydrogen, how to transport hydrogen from one location to another location, how to build the right kind of railway wagons and the goods trains to transport liquefied hydrogen. It was very difficult. So now people have understood that it is not that easy, that we'll just switch over to hydrogen with this pilot plant and then we'll make green steel. So now the world is working on low emission steel, and India stands great chances to produce low emission steel in times to come. The next point I want to touch base, as the Aditi told, that the overall the effect of Mr. Trump or the effect of safeguard duties worldwide. You see, the industry, steel industry, is going to be regional industry by 2040, and you will witness, we all will witness that no seaborne trade of steel will be available in the world except for the very, very special steel, very, very special material. Europe is working how to generate 140 million ton of steel within the Europe. They will produce with a low emission. India is working on 300 million ton steel, maybe 350 million ton steel by 2040. China will contain to a level about 500 million ton steel. Other Southeast Asian countries put together, with Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, Vietnam, they will reach to about 100 million ton steel in time to the Korea will come down to a level about 70 million ton, and Japan will come down to 40 million ton. And Indian subcontinent as a whole, yes, maybe 300 million ton or 350 million ton by 2040. Middle East will have about 50 million ton steel manufacturing capacity. Then Africa is the area which will again come up very fast, and maybe 50 to 80 million tons of capacity will be in Africa. Latin America will be another 80 million ton, right from Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil to Buenos Aires, that is down south, Argentina. America will come to a level of about 120 to 130 million ton steel. The moment all these figures, what I'm explaining you, these are the figures which I have tried through a very, very scientific research. Then the international trade of steel will be stopped. So no matter whether today somebody is putting a duty or anti-dumping duty, whether India is putting anti-dumping duty, or Mr. Trump is putting duty, or European people, they are telling that we'll put CBAM or we'll put the the anti-dumping duty. Tomorrow, we will not increase the quota system. I mean, doesn't matter. It's not going to help anybody because we all will have to contain by ourselves. China yesterday declared that the total consumption and the total production has to be at the ratio of 0.8. That means our production has, if the production is 1 and our consumption should be 80%, so 0.8. So not only for steel, but for all goods what they are manufacturing. They have taken a very good policy decision yesterday that we are 1.4 or 1.5 billion people and we must produce only for ourselves. We should not get threatened from the rest of the world that we will be charged heavily and we will be under sanctions. So this is a good step. I think the same step India has to take with 1.5 billion people in India. I think Aditi told 160 kg of steel consumption. I think the potential is more than 250 kg. Why to export steel to Europe or why to export steel to America? There's no point in exporting steel to any country in the world, in my view, except for the equipment, the value-added product, the windmills, the machinery, and so on and so on. There is no point in exporting raw steel or color-coated coils. No point. And then we get into trouble for nothing. The another point which I keep talking to everybody, please go for expansions very, very judiciously and very, very cautiously. We just cannot blame tomorrow Government of India that this country has put up duty on our goods. So now what to do? Now you talk to them, have a FTA and blah, blah, blah. I don't think that is the right step. I mean, each country has their own borders and each company has their own plan how to survive, sustain on a long-term basis. So yes, if somebody wants to buy, you must make all those good quality of steel and do not try to dump the commodity. Today, India is producing 72 million ton hot rolled coils out of 150 million ton. And in times to come, the India will reach to a level about 100 million ton hot rolled coils, and where these hot rolled coils will be consumed. That the moment we say that it is 72 million, that means 6 million ton per month hot rolled coils, we are part of glut. Why the people should buy this 6 million ton steel hot rolled coil from India to other places? So in my view, people, the industry leaders, the captains, the owners, and the promoters, they must be very, very cautious in going for expansions. Otherwise, we will see a repeat of NPAs as it happened in early 2010 to 2014 and or maybe 2018. So all these NPAs will again reoccur in country. So my suggestion, I'm not the financial experts of the world, but my suggestion is if you can sell 100 units, then you can produce only 80 units. You should produce only 80 units. The production should be less than what you can sell. Do not go for overestimating the demand. And like we were doing 300 million ton will produce by 2030. That was a little overdone. And what Aditi and Kalanas has calculated, that is correct, that it is 210 to 220 million ton. That is a sizable market. We produce about, we export about 10-12 million ton. We import about 10-12 million ton. Basically, we are a neutral country. It is a trade balance country. So we should not worry that if China or Korea or Japan, they're exporting a lot into country. I mean, yes, government is taking the safety measures, the whatever safeguard duties they can put, but why to produce more? This is what my point of view is. Next point is coming on after the CO2, the CBAM. The CBAM is in a big trouble now. Yes, if the CBAM is going to make goods costlier in Europe. There is no impact of CBAM on Indian exporters, on any other exporter. If Europe wants a material, they want hot rolled coils, they want steel. So their people will have to pay CBAM. They'll have to pay that $70, $80 or $100 a penalty. So that means the cost to customer. Similarly, like Mr. Trump, if he has put 25% duty, no problem at all. 25% duty means their people will have to pay extra. They'll have to pay more duty. So the goods exported to them will be more expensive. And it doesn't mean that the US steel companies will not increase the prices. They already increased the prices. Now they are at $900 to $950 per ton. Even if we sell to them at $600 per ton CFR, or maybe $620 per ton, and we pay 25% duty, then the US steel mills. So we can sell at $750 CFR, any whether East Coast or West Coast of America. So I think we should not worry about these things. These tariffs, etc. These all are momentarily more a political approach than a realistic approach. If the people need the material, they will buy at whatever price it is available. We have seen post-COVID, the steel prices in America has reached to $2,000 a ton. We have seen in Europe, it was 1,200 euro a ton. Whereas the manufacturing cost was not 1,200 euro per ton in India. We were manufacturing at $600 to $650 per ton, next in $700 per ton. So nothing to worry about. The only point, two, three suggestions I'd like to give to the people, those who are attending and listening to me. Number one, all these tariff barriers are political. We should not worry about. Number two, we should not produce or we should not install the excess capacities. So we have to be very, very careful in deciding the capex. Number three, whether it is CBAM or any other duty, I mean, it is not on us. It is on the people, those who are living in those countries. So why are you worrying about it? So if they need your material, they will pay for that. There's not a big problem. Then the next is, yes, how to protect your borders. I mean, the India's borders. That is our job, and Government of India is working. I'm sure Government of India, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Steel, they will definitely see that how to protect our own industry, own steel industry. We have to also see that the component manufacturing industry in the country, or the automotive manufacturers in the industry, or the SMEs, they don't become sufferers. So we have to also see that we have to supply them material at a right price. The safeguard duty does not mean that tomorrow we increase the prices. So we have to see, we have to make a perfect balance in between price, profit, and availability. And this is how we can live longer and we can sustain on long-term basis. It is not a one-day job. It is a year after year, and it is a perpetual work. So we have to take care of our customers. We have to take care of small and medium enterprises. We have to take care of the end user, and we have to also see that we make profit so that we can expand. But do not expand beyond the requirement. Major capex done today will be, in my view, I may be wrong, will be an exercise on which we have to repent tomorrow. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening me. I'm sorry I could not come physically today. And next time, definitely in Malaysia, I will come. In case of any question, I'm available. Whatever I had told you, these are my personal feelings, personal points. Nothing to do with my company, nothing to do with anybody, nothing to offend anyone, and nothing to offend research of anyone. And these are my views. I may be wrong. If somebody likes, you may accept it. Somebody doesn't like, you may decline it. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Sarma Sahab. Thank you. Really grateful. I know since morning you have been having connectivity issues from Poland, and you in fact had to at one point of time take a local help with the hotspot to connect. So I'm really grateful. In spite of all that, Sarma Sahab, you have been able to connect with us, because getting you is getting like the messiah of the industry with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirmalaji. Thank you. I'm available in case of any question. Any gentlemen, ladies, they want to ask anything from me, my opinion about the industry, I'm ready to share. Thank you.
So any questions for Mr. Sharma? Aditi, do you have a question? Rito Proto, you have a question? Would you like to ask? Sharma Sahab, Rito Proto from ICRA, Indian Credit Rating Agency, would like to ask you something. Rito Proto,
yes, please carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's good morning or evening. As always, listening to Mr. Sharma's views always brings in a light of wisdom in the discussion. Thanks for that. I just wanted to, you are saying the message that is, don't be wary of CBAM. Obviously, that's something which is very reassuring. But in terms of the industry's preparedness for, tapping onto those markets, apart from the, bringing down the carbon footprint on the policy front, what are the tools, in your view, can also come in from the government side?
Very simple. I will tell you. First of all, we should not involve government in reducing the CO2 footprint. It is none of the government job, and this is the job of the steel industry. I'll share with Nirmala, maybe in the next his publication, he can print it, or he can throw on the WhatsApp media or whatever. If you see the total energy cost in India in terms of unit, not in terms of dollars or price or rupees, we are far behind than the world. Today, if you see the best energy cost, if you see on the scale out of 100, the Koreans are at 59, Japan is at 61, European mills are at about 72, the American mills are at about 90, and India is 100, you can say like that. So this means there is a potential for 40 to 50% of energy saving in the steel industry. These are the authenticated official data. You can Google it, Chat GPT or Google, you will find the complete graph. This is the World Steel Association slide. You'll get it. So if we reduce India, if India reduce 40% of the energy consumption, and then from 2.6 ton per ton of CO2, you will immediately come down to below 2 ton of CO2. The moment you are 2 ton of CO2, you are just near or at par with the European mills today. Those who are running on natural gas basis energy, and natural gas basis DRI is sponge iron they use, and also some of the blast furnaces. So the moment we reach to this level, then we are at 2. Now the point next is, how can we come down to 1.8? Yes, the 1.8 means another 200 kg we have to reduce. So what we have to find out, like we have done in JSPL, we are having 4 electric arc furnaces and we are having 4 blast furnaces. A similar kind of mix and match technology we have to adopt. So the people, those who are only on blast furnaces, they have to also switch over to the electric arc furnaces. So what will happen, that on an average, we can bring down our CO2 footprint to a level about 1.6 to 1.5 tons per ton of steel making. If we do 30 to 40% steel through electric arc furnaces and 60 to 70% steel through the blast furnaces. This is the point number 2. The point number 3, I'm a great advocate of coal gasification. India must do the coal gasification in a big way. The coal gasification up till now, it was only on the surface. That is surface coal gasification. That means you take out the coal and then you use into gasifiers, put oxygen into it and make 3,500 to 3,500 to 3,700 kilocal of natural gas, which is at a price of about maybe $5 to $6 per MMBTU. But now, with the advent of some of the technologies available from Canada and Australia, the underground coal gasification is feasible. The moment we have the underground coal gasification, though India started underground coal gasification in the form of coal bed methane, CBM, way back about 15 years back, a couple of places we started coal bed methane. Now this coal bed methane is to be converted in a way, the coal energy is to be converted into hydrogen energy, the carbon monoxide. So when we do it, so we have to inject oxygen. When we have to inject oxygen under the ground, say about 80 meters, earlier we were thinking that only 300 meters is the minimum depth of a well where you can do the gasification. But now the technology has come that even at 80 or 100 meters, you can do the gasification without taking out coal, even without spoiling and disturbing the agriculture land. About the coal mines. So this is the future for this country. For our country, the future is underground coal gasification. UCG, underground coal gasification. And there are many companies, those who have come in this field. So the moment we take out underground coal gasification, it is a fossil fuel. It is a fossil fuel as good as natural gas. So there is no problem at all.
The moment we use this natural gas or the fossil fuel, or you call it a syngas, that means we are at par with any of the best natural gas available in the world, and which will cost you how much? Maybe $6, $7. That will be a game changer in the country. Today, the natural gas, when we take out, of course, the natural gas also at $4 per MMBTU. But yes, it is marketed by the companies at $14, $15, $18 per MMBTU. That is different. But in the Middle East, the natural gas extraction cost is only 1 kg because the pressure and because the higher availability and the not 5 kilometers or 6 kilometer deep well, they are only 2 kilometers deep well. So this is what the difference is. So when we come to a level of coal gasification based DRI and then hot DRI to be used in electric arc furnaces and or the BOF shop, we in Jindal, we are adding DRI into BOF also, and we are adding DRI, we are using DRI in our electric arc furnaces. And that means 100 to 150 units kWh per ton of power is saved and through the electric arc furnaces when we do the hot charging of DRI. And if it is the temperature is more than 650 degree, if you can manage a hot DRI plant next to the electric arc furnace, or you can say coupled with the hot link, then this the power consumption comes down to 220 units per ton. Traditionally, the electric arc furnaces were using 500 to 550 units per ton. And if you can bring it down to 400, 380, then you save 25%. If you can bring down to 220%, 220 units per ton, kWh per ton, then you save about 80%. And this is how the way forward is for the Indian companies to bring down the CO2 level so that we are at par or little better than Europe. Then there is no impact. Then we are at par with the world. Today, the impact is because of 2.6 ton of CO2 per ton of steel. Hope I have clarified your answer, your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarma Saab. I would only request you to just stay for some time to listen to Ritobrato's presentation, which is on CBAM. You are presenting on CBAM?
I'm there. I'll be listening him. My pleasure.
Okay. So anyway,
one thing I forgot. I was a speaker in his one of the webinar, and I told at that time that the solution to our country is putting up the mini nuclear power plant, and this was picked up by many people in the country. And of course, the government of India was working on this for long. Niti Aayog was working on this for long. So now government of India has allowed the mini nuclear power plant in the country. JSPL has already declared a nuclear power plant in the country. The first time any steel industry has declared. We are working very seriously on this. I think the future is nuclear power plant also. Because energy need is pretty high. So whether it is coal or it is natural gas or it is syngas or it is coking coal or coke or finally the windmills or the solar, finally it ends to nuclear power plant. So we must see that we put up the nuclear power plant in the multiple of 25 megawatt to 30 megawatt each, and we reach to a level where we run our electric arc furnaces through the nuclear energy. It is pretty safe. And if it is small, then the people are a little confident that yes, it is a very small plant. It is not Chernobyl or it is not Tokyo. So it is a manageable plant. And we have a lot of land where there is no habitation in the country. We have mountains where there is no habitation in the country. We have plenty of Deccan where there is no habitation in the country. We have a great land in northeast where there is no habitation, no people are living, no agriculture taking place. So these are the areas where we should put up the nuclear power plant. So once we put up the nuclear power plant in the country, then I think today we are at a level of only 3% energy comes from the nuclear power plant. It should come to 15 to 20% energy through the nuclear power plant. The moment we do this, then we reach to level of not only 1.6, we come down to level of 500 kg, and that is true clean steel, true green steel, I would say. 500 to 600 kg per ton of CO2 per 500 to 600 kg CO2 per ton of steel. That is the ultimate. I mean, no company in the world so far has reached to that level. One more thing I'll tell you, that we should not see that we had to make our entire 5 million, 10 million plant green. Please do not do that. We should do that. Yes, we want to have a particular unit, maybe 1 million ton steel green or 2 million ton steel green. No company in the country is exporting 2 million ton per month, per year of steel to Europe. The quota is less than 1 million ton. So if each company, each steel mill in the country, bigger steel mill, I'm talking 6 or 7 bigger steel mills in the country, they produce 3 million ton green steel per company. That means 20 million ton green steel will come. Let the customer come, this 20 million ton will suffice the requirement of everybody, and we can meet the challenge anytime, anywhere in the world. This is what my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarma Sahab. I hand over to the chairman for the next presentation by Rito Broto, which is again a very interesting subject, impact of US trade tariff on Indian steel industry. Now, this is what Mr. V.R. Sharma has been talking about. Now that HRC is hovering around $900, so even after paying 25% Uncle Trump duty, we can still manage to export to US. Rito Broto, is that a pertinent point which Mr. Sharma had raised?
Yeah.
That now that HRC is hovering around $900,
yes,
even after paying 25% Uncle Trump duty,
yes,
we can manage to export.
Yeah.
To US.
First of all, a brief introduction about myself. I am Rito Broto. I am a commodity analyst working in the metals and mining team of Icfarefcon Limited. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to be among the industry and share our knowledge and also be part of the overall, goings in the industry. I'm thankful to Steel and Metallurgy for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to share our views. This is just a small thematic or that we had recently published. Mr. Sharma has beautifully laid down the context. In fact, he echoes one of our views as well that we came up in our thematic, is that are we seeing a world with walls, world in which David Ricardo's principle of competitive advantage is no longer valid? Are we looking in a world where we are moving from just in time to just for sure? Or are we looking for a world where near-shoring and friend-shoring is becoming increasingly important because of security issues? And Mr. Sanjay ji in the morning had also highlighted that we are looking in a multipolar world. So increasingly, what we are seeing since 2018 across various commodity grades, across various goods that used to be traded, is that the normal trade relationship between countries, those are not on the same terms in which it has been for the last decades, the last several decades. And the reason for that is that now you are having a situation wherein you have a very strong number two who is giving US a run for the money. And to that extent, there's a significant amount of distrust in whom you want to trade with. So in that context, we have seen that from 2019, it started with US leaving various tariffs, then Euro followed. And then obviously we saw a ripple effect of across various geographies, wherein several trade barriers were put in place. And today we are again seeing a repeat of that, wherein the first thing that Mr. Trump, one of the major announcements that he announced after resuming office, is that he again withdrew all the exemptions that were available to the friendly, trading partners of the US. So there's a section 232 of the US Trade and Expansion Act of 1962. Nobody heard about this act before 2018, but Mr. Trump very cleverly used this act to create a kind of shell or a protection for the US steel industry, and because of which you will find from the chart on the left that the deep blue line, which is the US hot roll coil prices today, are very significantly different from the prices at which steel is traded in the rest of the world, and because of which today US is a protected market since 2018. And while various waivers were given to friendly allies, all these waivers have now been taken off. So what it means is that today, if Europe has to, or anybody from the European Union has to, enter the US market, they will have to pay a 25% duty, which earlier was not the case. Similarly, some of the NAFTA countries had that benefit. I think Ukraine became a part of that benefit once the war started out. South Korea, Japan anyways had that benefit, and Mexico and Canada. So this is something which is very important because if I look at the total trade flows that get impacted, it's not a very small number. In terms of the total global steel trade flows, US alone accounts for about 6 to 7%. So because these waivers, whatever were available, that is not going to be there from the 12th of March, it would mean that over a period of time, there is a possibility of trade readjustment. So countries which earlier used to have preferential access to the US market, those countries may find life difficult because what their main advantage could have been just the fact that they didn't have a tariff that a Japanese mill or an Indian mill or a Chinese mill had to pay. While cost-wise, obviously they were more, less cost efficient. So some of the countries that comes to mind is Mexico, let's say, who obviously doesn't have great iron ore, obviously great quality coking coal. They could be impacted. Similarly, let's say European Union, a major supplier of steel to the US, they could be impacted. So overall, what it suggests that in the coming years and the coming there will be a readjustment of trade flows, and the overall impact is not going to be very, very small, because what we are talking of is about 25 to 30 million ton of steel, which currently US is importing, that is going to get readjusted across, because the US is not going to stop importing steel, because they are not going to overnight find those steel assets in their country. It will take them several decades to substitute that. But in the interim period, because now everybody is treated equal in terms of the treatment under Section 232, what would mean that there is a high possibility that high cost suppliers will get displaced by the low cost suppliers, and obviously low cost suppliers are in Asia. So now the current picture that we have is that whatever US imports, because of the anomalies that were created under Section 232, wherein several countries had duty-free access, almost 75 to 80% of their import basket was cornered by countries like Canada. Obviously not a very large steel producer, but because they had that preferential access, they were a very large supplier. Similarly, Brazil, again, not a very large producer. Mexico, of all countries, obviously they were a very large supplier to the US. And then we also had South Korea, Japan, and the European Union. Now, this particular slide gives us a sense about the quantum of the import dependence by US. So if you look at the chart on the left, you will find that on an average about 25% of the overall steel demand for US is being met through imports, and there are solid economic grounds for that, because at the end of the day, US is a you can say it's a developed country. The cost of compliance there is very high. The cost of labor is high, and to that extent, the cost of steel making obviously will be high. And in that case, economics itself, this number is a result of what economics demands. Is that if somebody can produce steel at a lower cost, which David Ricardo has said in its theory of competitive advantage, that it is better for you to buy that from the low cost base rather than producing yourself and bear a higher cost, which Mrs. Sharma said, that if you impose any kind of cost, finally the customer will have to pay. And that's why, because US traditionally is a high cost destination because of these steel or aluminum or other commodities, they have a very high share of imports. But now it's not going to get eliminated overnight. So US will still continue to import steel. But then what will happen is that their suppliers will change. Canada, Mexico, may not be the largest supplier, let's say 5 years from today, if the whatever measures have been announced is continued, and we could find new, sources from which US will import steel. So that is one transition which is there. And so for any, trade, announcement, there are two sides of the coin. There are associated risks and there are associated rewards. Now, let us take what are the risks that India carries because of this. So first of all, I mean, I think it has been abundantly made clear in the various discussions since the morning, is that the industry in the last 1 year or so has not been seeing the best of times. Mr. Sharma has highlighted that in your capital allocation policy, you should be much more conservative in terms of how you are investing in assets, because the future is a bit more uncertain than what it used to be a year back. And to that extent, we are seeing a lot of capex deferments, no new major capex being announced. And the reason for that is very simple, is that we currently have a situation wherein the government spending is not as strong at what used to be, at least in the current year, and in next year, whatever government has kind of allocated. Obviously, it's not, we are not seeing the 20 to 30% kind of annual growth. Those were the thing of the past. So that is something which is a new normal. And the second thing is that there's a huge amount of import pressure, this time less from China and more from the FTA countries, be it the Vietnams or the South Koreas or the Japans of the world. And because of which we are seeing a very interesting trend develop, and which is that for the last 2 years, that for financial year 24 and the current year financial 25, for back-to-back 2 years, India will be a net steel importer. The last time when we saw this trend develop, if you look at the chart on the right, is just in the run-up to the metals meltdown of 2015. That was a period in which we had back-to-back 2 years of net steel imports. We are seeing that same pattern get repeated again, and that's why the nervousness about the steel players, that we should have some kind of protection, because the rest of the world is also following the similar measures. So if you don't protect our own turf, then there is a possible of a wider spillover in terms of dumping. So that's one part of it. The second thing is that, given that import itself is a big problem that the industry is currently going through, one of the risks that happens is that China, along with Japan and South Korea, they are very large suppliers of steel to the US. Less of China, but more of Japan and South Korea. So last year, I was looking at the data. Japan, South Korea cumulatively had supplied about 4 million ton of steel to the US. Now, currently from 12th of March, 13th of March, these tonnages, as and when they enter US, they will have to pay a 25% duty. So to that extent, the US market will not be as attractive from the 13th of March as was the case in the last 5 years. So what it means that there is a possible risk that these kind of tonnages, which were earlier going for US, those could be bounced back to other high growth markets. And high growth markets today in the world in steel are very, very less. So we have India, which is one of the bright spots, and some of the Middle Eastern countries. But mostly the major steel hubs, be it Europe, they are less than the pre-COVID level of demand. Japan is less than the pre-COVID level of demand. South Korea is also less than the pre-COVID level of demand. The only advanced economy, large advanced economy, which is more than the pre-COVID level of demand, is the US. So US obviously has put in this barrier. So there is a risk that, we would see some kind of bounce back or additional inflow of volumes from Japan and South Korea, because these countries have duty-free access to India because we have FTAs with them. So that's one real risk which is there. And any which ways, if you really look at the current year in steel import basket, almost 2/3 of the imports are coming from the FTA countries. So this year the culprit actually is not fully China. It is the other players in our neighborhood. And within that, South Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, these are the main destinations wherein we're seeing a lot of incremental volumes coming. So that's a real risk which is there. But then there are other opportunities as well, because at the end of the day, I mean, if you always look at risks, we look at only one side of the coin. Given that there is a possibility of trade readjustment, and traditionally who are large suppliers to the US, they are not the best cost or the lowest cost suppliers. There is a possibility of trade displacement which is happening, which can potentially happen. See, today, because of the fact that we didn't have the exclusive access to the US market, and also there's a long lead time reaching US, is a huge, I mean, almost 1.5 to 2 months of sail time, which is there. So to that extent, the US is not one of a large export destinations for steel. And that is also quite reflected in our overall volumes. I mean, US just accounts for about 2 to 3% of the overall share of exports that goes from India, just 2 to 3%, very, very minuscule. But then this can change. The reason being is that if you look at, the amount of volumes that is coming from this to the US, from these very high cost destinations, be it Canada, Brazil, EU, Mexico, cumulatively, they are exporting about 80 to 19 million tons of steel to the US. And given that now they will not have the preferential duty access, it's a very big disadvantage for them. So that is one opportunity which is there. I'm sure Japanese and the South Koreans will obviously try to get a significant part of that opportunity. But then India should also look at that piece, because while we have a footprint in US, the footprint as of now is not very material. But then even if you can get 20 to 30% of that, it's a very large number that can potentially, be an incremental, market opportunity for Indian players. So that's something. And interestingly, on the day this, this measure was announced, I was looking at a couple of consignments. We saw that in the month of February, there are a couple of, I would not name the names, but leading steel makers, they have started, dispatching steel to the US, at least in small quantities, just to test the waters as to, how does the overall, but it's a good starting point. But then that's an opportunity which is there, because 19 million ton can potentially get displaced. And in that, Indian companies can also, participate. So overall, the message, that comes is that today, the industry, I'm talking from the language of a commodity analyst. We typically make forecasts for about 12 months, because in the world of commodities, any forecast beyond 12 months doesn't make any sense. If somebody tells you that, gives you long-term price forecast, just don't believe it. Because he's fooling you. Because nobody can predict commodity prices. I would like to quote, Mr. Warren Buffett at one of the investor, these Berkshire Hathaway investor calls. He made a very, you can say, very, very clever comment. Is that commodity markets or commodity prices are like Cinderella at the ball. Everybody wants to have one last glass of whiskey or wine and just get out before the clock starts 12, and everything turns to pumpkins and mice. The only problem is that there are no clocks on the wall. So today, we used to make 12 months forecast, but then the amount of volatility and the amount of uncertainty that we are seeing, making forecast anything beyond 6 months is becoming a very big challenge. So today, just to give you a real example, today, if I have to make a forecast for financial year 26, there are two scenarios that without the safeguard duty, it will be a completely different picture, because we have a slower pace of government spending. We have significant amount of uncertainty that is happening across the world. So to that extent, 26 could be a very different picture in the business as usual scenario, and possibly could be, let's say, directionally negative than 25. But then if the safeguard duty comes in, then obviously it gives you some kind of a safety net. And to that extent, that's a reality. And what the reflection of that has been that steel companies, at least increasingly when we are discussing with them, talking with them, they are much less aggressive in terms of capacity expansion. It's kind of like a wait and watch and just see how things to pan around. And in our view, that's quite you can say prudent in the current scheme of things. So with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you. And if there are questions, I would be happy to take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rito Brozo, for giving a very interesting analysis on the very, very burning and current topic regarding the trade tariff imposed by the United States. As you know, on 10th February, they have imposed 25% duty on a number of countries like Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, European Union, and also Mexico. Then US allies like UK also. Now India is in the hitting list already. Yesterday, Mr. Trump has already sent a signal, warning signal to India again. So what you are expecting, that you have told that we have to say goodbye to the Ricardian theory of comparative advantage. David Ricardo provided in the classical economies. Now, another aspect is that WTO propagated for a free trade. Now, how it is going to impact on the activities of the WTO also?
See, for India, I think, first of all, if you look at our economy is not, it's mostly domestic, demand-driven economy. So to that extent, these trade barriers, the impact that can have on India, obviously, while it will have a negative impact, but the impact could be far lesser compared to the export-oriented economies like Japan, South Korea, China. So that's point number one. Talking of a steel industry, I think it will have, I would echo Mr. Sharma's views that from the Indian context, it will have a lesser impact just because of the fact that we only export just about 4 to 5 million ton of steel. So to that extent, as against that today, the amount of imports that is coming is about 10 million ton. So any kind of trade protection that happens as because export is not a very big percentage of our overall steel production. While the impact could be there, but it may not really break the back of the industry. That's point number one. Point number two is that if you look at how the industry has recovered in the post-COVID era, it has been largely driven by domestic factors, and that major pillar which has led to the recovery of or the significant recovery. In fact, last 4 years we have seen steel demand grow at a CAGR of about 13%, and this is the highest rate of growth that we have seen in the last 15 years after the global financial crisis. And the main engine of this has been the government's capex spending. So, and that is something, while the capex spend, the growth has been a bit slower compared to what it has been, but then the growth still is about 10 to 15%, which is not a bad number to look at. So steel demand in India is going to continue to grow. And while, these trade, whatever barriers, be it CBAM, be it the US tariffs, while this is directionally negative, for the export oriented economies, but for India, obviously, it will have a far lesser degree of impact. That's my view.
Yeah, all these countries know that import tariff of 25% by US is going to be effective from next Wednesday.
That's correct.
Now, there will be some repercussion, naturally. Some retaliation are expected. How it is going to polarize your Indian export of steel on this aspect?
See, couple of things. If you look at our major export destinations, first of all, it's the Southeast Asia. That's one of the major export destinations. Europe is one where we export significant amount of steel, and also we export steel to the Middle East. I think these are the three broad regions where Indian steel is exported. So while we are hearing investigations, anti-dumping investigations being initiated in various Southeast Asian countries. So while these could be directionally negative, but at the end of the day, for India, I think the major driver of our steel industry is not the demand that gets generated outside of India. It's the demand that gets generated within India, because most of the steel that we produce gets consumed within India. So I think as an industry, my sense is that the government's strategic intent of an infrastructure-driven economic growth model, I think that is still intact, and at least that will be an engine for growth for the economy in the foreseeable years to come. And to that extent, that should be a big shock absorber against any of these, negative signals that can come from the external market. Because my sense is that after what US, announced, it is very natural that various countries would also like to protect their, their domestic steel markets. And obviously, we are also hoping, or we are at least expecting, that some kind of announcement could be announced anytime soon by our Indian government on the safeguard duty as well.
So we'll ask only one question from the floor on this burning topic. Anybody there? Only one question. So, okay. Now, thank you very much. Now, we thank Aditi. Aditi, we will take up the question during networking hours. Let us close this session. And now we'll do your duty.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and all our speakers. Can we have big round of applause for a wonderful enriching session? I now request Mr. Pradipto Sengupta sir to please hand over the token of memento and honor to our Honorable Session Chairman, Mr. MC Das. Can we have some applause, please? Mr. MC Das, ex-head of MIS, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. To Mr. Ritobroto Ghosh, Vice President, Sector Head, Corporate Sector Rating, ICRA Limited. Can we have some applause, please? To Mr. Shankar Lal Agarwal, President,
WB SIMA. So thank you for being in this session and enlightening us. Big round of applause. And of course, to Ms. Aditi Tiwari, business reporter still and raw materials, Indian subcontinent, Kalinish commodities. Thank you so much for being over here and for a wonderful speech and enlightenment to all of us. Thank you so much. We close the session over here and we'll move forward to the next session. Another big round of applause for our chairperson and all our speakers. Thank you so much. We will move on to the next session, but before that, there's an important announcement. We have a very important delegate, Mr. Molay Bhattacharjee. He has, by mistake, misplaced his kit bag because all the kit bag are same. So inside the kit bag, he has his car key. So I request everybody to please check your kit bag in case it got exchanged with sir, so that there won't be any kind of miscommunication. He has the car key inside the kit bag. Thank you so much. We move on to the next session. Technical session, iron ore. As session chairman, I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Taposh Dashgupta, Chief General Manager, IC Sale Bhilai Steel Plant. Can we have you, sir, on the dais, please? Mr. Taposh Dasgupta. Well, the speakers of this particular session are Mr. S.K. Shatapathy, Geology Mining and Mineral Beneficiation Division, Mekon Limited. Mr. Debraj Mukherjee from Tata Steel FAMT. Can we have some applause? I request all our speakers to please come and join in the dais. Mr. Naveen Mishra, CMD Metalon Holdings Limited. Welcome, sir, on the dais. We have a speaker from the JSW Steel Limited. Dr. Shoykot Shamonto from New Fair GmbH. So please join us on the dais. And we have Mr. Malay Bhattacharjee, TJM MD Copern Macro Services Private Limited. So welcome on the dais. And also Mr. Deepjyoti Muduli, JSW Steel Limited, Raigor Works. I would like to request our Honorable Session Chairman, Mr. Taposh Dashgupta, to please start the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I should thank Steel and Metallurgy and organizers for making this conference a great success and selecting the topic, which is quite apt at the present situation. Usage of fine ore and especially lean grade ore is a challenge today. Presently, we cannot afford to discard the 45-55% FeO iron ore fines, which we are used to earlier. But at present time, we are having abundantly available that low grade or lean grade, I should say, iron ore fines, and we cannot discard it. So how to use that? For using that lean grade ore, there are several methods like hydrometallurgically, we can do the beneficiation part. Otherwise, we can do it through sintering, through pelletization, through micro pellets. And doing that, we have to take care about the economic viability as well as the decarbonization effect. That is the buzzword today. So through this session, we try to understand that what are the recent steps that industry has already taken to beneficiate and to reutilize these microfines and low-grade iron ore fines, which is abundantly available and which is an environmentally and economically there is a challenge about it. Thank you. Now I request the first presenter, Mr. Satpathy, please start up the session.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the desk and off the desk. And special thanks to the organizers who have given me this opportunity to present here. First of all, I am Sanjeev Kumar Satpathy from Mecon Limited, Ranchi. And I'm working as a mineral processing engineer in Mecon. And I have experience of... Hello. So I'll put the light on mineral processing technology only. And in the morning section, our experts already discussed with the raw material security. So ensure to that raw material security, a keyword is to be discussed, that is mineral beneficiation technology. So my presentation will be mainly focused on the low grade iron ore beneficiation technology. The presentation will broadly cover the following points. This is basically introduction, distribution of the iron ore across the India, glimpses of the iron ore dump and slime across India, necessity of enrichment of low grade iron ore, major iron ore equipment in the process, and process flow sheet. That is the conclusion. India is endowed with vast mineral resources. So far iron ore is concerned, it occupies the rank 6 in the world, and if we'll go for the production, then it occupies 4th rank in the world. You can say you can see this bar chart. So it is clearly mentioned that total production is near about to 24 billion ton, that is hematite, and 11 billion ton, that is magnetite. NSP 2017 envisages 30 MT steel capacity in the country by 2030 or 31. Therefore, processed iron ore requirement at this stage has been estimated to tune of 437 MT. Present availability of magnetite resources in India about 24 billion ton, out of which only 6.22 billion ton comes under the reserve. That means reserve means it is you can say it is geologically established, economically viable, and the feasibility study is already completed. And the 11 billion ton magnetite that is mostly locked in the western Ghat of eco-fragile region, that I think it is not been used through the steel industries. To ensure the raw material security iron ore for the growing steel industry of the country, it is essential to evolve the alternate technology for effective utilization of the low-grade iron ore, lean grade iron ore, that is slime, and introduce the modern beneficiation technology. Now we are coming to the distribution of iron ore in India. Basically, the iron ore is distributed in the 5 zones of India, and mostly that is zone A, B, C, and D. In A, you can see it is Odisha and Jharkhand. In B, that is Chhattisgarh. In C, that is Karnataka, and D, Goa. And E, that is the metamorphosed bent iron ore formation along with the western coast of Karnataka and Kerala. Mostly, you can say this zone A and B is enclosed with hematite, and CD is the hematite and magnetite. Now we are going for this grade of the iron ore, that is if it is especially for hematite. If the high grade iron ore, we will say that is more than 65%, and medium ore that is 65 to say 62 to 65, and low grade is less than 62. And the high grade iron ore deposit is only 10%, and medium grade is only 25%. Again, it is the low grade that is 50%. If we will segregate this low grade, again it is segregated to lean and low grade. And the lean grade iron ore, the iron ore Fe content is 45 to 55, and the low grade is 55 to 60. And these two are of 50-50%. So major iron ore types, what I have given here, that is hard massive ore, hard limestone ore, soft limestone ore, blue dust, and specially The geothite ore, laterite ore, and powdery ore and siliceous ore, these are needed beneficiation. Now we are coming to the occurrence of iron ore in India. As you can see this graph, Odisha is the leader of this occurrence. It contains 33% of iron ore. And again, Odisha is also the leader of production of the iron ore. It is 55%. And followed by this Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, and other states. This is the iron ore product, iron ore, a laterite hematite iron ore. It is a low-grade iron ore, so which need beneficiation to upgrade the quality or upgrade the Fe content in this iron ore. We can see production of iron ore is 274 MTP in India, and we are exporting 47.8 MTP and import 5.5 MTP. Since last 10 years, iron ore production in the country shows that the iron ore mining industry is growing at an average CAGR of 7.3%. It is clearly shown in this graph. And with this growth rate, it is expected that the mining industry can easily cater the estimated iron ore requirement, which is given by NSP, that is 437 million MT up to 2030 and 31. However, it is prudent to mention here that the decades of selective mining in the country leads to depletion of high-grade iron ore and most with minimum low-grade iron reserves. Therefore, it is high time to industry should look after to the beneficiation. You can see this photograph. It is a low-grade iron ore dump at Minehead. As I told earlier, it is contain this laterite ore, siliceous ore, thick iron band BHQ, siliceous ore. It is also a low-grade dump. You can see here the estimated quantity till today. As on date, it is 70 MTP, and Fe content in this low-grade lean iron tail, that is 57 to 61, where alumina and silica percentage is, silica is 3 to 5% and alumina is 5 to 7%. Again, whether you can say this is for the beneficiation which we have already done through the washing circuits earlier. So lot of slime is generated earlier, and it is also accumulated in the slime tailing pond, and it is total estimated is 40 MTP. Fe content where it is 55 to 60, or as per the environment rule, we cannot throw it out like this, because as per the environment policy, we have to come up to 45, less than 45%. Here also the silica percentage is 3 to 8% and alumina is 3 to 10%. So necessity of enrichment of the low-grade iron ore. As I told earlier, selective high-grade iron ore mining over decades has left with mostly low-grade and lean-grade iron ores. Mining of magnetite ore is not possible as it is locked in the Western Ghat, and some policies also there. So eco-fragile zone is there, so we cannot go for the magnetite. So basically our steel industry have to mainly focus on the hematite. That is the reserve is only 6%, 6 MTP. Among the 24%, 17 MT, we have to, it is a resource, so we have to go for this extraction, and you can go for the other activities, means environment clearance, then only we can go for this reserve up to 7 MTP. So 6 MTP, which is still today with us as a reserve, that we can use in the steel industry. Sustainable quantity of low-grade iron ore is available in the iron ore dump and iron ore slime in tailing pond across the country, that we have to take care through the beneficiation circuit. Potential resources of BHQ and geothite ore are available in the country, which needs beneficiation to make the usable for the steel industries. Through beneficiation, we can enrich the Fe content in a ore that is up to 65%. Rigorous modern days beneficiation technologies need to be adapted, particularly for high alumina geothite ore, which cannot be beneficiated through the simple washing circuit which was used earlier. Use of low and lean grade material through beneficiation will increase the mine working space, leads to environment friendly mining. This is a typical circuit, washing circuit, you can say. Previously, this practice was carried out through the beneficiation. You can see this is a primary crushing followed by screening, scrubbing, and classification. And secondary crushing is also there to reach the size of 45 micron, which is used in the steel industry or pelletization. As per the current scenarios, the enrichment of low-grade iron ore strategies, beneficiation techniques employed depends upon the level of nature gangue material impurities associated with the ore body. Because if we will understand the impurities or the gangue particles, how it occurs through the ore, then only we can go for the beneficiation circuit. So each source of iron ore has its own particular mineralogical characteristic and requires specific beneficiation and metallurgical treatment to get the best product or less cost. Liberation of ore is essential to make it amenable for any concentrated technique. Because earlier we are just doing the washing, but now we are going for the modern technologies. So once we go for this modern technology, then liberation characteristic of the iron ore should be taken care first through the laboratory. Then only we will understand the characteristic of the ore. Then we can select a beneficiation circuit which is be useful for this ore. So ore characterization study and mineralogical evaluation is the first step for selection of any beneficiation circuit. Design the process of particular quality of feed material, and that too after conducting extensive laboratory tests. Basic aim of beneficiation is to recover maximum Fe. That means to reduce the Fe percentage in tailings as much as possible, the minimum use of water and power, because we know all the beneficiation circuit which we are using right now, it is hydro circuits, because dry circuits also used, but I don't think it is it can be used more because of this environment pollution and other things, because once we are go for this dry jig and other things, huge noise pollution and dusty environment will be there. So we'll prefer to the wet circuit, or you can say this is the hydro circuit that is adapted at present in our beneficiation circuits. Designing of optimum process flow sheet and equipment selection of the beneficiation circuit is also need to be taken care or to be thoroughly checked earlier through first in the laboratory scale, then only we will go for this pilot scale. This is a typical flow circuit of beneficiation low-grade iron ore. You can say it is the standard practice which we are using at present in all the beneficiation plants for iron ore. This is first desliming screen, and it is followed by primary grinding. And then again, for the classification, we can use hydrocyclone, and we can also use the spirals, screw spirals, and gravity separator are also there. Then magnetic circuits, you can say whims, limbs, other things are also used for magnetic circuits. Then secondary crushing, it is required to get the optimum size which is needed for the pelletization. Finally, the heart of the process circuit, that is called thickener, which is a thickener or the filtration that is used for dewatering the material from the washing circuit and to reutilize the water again in the process circuit. This is a flow chart, you can say, for used for beneficiation circuit. As I told earlier, first step of the beneficiation circuit is crushing and then grinding. Earlier we are using only ball mill. At present, a number of equipments are there, HPGR, Bhatti mill, other things are also there, but we have to take care and we have to check whether these equipments are used economically or not, because again, if you will go for this Bhatti mill and HPGR, high power consumption is there. So we have to check whether this HPGR is utilized in a optimum way or not. Then again, gravity separation. In the gravity separation, we are using Flotex density separator, spirals, magnetic Moseley gravity separator, cleanse jig, Kelson concentrator, or Falcon concentrator. But right now, another technology is also used, that is DNC, which is vastly used in coal sector, and we are using coal washeries, DNC in the coal washeries. But if we will go for this iron, DNC is also an alternate that we have to check, because it is used vastly in the western areas, means you can say in the other countries they are using DNC, but in India at present we are not using DNC. We are going through this magnetic circuit or jigs, but we can also check this DNC which is a better option, and we can also increase the yield of any beneficiation circuit through DMC. Now this magnetic separation, where we are using wet high intensity magnetic separator, high gradient magnetic separator, and rare earth separator, Sloan. Flotation is also a process which is adapted with this process circuit. This is only for these fines, ultra fines. If in the ultra fines there is much more iron content is there, then we should go for this flotation. This is also two types, column flotation and duplex extraction is there. Then regrinding, and after that grinding, you can use the concentrated belt filter, which is or hydraulic belt press, and HVBF, horizontal vacuum belt filter, is also there. Finally, the agglomeration, it is sinters, pellets, and reticule cold band pelletizing. It is a typical test data of a low grade iron ore fines, where you can see the Fe content is 37.83 and silica is 35.38, alumina is 3.43, and alloy is 4.93. After using a process circuit, it is through the magnetic route, as I told, whims and limbs are used. We can enrich it up to 28.71 yield, and the Fe grade is 67.32. Although the Fe grade is reached more than 65%, but we cannot say it is used as present in our country, because again it is coming for the physical viability. So the labs and other technology analysis organizations should be follow these things, and they have to be analyze these things, how we can use this as per our industry practice. So this is the flow sheet for this test data. Earlier I shown in my presentation. This is the flow sheet where we are using hydrocyclone, whims, means magnetic circuit, and the grinding circuit, and finally we are getting this 28.71 yield and 67.32 Fe content. The major beneficiation techniques or equipments, you can say, which we are using at present, that is ball mill and rod mill. Rod mill is used for coarse grinding, HPGR, and bhatti mill. Bhatti mill is only for use for fines grinding. Then once after grinding completed, once the area of the ore is used for liberation, then we can use gravity separation, jig, and dense media cyclone, spiral concentrator, screw classifier, vortex density separator, all flux separator, accretion scrubber, and hydrocyclone. Again, in magnetic separation, we are using low intensity magnetic separator, medium intensity magnetic separator, wet high intensity magnetic separator, or you can say HGMS, high gradient magnetic separator, and induced role magnetic separator. And Gostec is also an alternate which we are using at present. Again, if we will go for this 37 or less than 45 Fe content iron ore or hematite, then we can go for magnetic roasting technology, which is a latest technology, and reduction, direct reduction also. Although these two technology we can use for this low grade iron ore, but still we are not using at present in industrial scale because of economical viability is not yet established for these two technology. But still we can go and we can also explore this technology for to again ensure this raw material security, that is less than 37% of hematite. So finally, filtration to recover the water which is used in this HVBF, which is used in our process circuit. We can use HVBF or filter press. It is a typical equipment, that is spiral concentrator. Earlier, it is used for 1 mm to 0.1 mm, but right now the technology is developed and you can go for more fines, that is 0.2 to 0.02 mm. And by using this equipment, we are getting yield of 40 to 50%, where the Fe grade is upgraded to 50 to 60. Sorry, 58 to 60, Fe is upgraded to 62 to 64.5. And as it is a static equipment, so it is almost maintenance free and easy to operate. This is a typical case study. You can see the plant with a 8 MTPA plant is there, where the Fe feed grade is 59 to 60, and we are getting 64% Fe with a yield of 40 to 50%. Another case study is there for 6.5 MTPA plant, where the Fe grade is 50 to 58, and we are getting 64% Fe. It is also followed by major equipments, jig, scrubber, grinding mill, spiral, and concentrator, HGMS. all flux is also a gravity separation equipment that is also used in beneficiation circuit, where we are getting yield of 40 to 50%. And it is a big equipment that is used up to 800 TPH and high efficiency and high capacity. The case study is given there, that is for 4 MPa plant, and it is also 8 MPa plant. It is also used at present in our Indian scenario. Another specific gravity and another gravity separation equipment is jig, which is used for that is gravity separation. And the principle of this is the feed stratified according to the density by the pulsating motion of the water. Heavy fraction of the stratified raw material is sensed by the floating accordance with the product quantities. The case studies are given there, that is used up to 300 TPH, and the lump and fines jig is used for 6.5 MPa plant, which is already exist in our India. This is a trick where we can use dense media cyclone against the jig. As I told earlier, it is definitely it is a good equipment, and we can use over the jig, because as you can see here, the G force is 200 for the cyclone, whereas the G force is only 1 for jig. And the separation where Eckert probability is 0.1 in dense media cyclone, and the Eckert probability is greater than 0.2 in jig. That means the separation is much more better with the DMC, but the only thing is that the media density we can maintain 3.8, but it is stable as per as high as 4.5 gram per centimeter cube. And the specific gravity of iron, the low grade iron ore is 3.6 to 3.8. So we can use the dense media cyclone here as a specific gravity or gravity separation equipment. So you can check this graph here. It is clearly mentioned that if we are going for the jig, then the waste is much more and the product is less, where the dense media cyclone is better, giving the better performance or better efficiency and yield. Now we are coming to magnetic separation equipment, that is wet high intensity magnetic separator equipment, which is used less than 3 mm particle size, and it is the magnetic intensity 7 to 15,000 Gauss, but right now we are also using it up to 22,000 Gauss, and the TPH is 6 to 150 TPH, that is also used right now, it is 250. And these are the special case, the plant it is running at present in India, that is for 4 MPa pellet plant, or it is 20 MTPA beneficiation plant is also there, where 14 numbers of machines means SWIMS is used. The case study 3, it is 8 MTPA plant, where the FP percentage in the feed is 53 to 54, and we are obtaining 60 to 62.5 in the product, and the yield is 53 to 67. Yes, sir. Last two. Now it is the paste thickener. Generally earlier we are using this high rate thickener, but at present we are going for paste thickener, because once we are using this paste thickener, then the civil area is also decreased in the as per the high rate thickener, and so as per the high rate thickener, and paste thickener is just taking very less civil areas, as well as the increasing in the percentage of solid in the thickener, that is 70 to 75%, whereas in the high rate thickener we are getting maximum up to 60%. That means it is also not needed for the high tailing ponds, which is also getting the more areas. So once we will go for this paste thickener, means it will automatically decreasing the areas which is used in a plant, as well as it is giving more recovery of the water. Again, the filter press, it is also used as a filter dewatering equipment, that is also used before discard the tailings to the tailing pond. This is a special typical flow sheet which is used the gravity separation and the magnetic separation, and we are getting the Fe content is higher than the feed. This is also a typical flow sheet that is also used. It is a blending material is feeding to the plant, that is the slime as well as the fines. Once it is blended, then automatically it will increase the product as well as the feed quantity is also increased. It is also a typical flow sheet, use the magnetic circuit and the grinding circuit and filtration unit. So finally, I'm coming to my conclusion. In India, iron ore mining sector, adoption of beneficiation is very much essential from the future raw material security point of view, as much as the high-grade iron ore has been deployed through the decades of mining activities. Ore characterization study and mineralogical evaluations in the laboratory scale is the first step of selection of any beneficiation circuit. Aims of beneficiation circuit is to recover the maximum Fe, reduce the Fe in the tailings, and to minimum use of water and power. Region of specific integrated approach to be developed to the prepare of the ore characterization database and standardization of beneficiation technology. Adapted technology is a function of techno-economics. Therefore, it is suggested to choose the technique according to the viability. Particularly low and lean grade iron ore, that is 45 to 50%, having the clay content, needs to rigorous beneficiation with adoption of the modern technology by using the equipments like dense media cyclone, jig, flotex, magnetic circuits, as well as the reduction and roasting of the new technology. Bhatti mill and tower mill also used for the grinding technology to upgrade in a single grinding circuit instead of going to the secondary grinding. Paste thickener is also used for upgrade. Paste thickener is used to increase the recovery of water in the tailings as well as to decrease the area in a plant. Tailing filtration is also working for the same application, that is to decrease the water loss in the tailings. However, the detailed feasibility study needs to be carried out before going for this any type of plant and established in anywhere. Evaluation of techno-commercial viability report is also required, and adoption of modern beneficiation technology is completely based on this economical viability report of the technology which is used in the laboratory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satpathy, for the nice presentation. I think we can take up the questions during the break, tea break, because time is very short. Next speaker is Dr. Subhasis Das, Director, Ardent Steel. He's not here. So after that, Mr. Devraj Mukherjee, Tata Steel.
Hello. Very good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Devraj Mukherjee from Tata Steel. So I'm looking after the domestic sales of ferroalloys and minerals in the India market. Earlier, I used to look after the exports. So to say, I handled the global ferroalloy business of Tata Steel, be it ferrochrome, ferromanganese, chrome ore, etc. So is my presentation? Where is my presentation? Retrospection starts with there is a river cruise waiting, so I will try to be as crisp as possible. Retrospection of chrome ore and iron ore markets. Not there. ওনাকে মেল করা আছে এটা।
The presentation is not there, then you can
Yeah, it's fine.
So till the presentation will be ready, I request Mr. Naveen Mishra, CMD Metalon Holdings Limited.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Naveen Mishra. I'm Chairman and Managing Director of Medwan Group of Companies. We have companies in India, China, Hong Kong, and USA. Today, I thank Nirmala Da, who is not only my senior in Xavier's, for inviting me to talk on a very pertinent topic, which is the raw material for iron and steel, like iron ore, coal, and refractories and ferroalloys. Now, when we say, since morning we are all listening, what is, the lot of statistics are there. We are talking about how much of iron ore, how much of electrode, how much of refractories, and things like that. But I would, in a very simple way, I would like to say that when we talk of iron ore, it can be defined into two types of iron ore, that is hematite and magnetite. Similarly, when we talk about coal, it can be generalized into hard coal, coking coal, metallurgical coal, and yeah, that's all. And when we talk about refractories, it can be distinguished in two ways. One is physical and one is chemical. So the refractories can be physically defined as monolithics and bricks. And chemically, it can be described as neutral, acidic, and basic. Now, I'll be talking on sustainability, digitalization, and policy. Hello? Yeah. We have touched on a lot of figures. We have talked on a lot of figures and facts since the morning, but I would like to point on carbon pricing and incentives, technology adoption, AI, IoT, the Internet of Things, digital twins for resource optimization. And we have been talking about circular economy also. Circular economy is a very important aspect, so that how you can recycle the products and get a value addition for that recycling. One example is the recycling of grog in case of magnesia carbon bricks. Then comes the digital twins, predictive maintenance. By predictive maintenance, we can come to know when a particular equipment or when a particular product is going to come to its end use, and how we can utilize this AI into predictive maintenance. Now, when we talk about the future roadmap of sustainability, digitalization, and policy recommendations, we should talk about R&D, which number of speakers have told today. We should talk of R&D and investments. And we should have a PPP in place so that the government as well as the private players have a parallel role to play, and there is handshaking between private players and government players. A few people also told that we should not go for too much of expansion, which I don't agree. We have to take calculated risk. We have to have our CapEx, our OpEx in place, and we should go for expansion. My company is mainly into plants, projects, consumables, particularly industrial consumables. Now, we export plants, we export projects from China mainly, and we do a lot of plants and projects in India. So I refute to this point that we should not expand until and unless there is a market. Let us do some sort of a reverse engineering. You know, you expand, and when there is surplus, when there is, when you're, whatever you expanded and you're producing more than required, you try to create a market for yourself. You can't expect that a market will come to you and then you start manufacturing it, whether it is refractories, whether it is steel. And as far as raw material is concerned, you can't go and you can't just go and think that in North India, you will get graphite. In South India, you will get magnesite. No, that's something which is very natural. Like if you talk about magnesia carbon bricks, that is abundant in China, and the purity is very high. Now, in India, we have been facing difficulty in the iron ore sector because the percentage of Fe till now, which we used to have, was not very good. It was not up to the mark, although we used to supply to China, where they used to blend it with the Brazilian ores. But recently, we had the news that in Gadchiroli in Maharashtra, JSW has acquired a mine with Fe content of 63%. Now, so these, when you talk about the raw material, when you talk about coal, when you talk about iron ore, when you talk about these two things, these are natural resources. You cannot do anything in this. You have to accept these challenges. And when you talk about refractory, you are manufacturing the refractory. So you can have a control on the production. And when it comes to ferroalloys, again, raw material is very important. India exports a lot of chrome ore to China, and they make ferrochrome out of it. Now, this I have witnessed myself. I've lived in China for a decade and a half, and I have been to a lot of ferroalloy plants. You know, there is something called the Jugaad technology, which is also a part of the Oxford Dictionary now, though it's an Indian word. When we compare the ferroalloy plants in India and ferroalloy plants in China, the ferroalloy plants in India are much more advanced, but the ferroalloy plants in China are of Jugaad technology. The infrastructure is not very expensive. That means, I mean, to explain a bit, what I'm trying to explain is they'll just have a furnace. In that furnace, they have a cupola or a vessel in which they manufacture the ferroalloy. So the monetary input is not that much, which is in India. So, but the output is much more in China than what it is in India. Now, we should go for green technology. We always say green technology. We say hydrogen fuel. We say renewable energy like wind energy, solar energy. But at what expense? You know, somebody in the seminar today was telling that even if there is not too much curtail in carbon emission, we should compromise with it. No, we cannot compromise on carbon emission. You know, the carbon footprint has to be reduced. The government is doing so much for this. So even as private players, we should do our best to reduce the carbon footprint. Now, the Paris Summit says that there should be a reduction in the atmosphere for 2 degrees centigrade, which later on got defined 1.5 degrees centigrade. Now, how do you reduce the carbon footprint? How do you reduce the pollution? You have to venture into something which is less polluting, however viable, like cobalt, like lithium. Now, this is not easy. It can't be done overnight. You know, it has to be a process, a gradual process, but you have to keep on evolving. Now, you have to adopt the technology where the footprint of the carbon will be less. So the government keeps giving incentive for low emission of carbon. Then coming to SOx-NOx technology, the emission of SOx-NOx has to be curtailed. Then we have been talking about the logistics part. The speakers told logistics in India is very expensive, but I must say the road transportation in India is much cheaper than the road transportation in China. So, but like pipe conveyors in China are much more prevalent. That makes transportation of iron ore much more easier. Now, I will just read out my notes. When we talk about Industry 4.0, about the Industrial Revolution, it talks about enterprises, revenue planning, Internet of Things, Industrial Internet of Things, cloud computing, AI, machine learning, cyber security, real-time data privacy, ecosystem, and cyber security. So I think the best part will be for our raw materials and finished and refractories is not to compromise with the environment, be green, stay green, and do best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mishaji. After that, Devraj Mukherjee, Tata Steel, presentation is ready, I think. Please be precise and short because of time shortage.
I'll be quite crisp. You can show the presentation. Yeah, the topic of my presentation is retrospection on the chrome and iron ore markets and the future trends. So let me start with chrome ore. The market of chrome ore is quite different than the iron ore and steel markets. It's a different dynamics, different ballgame altogether. So you may go through the disclaimer quickly. So just for those people who are like new to chrome business, the chrome business is like this. The demand of chrome ore is driven by the demand of ferrochrome, where maximum amount of chrome ore is used. Almost 90% chrome ore is used for making ferrochrome, and 90% ferrochrome is used for making stainless steel. So stainless steel is different than normal steel. Normal steel, mild steel, or carbon steel, whatever you say, is like it is the basic steel, structural steel, and this kind of stuff. Stainless steel is a steel which is rich with chrome, and it has got the shine, the corrosion resistance. So it is a kind of better looking steel, so to say. So demand of chrome ore is driven by ferrochrome, and ferrochrome demand is driven by stainless steel. So ultimately, the demand of chrome ore is finally driven by stainless steel only. Now, if you go to this slide, you will see the production of stainless steel of various countries, the projected production in FY25. China is the highest. China is producing almost 70% of global steel production, followed by Europe, India, Japan, so and so. So this is the stainless steel production of various countries across the world. Now, coming to ferrochrome. In ferrochrome, total global production is almost 15 to 16 million ton. Out of that majority, 11 million ton is consumed by China. So 9 million ton ferrochrome China produces, importing 100% ore from overseas market, and 2.5 to 3 million ton ferrochrome they import. So China is importing 100% ferrochrome required for its, chrome ore required for its ferrochrome production, and it is importing 2 to 3 million ton ferrochrome as well to fulfill its total requirement of 11 to 12 million ton of ferrochrome, which they use for making stainless steel to the tune of 35 to 40 million ton a year. Coming to South Africa, it's a completely different ballgame. South Africa and Kazakh, whatever chrome ore they produce, they use it for making ferrochrome, and whatever excess they have, they export, mainly to China. South Africa produces almost 3.2 million ton of ferrochrome, which is completely exported to various geographies across the world. Kazakhstan, 1.4 million ton ferrochrome production, completely exported. India, 1.6 million ton. Out of that, half of that India consumes in-house, and half of that India exports to various countries across the world. So in nutshell, this is the dynamics. Europe produces 0.78 million ton of ferrochrome, and half of that they consume in-house, half of that they export to their counterpart in US. And they import a lot of ferrochrome as well. Almost 500,000 ton of ferrochrome they import from various countries like South Africa, India, Kazakhstan, etc. Japan, whatever they consume is all imported. They do not produce ferrochrome. Japan, South Korea, all. Indonesia is just an extension of China. It's not different. USA, it is almost 350,000 tons of ferrochrome they consume, and all is imported. They do not produce ferrochrome. So from ferrochrome now coming to our topic of discussion, the chrome ore markets. The global chrome ore consumption is almost 40 million ton. Out of that, 26 million ton, more than 60%, is being consumed by China. China is producing 9 million ton of ferrochrome. So for that matter, whatever chrome ore is required, they import it from various countries across the world. And so on the demand side of chrome ore, if you want to look at something, you should look at China. Study China. The demand side will be understood. If you want to look at the supply side of the business, look at South Africa. Because South Africa is producing almost 27 million ton of chrome ore. Out of that, they consume roughly 8 to 9 million, and balance quantity is completely exported. So South Africa and China. Now, in the next couple of slides, I was just giving a kind of basic introduction. In the next slides, I'll be discussing only about South Africa and China, because one is driving the demand side and one is driving the supply side. Here, just a kind of, I just tried to show the demand-supply dynamics relationship. What I said, the graph proves that. The ferrochrome prices, stainless steel prices got a linear relationship. This one is increasing, that one is also increasing. Same is chrome ore. So it proves that there is a linear relationship between the demand of chrome ore versus ferrochrome versus stainless steel. Now, if you see on the supply side, if you see the different countries across the globe, South African growth of chrome ore, South African chrome ore production, 11% from 15 to 25. Followed by India, 3%, Kazakh, 1%, Europe, 2.5%, rest of the world, 1%. So it shows that South Africa is becoming, instead of adding further value to chrome ore, it is remaining like a chrome ore producing country, chrome ore exporting country, and huge amount of revenue they're generating from exporting chrome ore to various countries, mainly China. Yeah. When we talk about chrome ore, you must have heard the name UG2. UG2 is a technical name, upper group 2. UG2 has changed the complete dynamics of chrome ore business, because earlier South Africa used to mine chrome ore from the mine directly. But when they got UG2, what is UG2? UG2 is the tailing dump of platinum mines. South Africa got a lot of platinum mines and platinum production, Anglo Platinum, Impala, Implats. So those platinum producing companies, their tailings are dumped, and historically huge dump is available. So that contains 10 to 15% Cr2O3. The various producers in South Africa, they just take a lease of that dump. They beneficiate the ore, whatever tailings they have. They upgrade the Cr2O3 from 15% to 40%, and they sell it to China. And the cost of production is not less than $80 delivered to China. And the prices never comes below $200, even in the worst situation. So $100 per ton profit is guaranteed. So it's a huge money-making business of South Africa, and 25% of South Africa's total chrome ore production, okay, that is contributed by UG2. So UG2 is a different product, easy to produce, very less cost of production, but hugely money-making. So little more retrospection on South Africa, because that will explain completely the demand side of, supply side of the chrome ore markets. So South Africa gradually, because of, you can see the macroeconomic parameters. South Africa's GDP growth in 25 expected to be 1.5 to 1.3%. Inflation is 4.5%. So basically there is a negative GDP, so to say. So the inflation is eating away all the GDP increases and all. Electricity prices 10 to 20% increase. So when in a country, when there is a 10 to 20% increase in electricity prices, the competitiveness of all value additions will come down. So gradually what is happening, instead of producing ferrochrome, which is a value-added product. It's an intermediate product before stainless steel. So instead of producing ferrochrome from chrome ore, South Africa is concentrating more on chrome ore because it is less power consuming product. And South Africa is trying to export that and making huge money. And the main supporting thing is UG2. So chrome ore is profit making, UG2 is further profit making. Now, after explaining the supply side to some extent, I'm coming to the demand side. So in demand side, obviously we have to look at China. So if you look at all the macroeconomic parameters, I have jotted down all the macroeconomic parameters, which is actually driving the demand of stainless steel in China. You see, the growth of agriculture, negative, coming down. Growth rate of industry, coming down. Growth rate of construction, coming down. Growth rate of real estate, came down, then little improvement, still it is in the negative side. Growth rate of other parameters, macroeconomic parameters. So in nutshell, Chinese economy is not doing well, and the huge growth that earlier used to happen, that will not be there in future. We all know that. So there will be some 3-4% growth going forward. So demand side is not looking very shiny. It is quite lackluster. Now, straightway coming to the basic reason why chrome ore prices are coming down and what should happen to it. So if you see this graph, it's a very important graph. If you look at the lower graph, ferrochrome production of China increased from 2020 to 24, it increased at the rate of 15%. From 23 to 24, in 1 year, it increased 22%. Consumption increased by 11%, then 20%. Import increased by 6%, then 17%. So looking at these figures, one can say that, oh, ferrochrome consumption in China increased heavily. So obviously, there is a huge future of ferrochrome business of China. The prices must increase, but it's not like that. The ferrochrome consumption of China increased heavily, mainly because of forceful production of stainless steel. In China, there are policies, government policies, when they produce steel, stainless steel in excess, just to drive the economy. And there is no consumption of that. So excess material is spoiling the global market and the market of China as well. Now you look at the upper graph and the table on the top left, top right corner. The production growth is 7%, stainless steel, but consumption growth is only 3%. So where that 4% is going? You'll see from CY 23 to 24, stainless steel production increased from 35.6 million to 38 million. So almost 2.5 million ton increase in stainless steel production, which increased the exports by 1 million, and another 1.5 million is dumped in the domestic market of China, which is creating huge pressure on the prices of stainless steel, which in turn is creating huge pressure on the prices of ferrochrome and chrome ore as well. So this is where the main dynamics is playing. China is forcefully producing more than the consumption of the country and more than the global demand. So the graphs I will show now, it is what I said will be vouched by the graphs that I am showing just now. You see the prices, the 200 series stainless steel prices coming down, the 400 series stainless steel prices coming down. You see the profitability. This is this report I collected from we collected from MySteel. MySteel is a journal in China which publishes quite authentic data, detailed analysis, everything. So if you look at MySteel report, the black line and the red line, these are the prices of stainless steel. And the shaded portion, the shaded portion is the profit and loss. So you can see that be it 300 series, be it 200 series, China is making losses. So in last 7-8 months, Chinese stainless steel industry is making thin loss. Still, the government is forcing them to produce. So they are producing. Either they are in a position of no profit, no loss, or they are making losses, thin losses. See, in line with the stainless steel industry, ferrochrome industry also see the shaded portion. In the recent, barring last 2-3 months, all along 4-5 months, ferrochrome industry made losses. But recently, there is a rebound
in the business, because any this kind of cyclical business cannot be loss making forever. Like 6 months they made loss. After that, there is a reversal of the cycle. They are making thin profits and up cycle is expected. But the growth or the price increase is expected to be range bound, because the economic conditions, as I showed earlier, is quite lackluster. Huge increase in demand of stainless steel is not expected. So there is a bit of reversal of the cycle. They have been making losses for 6-7 months. Now they will make a little bit of profit, but prices will increase, but huge increase is not expected. So you see, now coming to the last slide of the chrome business, with ferrochrome prices, top one, the red bars, the chrome ore prices also came down, all proportional. But recently, there is a bit uptick in the chrome ore prices, because the ferrochrome industry, from losses, they started making a little bit of profit. So there is a bit of uptick in the chrome ore prices. And here, sometimes South Africa applies its monopolistic power, because in the chrome ore business, South Africa is almost like a monopoly. The competitors are very small. So sometimes what they do, they forcefully increase the prices, not abnormally, within certain limits. And China will have to accept what China will do, where from they will get ore. At least they have to produce ferrochrome, buying ore from South Africa. At least they have to produce stainless steel from whatever ferrochrome they produce. So sometimes South Africa applies its monopolistic advantage to push prices a little bit. So in nutshell, be it ferrochrome, be it chrome ore, be it stainless steel, some uptick is expected, but it should be range bound. There is not abnormal good things are not happening in the Chinese market. So abnormal increase in demand is not expected. Some increase in price, but range bound. So in nutshell, this is all about chrome ore. I think I've taken enough time. On iron ore part, I'll be very, very short. Enough discussion happened, very good discussion happened on the trade barriers imposed by Trump government. So if you see the iron ore product, obviously the production, highest production, Australia, Brazil, India, Africa, these are the highest producing nations, producing good quantity of iron ore. If you see the top exporters of iron ore, is obviously, we all know, Australia, South Africa, Mozambique is part of South Africa only. In the sense, South African ore is getting exported from Mozambique. Canada, Peru. So these are the top exporting nations. Importing nations like China, Japan, South Korea, Germany, Netherlands, Taiwan. So they are the basic importing nations. Coming to the global crude steel productions, I'm not going at the different people. This is Platts projection. It is not showing very positive picture on the growth rate of crude steel, global crude steel production. But let us not go by that. Different people got different projections. The point here to be noted is that what I highlighted, the global crude steel production drivers in the world will be rest of the world, like India, CIS countries, Ukraine, Middle East. Other developed economies, be it China, be it Europe, Japan, the growth is supposed to be either very minimal or no growth. Now, the current dynamics of iron ore. Just we discussed at details in the previous sessions, the imposition of import duty by Trump government. So obviously it is killing the global demand of steel. China already reduced its steel export exposure to US to a good extent. So it will not affect China directly, but the 4 countries like Mexico, Canada, Brazil, EU, which is responsible for 65% of US imports of steel. So those countries will be affected and they will redirect their steel. They may redirect their steel from US to other geographies where they will compete with China. So ultimately the global steel market is going to get spoiled. If Trump is sticking on to the decision of 25% import duty tariff on import of steel and aluminum, and he imposed additional 10% on all steel bearing products to be imported from China, the additional pressure on China. So this this thing will worsen the iron ore market, steel market and iron ore market. But the point here to be noted that Chinese RMB is depreciating, which is promoting exports. So depreciating Chinese currency, which is at the level of 7.3 now, it was 6.9 a couple of months back. But this will compensate the loss to some extent in the first 2-3 months of the year. But after then, it will not be possible because depreciating currency will not be possible. But it seems that China is in a mood to negotiate because China imposed only 10% duty. Yeah, 10% tariff on various products. Sorry. Anyway, I will just speak. So China imposed 10%, not unlike US, China imposed 10% tariff on various products that they are importing from US. It shows that China might be in a mood to negotiate. But if you look at the global situation, the forecast is that from after 2025, the supply of iron ore in the market, because Brazil is going to increase production, there is a mine coming up in Guinea of Africa, and that is going to add 45 million ton from 2026. So global iron ore production is supposed to increase and consumption is supposed to increase at a lower rate than that. And the main reason is that be it US tariff or not, China has pushed iron ore, your carbon steel production to the highest possible extent. Now they need to slow down. They reduced stainless steel production recently in the month of February. They reduced production of stainless steel by almost 20%. They are also understanding that they are dumping product in the market, in the world, which is spoiling the global market. So China has already reduced stainless steel production, and I believe China will also have to reduce carbon steel production as well. So because of that reason, the demand of iron ore, will not grow to that extent. The supply will be in excess of demand. And because of that, going forward, there will be pressure prices on the iron ore. Thanks. Yeah. So I'm done. So my point is that going forward, the iron ore prices, there will be a pressure on iron ore prices. It is supposed to reduce to the level of $80, $85 like that. It is not going to remain at the level of $100, $104, which is currently. So this is what is my prediction about next 4 or 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'll be very short for sure. So, good evening, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer and just to say the leaders of the industry, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, we are on a transformative journey to the future, right? So, technology will play a key differentiator as well as a catalyst to the change which we are seeing, the mega trends like energy transition, climate change, resource efficiency, all sort of things. As a company, technology company, Neufer, which is based in Germany, mostly working on the agglomeration of iron ores and is also giving the technology for beneficiations as well as agglomeration, especially for the pelletizing. So what we do, we are just 6-year company based in Germany, as I said, and we have given the technology for beneficiation, especially for iron ore, and we are already completed or we have participated or realization of 50 million of pelletizing capacity, and which will equivalent to 5,800 square meter of gate area, which is we call the indurating gate area. Our benchmark projects with Inter Engineering, which is basically from Uzbekistan, Central Asia, we are now involved in the 2 pelletizing plant of Lloyd Metals and Energy, and as well as the third pelletizing plant of AMNS India, as well as we are now undergoing a project in China also. So just to brief about our company's small introduction. So in today's topic, I will cover three major areas. I would say in beneficiation, I will not need to talk too much because in Macon presentation, you have seen a very detailed beneficiation circuit, the challenges, the opportunities, how we would like to go moving forward. But another topic would be the decarbonization, which is a very hot topic as we moving to the, let's say, transition from coal economy to the hydrogen economy. So this will be certainly a very interesting subject of discussion. And then finally, digitization, very shortly. Start moving. Yeah. So beneficiation on iron ore, if we see that the iron is, let's say, distributed to all continents, but each and every continent has certain challenges. We have seen the productions, and in the last presentation, we have seen the how much production we have in total. We are around to 2.5 billion of production of iron ore, and seeing that Australia is taking the lead as fast, then coming by Brazil, and then China as well as India has already produced 300 million tons of iron ore last year. But as we see that every iron ore which is now spreading around the globe, they have certain intrinsic properties. We have seen some of the iron ores where they are very much high sulfur. We have seen in Bolivia, we have seen in Mauritania, there is high phosphorus. We have seen some of the reserves where we have high alumina, like in India. We have seen the high LOI also, the loss of pignescence in Australia, in Canada. So in nutshell, they are different categories and they need to beneficiate. You need to take out the acid gang from the mineral phases and make it the metal values up. So we will come to the economics, how it is affecting your overall economics. So that will come to the next slide. But as a nutshell, we have different challenge, we have different material. We need to take it care to how to do the beneficiation test. So as I said, high phosphorus, high sulfur, all over in the globe, we have seen different challenges. So this is a very common phase that iron is distributed in magnetite, in hematite, goethite. This is all phases of iron, which is as a mineral phase. We have seen the gangue, quartz, clay, we all know that what are the phases in different alumina, silica, and distributed the mineral phases of iron ore matrix. But not too much on this. But which is important if we talk about the economics, the how beneficiation is, let's say, fitting and how it is important in today's scenario. So we believe that if you separate the gangue phases in the cold process is much easier and economic than you do in the hot process. Means you need to separate out the silica, alumina, the acid gangue, and some cases where the sulfur and phosphorus is there, you do it in the cold process, which is the beneficiation process. In a typical scenario, this is let's say, calculations from a Canadian scenario where you can see the lamp or the blast furnace. If you lowering down your silica percentage, at the same time, you are saving your money through the coke, which is, as we know, the metallurgy coke is very much volatile and high priced. And in the future, you will have the carbon, let's say, carbon border adjustment and the carbon policy. So in the table, it is just giving a relevant information that if you reduce the gangue materials in the beneficiation, you are, let's say, minimizing your downstream process cost. So in a nutshell, you need to do the beneficiation, make a very good feed for the downstream process so you can make money over the downstream process. So that's all the idea. Now moving to next, this is a very normal that how from the mining, comminution, beneficiation, agglomeration, where we belong in the beneficiation and agglomeration. When we talk about the beneficiation, it's all about the gravity, magnetic separation, flotations, optical sorting in certain case, and agglomeration, as we know, sintering is a very old technology. Pelletizing is already in the 70 years as a technology, and then now the new technologies coming as a cold briquetting. And downstream, we know that there are two different processes, blast furnace and type reduction. So moving to the decarbonization, we know that pelletizing is already a green technology because sintering in using 4 to 5%, let's say, solid carbon, solid fuel, where the pelletizing is only 1 or 1.5%, but we can still do some decarbonization, let's say, adoptions like I would like to brief on the biofuels, which is a very hot topic. Biofuels mean it is the biochar or bio oil. Well, I will be talking with the hydrogen in pelletizing. So how hydrogen could be a certain possibility in pelletizing industry. Additives, which is also, we know the all additives like organic binders, some cellulose based, some organic based, let's say residue that can be certainly used as additives that can reduce the solid fuel and the emissions in that way. Electrifications, we can also talk about the plasma burners. Yeah. And then the topic on the cold agglomeration, I will touch with, I think Kopan will definitely touch on that, but I will brief a short on the cold agglomeration also and thermal efficiency. And we know all about the carbon capture and sequestration and utilization to reduce the carbon intensity in the process. Moving next. Yeah. Biochar, we know that biochar is coming from the plants mostly. So that kind of use of biochar we have seen in 1917 in Brazilian plants, in agglomeration industry, as well as the blast furnace. We have seen bio oil like the cellulose oil is being used in a pelletizing plant in Sweden, LKAB, some of the plant of the Vale Samarco, they are using biofuels, which is as equivalent as quality of the mineral oil. So that can be certainly used in our pelletizing industries, and we need not to use the furnace oil or let's say low sulfur heavy stock or natural gas, which is a carbon intensify, but certainly biochar or bio oil will definitely minimize the carbon ingress in the pelletizing process. So there are some pros cons that biochar is still not available. You need a very faster plantation to keep it as a closed loop, because you need a faster grow like the eucalyptus, or you cannot do any old plant to make the biochar. So some economics need to pay it, but still not in a greater extent. But biochar could be a certain possibility. You can replace some amount of your anthracite coal or coke bridge in future. So making the carbon neutrality in the closed circuit. Moving next, hydrogen, as we know that we are using in pelletizing plant blast furnace gas and coke oven gas, and coke oven gas is already 55% hydrogen. So the burner for the hydrogen used in burner is already a prototype. So there are some, let's say, plant trial has been taken care. So in future, we see that hydrogen could be a certain fuel with the limitation of availability as well as the economics. We need to see that how per ton of hydrogen will be very much economic to use in pelletizing plant. So the challenges, as we know, availability of hydrogen still a question, high cost, additional safety. We need hydrogen, as we know, hydrogen less transportation is, you need to care very safely, special design burner system because of the faster combustion of hydrogen, limited use of big great clean plant. If we talk about this beyond 6 million ton great clean, so there is a challenge of low energy density of hydrogen. So that could be a certain possibility. But in case of state gate, we don't have any challenge because we have very small burners, not a big burners like great clean, which is in the discharge area of a clean. So potentially, we have seen that due to the high flame temperature of hydrogen, there will be the high NOx, which could be a certain, let's say, criteria in terms of environment in future, because more NOx we need to minimize in our plant. So certainly hydrogen could be a future in pelletizing plant for sure. So, sorry, moving to electrification, we have seen some of the developed country like Canada, they are using some plasma burner, which is coming from as electrification. So burner is certain limitation. They have tried in the prototype in the pelletizing plant, but as Canada has certain advantage to use the renewable energy, their energy cost is not too much high, so they can afford that. But with a country like India, we have seen this electrification of plasma burner is certain a challenge for a country like India, but there are some trial and prototype is already available in the market. So could be an interest if we can do our electrification to nuclear energy or say somewhat from the renewable energy too. So moving to next, the cold agglomeration, which is a very hot topic. The objective of the cold agglomeration to replace the sintering and pelletizing. So Vale has taken a very great initiative in that. I think Mr. Bhattacharya will definitely brief out about the from Kopan. They are very much advanced in terms of the cold agglomeration. They have pilot scale in India also. So we see that they are now Vale has converted to pelletizing plant to cold agglomeration plant. But at the same time, the briquettes for residue is already available in the market. So briquetting is not new, but it is applicable for the residue. But now it is coming to the iron ore and in the objective to replace the sintering and pelletizing too. So we have seen some of the challenges, like it is more flexible. We can use, I put this on. And then it takes 5 to 6 millimeters of let's say it's flexible in terms of size. But we have seen the OPEX cost maybe a little bit high in case of cold agglomerations, as I said, but that could be a certain future which replace somewhat of sintering and pelletizing, but not to the extent of pelletizing where we are producing 8 million ton from a single module. So thermal efficiency, we have a new developed, let's say, circuit where we can efficiently reduce the thermal consumption of 20% by using some modification in the circuits. So which is finally reduce the carbon intensity. I'm not going to the circuits of, let's say, pelletizing process, but this is the general circuit. But with the new additions, new modification, we can certainly reduce the let's say energy consumption 20%, as I said, and we can certainly use the producer gas or syngas, which is low calorific value. So we can do the gasification and use that low calorific values in our pelletizing plant also with such modifications. So last but not the least, I will touch very shortly on the digitization, because we know that digitization is now in our day-to-day work. So in terms of pelletizing industry, we have certain advanced digital products or solutions. In our childhood, we used to know that eat healthy, think better. So from Nufer, what we say, that you feed healthy and you produce much better or produce more. So that kind of digital product we are already, let's say, commissions and still running in AMNS Vizag Paradip plant 2. So it's a digital product which is taking out the pictures from the pelletizing discs, and it is mainly measuring the size and controlling the feed rate as well as the RPM of the disc. So what it will give us as a let's say advantage, it gives us a very stable operation with your fluctuation of the input materials. So with that, going on to the graphs, but and as an nutshell, what you can do that your mean diameter will be reduced, and you can minimize your size distribution to a very limited size, and at the same time you can produce more. We have seen the plant is producing more than 5% of production with a very short investment, and I think return of investment within 3 months. We have seen the energy reduction of 3%, which certainly reduce the carbon emissions in that way, still in the pelletizing, which is now a green technology already. So with this development, we also, our team has expertise in the simulation. We can do any simulation for the beneficiation circuit, your process improvement to take the very efficient process. But we are very glad that Indian, let's say, manufacturers now taking the vertical mills, the HPGR in process, flotation is coming in some pelletizing plants. So we hope a better future to upgrade our slimes or low-grade minerals to valued metal values, and our contribution in beneficiation and agglomeration will certainly help the industry to go more and to achieve the 300 million ton capacity in India. That's all from my side. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. B.L. Devangan, Senior VP Business Excellence, JSW Steel. Your time limit is 5 minutes.
From good morning to good afternoon and now good evening. I just want to check, are you awake? If you are awake, please raise your hand. It's very risky to be the last speaker and standing between your fun that is awaiting. My session was supposed to be in the next refractory session, but I'm not available tomorrow. So hence, thank you to the Steel and Metallurgy and the Nirmala Da for accommodating me here. While my presentation is opening out here, I will be talking mostly about the refractories and the steel, how they are related. Since this morning, all the esteemed value creator in the steel value chain, be it the iron ore, be it the coal, be it the refractory, all have been talking one thing, that our future is definitely good. we are going to see a very, very good demand, robust growth, but there are enough challenges. To my mind, if the growth without challenges there, then it's not a growth. We have to accept that growth. We have to accept that challenge. The fact of the matter is that we also talked about Trumponomics, how the Trump is behaving. This is something which has come suddenly to us. So if we talk about steel, everybody is saying that steel is growing. And if you see this graph, steel is not growing the way it used to grow. In 2000, 865 million ton has become almost double in 15 years. Are we going to see the same trajectory? Of course not. If you see the last 5 years, we have almost stabilized to the 1800, 1900 million ton. This much of growth has happened driven by mostly by China. Is it going to remain same? The prediction is that global steel consumption going to stabilize somewhere around 2000 million ton around 2030. And we talked that India is signing. India is projected to become 300 million ton and 500 by 2047. And some of like Ms. Tiwari was talking about that somewhere around 220, 240 million ton. Something about V.R. Sharma sir is saying. Yeah, so somewhere around 250, we see that by 2030, something is happening because we are currently 140 million ton that we will be producing now. So 240, 260 million ton is not a tough target. Another thing is that China is definitely going to curtail down, and there was a news 2 days back that they have started curtailing down their production. So today, somewhere around 1,050 million ton, we may expect somewhere around 850 to 900 million ton. That is what China would be basically curtailing or stabilizing their steel production. So this is the broad numbers, and we see India is shining. And emerging market is going to play the bigger role, and there India is going to play the bigger role. When you look into the refractory as a global, from currently your $36 billion, almost a day, 5 to 6% of CAGR, it's become $36 billion. And where it is going to happen? It is going to happen again in Asia Pacific. And Asia Pacific, that too, mostly in India. 65% of refractory demand going to come from here. And within refractory, it is going to come from where? If you see the total contribution of refractory in each ton of making steel, each ton of making cement, each ton of making aluminum or copper, the winner is steel industry. Steel consume 10 to 15 kg per ton of crude steel, and going forward, it's almost going to remain same. 60% of the refractory going to consume, and this will continue to be the by the iron steel, and steel is going to be the real, the darling of refractory industry. So what exactly we want to say about this? So this steel is going to produce in India. It is the India where we are going to have the both BF and BOF route. But I wanted to also compare with the right side, what's happening around the world. Someone was talking that BF route going to continue, and that is for sure is going to continue for next couple of years. Almost our 70% will be coming from the what we have, the induction furnaces and the BOF furnaces. Whereas the Turkey, USA, the river is almost 70% coming from scrap-based production. In India, we have consumed hardly 120, 100 kg per ton of per capita of our steel. We don't have enough steel to recycle it. We don't have enough scrap to recycle it. We'll be seeing that kind of trajectory when we are reaching to 2035 or 2040. The scrap will start picking up. But for sure, today, all the production which has been created, capacity has been created, is mostly coming from the blast furnace route. In my own company, JSW Steel, today we are 33 million ton. We are projected to become 100 million ton by 2030. And there is a big plan that 25, how it is going to come from different sectors. We are even investing in Gadchiroli, investing in the Odisha, I mean everywhere. But we are mostly talking about the EF that will be basically to look after the scrap cycling that is going to happen very soon. We are preparing for that market. We are going to have our own collection centers. We are going to have the reprocessing of the scrap. But mostly it is coming from the blast furnace route. But maybe 2047, we are here. We will be following the somewhere around the 50% kind of the scrap and 50% kind of the BOF route. If you see the refractory consumption all over our Indian steel manufacturer, all the SP, we are somewhere around 10 to 15 kg or 10 to 20 kg per ton of crude steel. So there is enough opportunity for all the refractory manufacturer that we can reduce this specific consumption without increasing the production, but we can actually increase the quality. And going forward, magnesia and alumina has going to play the major role. So in the morning we saw Mr. Pramod Sagar talking about that. We are sandwiched between steel and the raw material supplier. That is a fact, but this is a fact with everybody. We are also sandwiched between our end customer and the backward supplier. We don't have the mines. We have to buy from everything there. So that story is going to continue everywhere. When we talk about high grade iron ore, what we say is that 65%, 63% high grade. For JSW, we say 57, 58 is the high grade, and low grade we start talking about somewhere around 50% or how to use that. So somewhere we have to really think that lean. We talk about the lean ore, lean setup, lean facility. We also have to talk about that. If you have the very big aspiration in our EBITDA margin, we will be always dissatisfying ourselves. We should also think about the lean EBITDA. Our EBITDA should be, in absolute terms, should be high, but we should think about lean. Then the challenges of managing the business will be different. So here we have the opportunity for the refractory, that how we can, without much of the increase in production, we can work on the quality, and then we can get the better specific consumption. If you see in India, suddenly there is a rush. All the refractory manufacturer, global player, RHI, Refractec, VI, everybody has started pushing the envelope to the India. They have been, investing, acquiring. Construction is going in a big way, and we see that obviously 1.5 million ton of the requirement going to become 3 million ton by 2030, and there is a rush. And there is something to do also with the Make in India, where the sale, especially the sale, we are told not to buy from outside. But the challenges remain same. All the people who are sitting up out here manufacturing, they still depends on the raw material from outside. So while we in one front we are de-risking the manufacturing, but at the other front still we have the problem to face that from where we are going to get this raw material. But most of the things, refractory producer also thinking, can we have a China plus one? And in that sense, they have been scouting for the different sources and different ways of getting the iron ore. Refractory materials. What challenges the refractory manufacturer is playing? 80-20 rules we have always talked about. Here also 80-20 rule is there. If you have to get a refractory performance, 80% is in the hand of processor, who is going to process your material using while in the making their final product. So the 80% is in the hand of the processor, and 20% is in the hand of the manufacturer, who is making his refractory and who is basically applying that through the skill-based manpower into the application. 20% is in your hand, but you can convert this opportunity by partnering in the 80%. We talked about in the morning skilling of the people. Someone talked about the refractory technology, refractory technician. That's a good way to really move on that, to get the greater value or the large value in the 10% of the application. Quality is something which you all are working, and as I said, we can definitely look into the specific congestion can come down if we go. But the real pie is 80%. If the 80% has to be really captured, all the refractory players has to partner with the customers, and they should go in the TCO concept. They should go into the process of understanding how it is made and how the in-process quality parameters or in-process technical parameters are controlled, be it the oxygen, be it the addition of flux, and then only you can get a win-win proposition. 2 more slides, not taking much of time. If you see from the perspective of us, from the customers, where is the value creation? The right side is the demand by the customer. I want more production. And left side is the response by the refractory supplier. I want to improve the production, so please give me the increased life of your product. I want to reduce my losses. Please design your refractory so that there is a losses in terms of scale in the tundish or in the hot metal or in the my steel ladle is low. I want to enhance capacity, so please look into the thinning of your refractory so that my same steel ladle, which is currently handling 350 ton, and I'm having the largest size steel ladle, can I handle 360 ton by thinning down your refractory? That's put the pressure on the refractory manufacturer to do the R&D and find out the solution. And it is happening all over the world, but they have not introduced those technology to India. And that's why we are saying, compelling them, please bring those technology, not only put the manufacturing setup, but please bring those technology into India. Availability, even if it is going to change, you have to go for the changing of the lining, it should be done in a quick, like SMED, single minute exchanger die. Please do it quick. Or please, you don't even do the repair. So that is the demand, put it by the customer's perspective. And last but not least, we all have been talking about the decarbonization. Refractory can play a very small way where they are finding a problem in getting their resources available from China. If they can use the refractory, they can create a more value from the refractory use. They can help us to reduce their carbon footprint as well as the dependency on the iron ore, depending on the alumina and the magnesium ore. We talked about, and Mr. or my distinguished speaker also talked about CO2, something which is very, very important. We have to be very responsible player, responsible producer. And just I want to emphasize, CO2 percentage in environment is negligible, 0.04%. But the effect of CO2 in the global warming is tremendous. It's a question of survival. From 2 degree capping to 1.5 degree in the global warming is something which is real. If you want to really give a good future to our future generation, you have to really be responsible in abating the CO2. How do we should go for the CO2 reduction? That has to be there. But how it can be done, it's not a topic we have to discuss. But for the refractory producer, what they can do is that, and we have been really approaching to RHI, Refractech, and many big players. Please come up, take our entire refractory, and create a more value out of that. So there has to, ecosystem has to develop. They have to collect it, resize it, refine it, and then use it for their production. So that's what the little bit of contribution, while the 3% is a very minuscule contribution refractory as a cost in the steel, but they can contribute into the cost of our decommission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the session. Many things we have learned from this session, like the policy recommendation, digitalization, decarbonization, and beneficiation techniques of leading grade iron ore fines. So I think many questions have been arised already, but we can discuss it during the tea break and the later dinner session. Thank you all. Thank you. Have the patience for going through this session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairpersons and our speakers. I would like to request Mr. Pradip Gupta sir to please hand over the token of memento and honor to all our honorable delegates for this particular session. Can we have some big round of applause for such an enriching session? And we had to finish it a bit early, as we all know that there's a dinner session awaiting for all of you in the cruise. So the speakers who have yet to give the presentation from today, this will be carried forward tomorrow as we continue with the enriching session tomorrow also. Thank you so much for being a part and exchanging amazing, enriching knowledge with all of us. We end the session over here, and there is tea waiting for you outside. And those who are continuing with us in the dinner, please carry the coupon, also the batch which is required for the dinner. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your tea, and bus is waiting outside for all of you. Thank you. You want a hand mic?
You can do it here. Excuse me, gentlemen, before you leave, I have a small request. I have lost my conference bag. That is not important, but my car key is inside that conference bag. So maybe it is got misplaced with somebody. Kindly check with your bags. It is on the top chain, the top diagonal chain, the car key was there. And if you see any unclaimed bag beside your seat, please let me know. Thank you very much. Otherwise, give me a lift tonight, somebody home.
Very, yeah, thank you. Yeah, very quick.